The hero froze in front of his enemy, obviously not believing that the demon's words about intertwined fate were truth. Meanwhile, the monster only chuckled at the naivety of a young warrior. In principle, the young men were not surprising after all. For the first time, someone stated that the Superman and Asura were connected by the bonds of fate. The Dark Ruler tried to explain his essence. He did not belong to this world, being the king of Asura from demonic lands. It is thanks to his high position among demons that he could feel the invisible connection between himself and the warrior. Therefore, Vladika warned that after his disappearance from the world, the hero would disappear with him. Nevertheless, the young man clearly intended to verify the veracity of these ominous words. Armed with his blade, he directed him to a shocked enemy, and he warned that the sword would become in reckoning for perfect sins. Obviously, the demon considered the hero a stubborn fool, calling him an ignorant, crazy dragon. Following this, King Asura sent his puppets into battle. The backs of the dolls were decorated with sharp spikes, and they all rushed at the hero, after which they twisted into a ball, like a hedgehog. Now, each of the creatures was protected by dense thorns, which it seemed that it was impossible to cut with a sword. Having decided to try the defense of the opponents, the hero repelled the attack rushing against him. Then in the same way he defended himself from other flying puppets. However, he quickly realized that he could not break through their bodies. The spikes were incredibly elastic, like rubber. At some point, one of the monsters spent past the warrior. Since the hero did not have time to evade in time, a deep mark remained on his face, a scratch with which blood flowed. Observing this, King Asura decided to give the enemy another chance, to kneel down and start praying for mercy. Otherwise, he will not be given any more opportunity. The guy himself at this time thought about his situation in displeasure, trying to come up with a decision. Realizing that he could not cut opponents, he used a special technique. The grass fell off the ground and began to circle around it. With this vegetation, the warrior intended to pierce his enemies. The technique was called fallen explosive leaves. At first, the foliage flew to the enemies, it would seem, not causing them the slightest harm. However, immediately after the leaves hit, the opponents stopped, no longer able to spin as before. The attack turned out to be so powerful that when she fell into the head with one of the puppets, she just broke it through. The brains flowed out. Only then did King Asura realize how strong a person came for his soul. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero chopped off the heads of the remaining puppets so that they could no longer rise. After that, he jumped up the mountain, where his enemy watched over the entire battle. Obviously, King Asura was outraged that the young man dared to resist him. But the hero did not react at all to his words, and immediately brought his sword behind his head, putting the maximum power there for a decisive attack. And in the end, he won. From that memorable event, they returned to Long 15 years ago. The young warrior came to his friend and began to crumble in thanks for inviting them to such a wonderful mansion. The boy only laughed awkwardly, explaining that this mansion belonged to his father. Of course, the young man was very glad that his friend was so lucky in his life. At that moment, a young lady sat next to the master, who also seemed to be in the future to live in a similar mansion. The hero only neatly acquired her by the shoulder, and promised that as soon as his father was engaged in the prey of fossils, they will be able to engage in and live in abundance. Obviously, the girl doubted. After all, a man could not work out. The warrior only promised that he would definitely come out, because he believed in his father, who was burning with this business. As soon as the topic was closed, the boy decided to ask his friend if he had a lover, and was very surprised to hear a positive answer. Of course, a friend did not reveal her personality, because they had just begun to recognize each other again, but he promised that he would figure it out later. Of course, a friend was amazed and happy for a comrade. In addition, he was offended that a close friend did not trust him with his secrets. However, the young gentleman only smiled, apologizing, after which he carefully looked at the mistress sitting next to his comrade. Then they smiled slyly, as if hiding the secret connection between them. After such a long-awaited meeting with friends, the hero, as if nothing had happened, returned home. He already wanted to relax when the warriors who intended to grab Khan and Yen suddenly burst into his room. After that, the warriors took the hero to a strict regime prison located on the island. 2 more prisoners arrived with him. When they reached their destination, they opened a new prison camera, running inside. There, the young man immediately paid attention to numerous men, curiously glancing in their direction. The prison guard warned that from this moment this camera would become a place where they would live. He demanded that the prisoners avoid trouble and try to get along with the rest. After all, if they create problems, it will only extend their conclusion here. After that, the jailer harshly ordered all the new prisoners to sit down. The jailer himself at that time threw a glance at the old man who was sitting in the corner. He sat in this prison for the longest time. However, no one understood what kind of crime he was concluded here. In addition, given that you need to have outstanding abilities in order to hold out for more than 5 years, being in such a prison. The outgoing jailer decided to delve into the records of this old man, and finally find out how he survived here for so long. At this moment, the third in seniority in a maximum security prison approached the new prisoners. He introduced himself on behalf of their elder, who wanted to know who they were and what they were. After that, everyone had to rise one at a time and introduce themselves. The first thing was the prisoner Sin In Ho. 2 weeks ago, he got into a fight and inflicted injuries to another person. Since the victim was a representative of one general family, he was immediately seized. However, the foreman only laughed, realizing that nobody was imprisoned in prison only for a fight in a drunken delirium. Indeed, the man hid that there was another reason. After all, he had an affair with the wife of the person with whom he had fought, so he went to a brothel in order to find an opponent. Of course, the foreman was really surprised that this guy was in such troubles. The time has come for another prisoner, Juice Chan Mun. Last year, he attacked some people, to put it mildly, not very good. The reason was that he heard about their plans to decapitate him. As a result, all that he did was acted with these people just as they planned with him. Therefore, he warned all the prisoners that if they want to live a long life, then it is better for them not to cause him any problems. After these words, even the foreman was slightly nervous. It seemed to him that in front of him the same killer who last year deprived the manager, a servant, and even a girl from a public house of the Midnight Pavilion. He remembered that at that time the murder in the pavilion made a lot of noise, and even in this prison, the prisoners heard the news of this incident. After that, obviously, questions were completely disappeared to this person. He was promised not to disturb him anymore. It's time to introduce himself to Canon Enu. He tried to explain that he did nothing bad. A couple of days ago, when he slept at his home, he was arrested and brought here. The future warrior himself would like to know if someone had heard for what crime he is here. However, the experienced prisoners only laughed, considering this guy truly strange, since he does not know why he was deprived of his freedom. The foreman only got angry, considering Kanin Yen a real idiot, and demanded to tell the truth. This was his last chance to admit his crime. The hero introduced himself again, but repeated his story that he knew no explanation of his conclusion. Immediately after this was followed by the elder's blow as a punishment for considering a lie. Nevertheless, the head ordered his assistant to stop, saying that he did not see the point of beating the child without finding out all the other circumstances. After which he himself went to the boy in order to find out what he was told during his arrest. What accusation he was. However, everything that the guard said was that he is guilty of the murder of the mistress. This girl was the third daughter of the master, and her name was Madam and a dream of a dream. The head wanted to know why the boy killed in sleep. However, the young man only looked down to the floor, explaining that he had not killed anyone in his life. After that, the foreman was about to beat the boy for such an impudent lie, but the head quickly stopped him. Then he decided to ask the boy, what was the nature of their relationship with the mistress? When he found out that they were just friends, it even disappointed him slightly. Nevertheless, he explained to the boy that only having looked at the face of a person, he is able to determine whether he was telling the truth or lies. From the realization that the leader believed in the history of the boy, the hero smiled gratefully and bowed. Suddenly, the old man sitting in the corner only exhaled heavily after these words. The foreman immediately approached the old man, wanting to pounce on him with his fists for his antics. However, when he did not react in any way, he only threatened so that the old man would no longer give a sound, otherwise he would pay for it. In fact, the head himself was not eager to contact this old man. In principle, the point was not that he was here for the longest time. He simply felt a truly unusual aura from him. Although he did not know why, but no matter how much time passed, he continued to feel it. After that, the prisoners returned to the hero. The leader finally introduced himself, and the foreman explained that their head was a very famous person in Beijing, and therefore was here in the main roles. Since Kanin Yen caused him sympathy, it meant that he would spend his term with significant comfort. Then he approached a small warrior and warned that he would need to be patient a couple of times, after which he would be fine. Next, the leader was already getting closer, asking the boy to no longer be shy. However, at that moment the old man coughed that he did not go unnoticed by the head. While he was distracted, the boy immediately ran away, hiding behind the old man. He asked his grandfather to help him, because he finally began to understand what they planned to do with him. Nevertheless, the old man only calmly explained that he had never intervened in other people's affairs. The head of the camera asked that the elder would continue to behave quietly and peacefully, because in a strict regime, prison, there was no need to climb into the wolf. Then he roughly grabbed the boy by the hand and led him along the way, explaining Canon Enu that he was an honor for him, that someone decided to take him under his wing. Immediately after that, he threw the young man on the floor, and all the other subordinates went around in order to hide everything that was happening from prying eyes. The new prisoners were already thinking of intervening and helping this unfortunate boy. However, the same killer, who became famous in the pavilion, obviously did not want to interfere in the case, which was very ordinary for the prison. He even, smiling, invited his new acquaintance to take the hero's place if he wanted to get under someone's wing. At that moment, the chapter was already seriously angry with the behavior of Kanenan, and even began to beat him, recalling that everything he was doing was for his good. At that moment in his head, the warrior heard the voice of the old man, who explained that everything in the world was deserved. If he wants to live with dignity, then he must put his life on the end and fight to the end. Even then, trampled honor will not hide its viciousness. The boy realized that only one who tries has the right to a decent life. Therefore, I decided from this moment not to give up for anything. He jumped up and gnawed at the leader's nose, realizing that he could pay for this even his life. Immediately after that, the boy was a strong blow right in the face. The head began to beat him, intending to kill him, until unexpectedly, some kind of chip pierced his leg. A man with pain fell to the ground, looking at the wound. Then he looked back at the old man, realizing that it was he who could take this blow. At that moment, the foreman decided to help his leader pull out the stuck branch. Unfortunately, when he pulled at least a little, she broke, and most of him remained in his leg. After which, he explained that he was not to blame for this. It was in a chip that was too thin to calmly get it. Looking back at the old man, they realized that he was so strong that he even managed to pierce the bone with an ordinary chip. After that, the foreman began to wield a knife in the leg of his comrade, realizing that they were obliged to get all the remaining inside so that the wound did not begin to fester. The boy at that moment ran to that old man. He wanted to understand why he heard his voice in his head. In addition, he noticed that everyone else, it seemed, did not notice him. The head himself was shocked by the fact that the old man who was sitting with them for so long turned out to be a master of martial arts and even knew the technique of explosion of fallen leaves. And in the future he decided to avoid contacts with him. Suddenly the same killer from the House of Courtesans approached the leader. He considered this leader to be miserable, and, trying to break his leg, explained that he had come because he claimed his throne. Everyone perfectly understood that the leader could not be such a lame break that he appeared now. The future warrior sincerely did not understand why these people behave like animals. The old man knew very well that it was worth a person to show weakness, how he falls under the sight. That was the law of this world. Finally, having won the victory, the prisoner introduced himself as a new chapter and warned that if someone tries to argue with him, he would deal with him in the same way as with the person to whom they served. After which he looked around the boy and the old man, heading in their direction. However, he instantly fell to his knees, explaining that he wanted to serve this elder faithfully. Kan and Yen at that time ran to the bars and asked to approach the caretaker. Obviously, the man was very angry that the guy began to raise a noise in prison. Nevertheless, the boy pointed to the wounded, explaining that he became bad and needed help. The caretaker only shoved Kan and Yen away from the grill away. He also recalled that everything that happens in the chamber should remain in it without going beyond. It was an unwritten rule of a maximum security prison. He did not care. He was not going to help anyone, given that they would rot in this prison. However, Kan and Yen displeasedly recalled that where and when they rot, he would decide the court, and demanded that the caretaker attribute his fate to them. The man obviously was angry after the words heard. Suddenly, when the jailer was about to punish the boy, an imperious voice was sounding in his mind, ordering to shut up and send the victim to the doctor. The guard began to look in fright, looking for the one who uttered these words, and saw the old man. He warned, if the caretaker behaves too brazenly, he will also be lying with a broken ankle. For some reason, the jailer could not help as the sage of the sage. Therefore, he came up with the key, opened the grill, and went inside. A mysterious voice ordered the guard to take a young man with him, so that he helped to take the wounded. Therefore, the boy grabbed the defeated leader by the hand and carried him behind him. Soon they were already in the office of the prison doctor. He carefully examined the boy. He was curious who ordered the patient to bring the patient here. Suddenly in his mind, he again heard the strange voice of the Supreme Elder, who explained that this order belonged to him. He also demanded that this boy stay with the doctor. As a result, under the supervision of the hero, the doctor managed to extract a splinter stuck in his leg, and also explained that now they will be able to avoid infection of the limb. It was obvious that the bones of the ankle were fragmented, although it will grow together, but as before it will not be. Therefore, the doctor wanted to at least stop bleeding in order to help the victim. Kan in En himself proposed to assist for the sake of greater convenience. After that, he bandaged his braids with bandages carefully. The warrior did this with great skill, because his relative was also a doctor, and he learned a lot on his example. At that moment, the assistant to the doctor ran up, saying that new patients were supposed to arrive soon. These words caused a concern among the boy. He thought that a new war had begun. Meanwhile, it turned out that now was the height of the epidemic. It began among masons laying defensive fortifications. Kan and En understood that in this case, ordinary people were very unsafe to be here. However, the doctor understood that although they were concluded, they were still in isolation from the outside world, and there was nothing to worry about. In addition, the doctor decided to appoint this boy his assistant. He understood that now with the sick they simply had not enough hands, and believed that being an assistant to a doctor is much better than sitting in a cell. He also promised to dispose of the appropriate papers, but Kan and En, it was necessary to start work immediately. At that moment, the former chapter finally gave signs of life. He understood that only thanks to Kan and En he still survived. The defeated ruler smiled and promised that he would never forget what the boy had done for him. Suddenly, a jailer approached Kan and Inu, who reported that a visitor had come to him. This visitor was a friend Kan and En, Banchon Yu. The hero almost cried, seeing him, and began to crumble in thanks for the fact that his friend decided to visit him. The same was concerned about Kan and Enu that his parents had left Beijing. They said that they planned to return soon, but most likely the point was that Mr. and Dream, using his connections, greatly complicated his parents with Kaninan life. Of course, the boy recalled that he had never even thought about killing someone. Nevertheless, his words could not help. It was already known that the execution of Kan and En would take place in the fall. The young man barely restrained tears, realizing that it would be better if he had been executed right now than to live for so long in this prison. But Ban Yung asked him to think better that he was not guilty of murder. The true killer of the mistress is still free. The friend also learned from the guards that the boy was accused when their chambers were found in his chambers. However, he was interested in where the guards knew who to go to and whose room to search. It really looked suspicious, especially considering that the girl had many acquaintances. But they clung to him. For this reason, Ban Jung felt something was wrong. He decided to find out more about who was in the chambers of the hero that day. Then perhaps it will be possible to find a clue in order to remove the accusation from it. After all, Ban Jung was sure that someone set him up and deliberately accused him of a crime. Therefore, he asked Kan and En not to lose hope and continue to fight. Obviously, the hero was sincerely grateful to such selflessness of his friend, and he only promised a warrior that he would definitely clear his good name. After these words, Kan and En could no longer restrain tears, realizing that Ban Chan-u was the only one he could rely on, and he only laughed slyly, recalling that they were friends. Soon, the moon was already shining vividly over a strict regime prison, and everyone went to bed. The elder, having waited until everyone fell asleep, continued his meditation. Suddenly something interrupted him. A strange sensation enveloped his whole body. After that, blood flowed out of his mouth. This meant that his time was running out. Kan In-yen, as if nothing had happened, slept in a new chamber allocated for him as an assistant doctor. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder decided to visit him. Kan and Inu was sincerely interested in how the sage penetrated here. Instead of an explanation, the man said that they had to leave. After that, with one light movement of his hand, he made the boy to Levite. Graving him in his arms, they immediately retired from the territory of the prison. Very soon they were already on the sandy beach right near the prison of a maximum security prison. Kan In-yen admired that the rumors of the old man were true. He was indeed a master of martial arts. Nevertheless, the sage wanted to discuss much more how the boy's work in the hospital is moving. After all, he already looked much better than in the cell. The hero honestly admitted that joy was caused by the fact that a friend recently came to him. He also promised to refute the charges made to him and clear his good name from slander, so the warrior had hope. He also spoke about his comrade. They studied together under the leadership of one teacher who taught them a letter. In their friendship was the embodiment of Guanjun, Chinese philosopher and politician, and Bao Shuya, the famous Chinese official. Just this same Banjung said that he would do everything possible, so Kan In-yen was waiting for good news from him. After all, he knew. Banjung brought to the end everything, no matter what he got involved. Instead of enjoying the boy, the elder only asked the young man not to trust anyone. He also recalled that you can never judge the book on the cover, and he must rely solely on his own strength. If the boy listens to him, then in return the sage will endow his ability to stand up for himself. Nevertheless, Kan In-yen sincerely did not understand why the elder cared about him. Without explaining anything, the sage only ordered Kan and Inu to turn his back to him and sit on the ground. Immediately after that, he put his palms on his back and asked the boy to stand everything that would happen now. And the young man barely restrained the scream from severe pain piercing the body. He asked the old man to stop, but he recalled that if the boy wants to become stronger, he needs to endure it, or he will never be able to clear his good name. As a result, the warrior lost consciousness from pain, and the sage returned him to his former place. After that, he, as if nothing had happened, began to slowly evaporate, promising that he would return the next day at midnight. At this time, various blue symbols that are folding in the inscription began on the hero's body. These inscriptions were the exercises received from the Supreme Elder, which he absorbed into his body. Only when morning came, the hero finally came to his senses. The events of last night, although it seemed foggy, but still he went to his work in order to remove in the medical office. When the doctor came in, he began to praise the boy. Since he began to help them, their medical office has become much cleaner. In addition, the doctor was interested in what connected the boy with the Supreme Old Man. Kan In immediately hesitated, not even knowing how to answer this question. The doctor decided not to climb into the boy's soul if the answer was given so hard for him. The hero quickly guessed that the doctor accepted him to him precisely at the request of this grandfather. The thing was that the doctor owed this old man a life, and therefore without hesitation fulfilled his order. However, for the first time he saw the Supreme Elder help the prisoner. Therefore, he asked Kan In to miss his chance. After all, it seemed that the sage was his saving straw. As the elder promised, when the moon rose again, he returned to Kan In, who was already waiting for him. Once on the shore, the hero already dared to ask his question. He wanted to know the reason why the Supreme Elder undertook to help him. Finally, the sage decided to introduce himself. His name was Gunjan. He was from the Jinan of the central province of Shandong. He told that about 30 years ago he was an insignificant and miserable thief. Obviously, Kanan Yen could not understand that such a person was once a criminal. He was curious how then he managed to achieve the perfection of martial arts. As it turned out, many years ago he managed to steal a steel casket with the artifacts of the school Perfect Truths. Although the theft was not his initiative, he was very afraid of reckoning, fearing for his life and the lives of his loved ones. So he took the casket and took flight. Soon, rumors about his act began to spread and reach the masters of the highest fractions of other righteous movements. Those began to look for him, so he ended up here in a maximum security prison. It was the most suitable place in order to lie down on the bottom and hide from the close gaze of masters of martial arts. As you know, martial artists are never in prisons because government officials do not dare to contact them. Prison is a blind zone for martial artists. On the back of the mirror, which was in the casket, was the commandment of the founder of the school, Perfect Truths. She read, "Stirring in the void and not following thoughts and phenomena, but simply observing, be a witness." The sacred book said about maintaining equilibrium between yin and yang. Every day of imprisonment, the elder followed these covenants and far advanced in his teaching. He thought that he would soon be able to return to the family, which he missed so much. However, all his hopes and desires were destroyed when he picked up the infection, just when he was so close to achieving perfection in martial arts. Nevertheless, he was not upset. To the surprise of the hero, the sage believed that everything was going on as usual, regardless of their desires and plans. Now he had nothing more to expect from his life, and it seemed to him that Kananun felt about the same. It is unlikely that the young man could have imagined that his fate would turn out in this way. As you know, in the end, everything loses its meaning when you understand that your efforts were in vain. Of course, Kanan Yen asked the elder if he should give up. After all, he had the opportunity to heal. But, as it turned out, it was too late. This possibility was not. The sage has already seen many people in his lifetime. In this prison, they were all like wild animals. As for the hero, Goda-John did not care whether he was here in fairness or not, because he did not know how everything was really. He chose the boy because he simply had no choice left. Of course, the hero still did not understand what the old man was driving at. He explained that someday the young man would leave prison. When this will happen, he wanted Kan En to fulfill his request in exchange for the knowledge of martial arts that John will give him. Kan Yen tried to explain that he was sentenced to death, but for the old man, it did not matter. Because if the warrior learns martial arts, he will be able to live without looking at anyone. Then no one will be able to tell him what to do. Then the boy tried to object. Of course, he had no talent for the art of battle. However, this did not convince the old man, because 30 years ago he was also just a thief and also thought so. But if Kan En seizes the skills of the school Perfect Truths, then it will easily reach the same level that the sage owned. Obviously, Kan Yen could not believe that he would really become so powerful master. The elder believed the boy would certainly surpass him. After all, he began his training when he was over 30. Compared to the sage, the potential of Kan Inan was much larger. After that, the boy thought a little until his gaze was filled with determination. He decided to follow the plan proposed by the old man. However, for a start, it was important for him to know what John wanted to ask for. The boy could only hope that the elder did not want him to kill someone. The old man only cried, remembering how 30 years ago he had a wife, as well as a son and daughter of about the same age as Kan and Yen. He asked them to find He also wanted his family to know why he could not return. And if his son wants to become a master of martial arts, he asked Kan and En to transmit his knowledge to him. After that, having wiped the tears, the elder decided to find out whether the hero could fulfill this request. Only when he gave his promise, the sage finally calmed down. Therefore, he again put the boy in front of him and began the previous procedure. This time, the young warrior no longer shouted. He no longer wanted to run away. He suffered this pain, realizing that if he learned martial arts and could escape from prison, his life would become different. After some time, the hero walked around the prison, looking at himself in the mirror. He could not believe that in such a short time he was so mature. Despite the fact that he did not train for 2 weeks, the elder gave him his energy, so his body changed a lot. At that moment, a frightened doctor visited the boy. The case concerned the Supreme Elder. When the young man went to the walls of the prison, he saw that his teachers were already burning at the stake. He never had time to call him a teacher during his lifetime, but promised that until the end of his life, he would remember him that way. He remembered the words of the sage, because he wanted to teach the hero 2 things. The first is the knowledge of stay in the void, continuing to be a witness, as well as the ability to maintain the balance between yin and yang. The elder believed that having mastered these arts, the boy would be able to clear his good name and fulfill his request. When the sage's soul began to leave the body, the warrior heard his quiet voice and the promise to watch Kan and Enam from heaven. Therefore, all that remains the boy is only to bow, wishing the teacher the world in the afterlife. Soon after farewell, the hero returned to the healer's room, who was lying in bed due to poor health. Despite this, he seemed happy that Kan and En managed to take the Supreme Elder on his last journey. Immediately after that, the hero decided to find out how the man feels. He also touched his forehead and realized that the doctor had a strong heat. Of course, immediately after that he began to cook a cold decoction for him in order to make a compress on his head. The healer last reassured the boy, explaining that he was simply very nervous and overworking in the day. But as soon as the warrior put the compress on his head, the man began to cough very much, and soon the blood poured out of his mouth. For this reason, the hero immediately ran around the prison in search of another doctor who could help him. Nevertheless, when everyone came, they froze with fright. All the symptoms of the doctors indicated that he had the same dark plague disease. Obviously, everyone was very excited, realizing that the doctor was most likely infected with the disease when he took care of the sick. Kan and Yen, until the last, asked the audience at least somehow to help him. Frightened healers understood that it was already too late. After all, when the patient begins to cough with blood, even medicines will not save him. After that, everyone began to immediately leave the room. After all, they could also catch the infection and decided to isolate this room. The hero looked at a man who once helped him, not understanding how this could happen to him. Despite the universal fear of the disease, the boy continued to take care of the man. At this moment, he had not left his bed for 3 days. Even the doctor himself asked him to spend strength on him anymore, realizing that there was no medicine from his illness. In addition, the boy himself had to leave as soon as possible so as not to pick up this disease. Nevertheless, the boy still could not abandon the doctor, so he asked him not to give up, and at least for all the care of. But the doctor honestly admitted that he was very tired, after which his eyes slowly closed, and his head was weakened, and he let out the last spirit. Soon after this, Kan and Yen was removed from the post of assistant to the doctor, so he and the former head decided to return to his camera. At this time, the foreman had already done a massage with his new chapter with might and main. Just at that moment, having stitched this picture, and old cellmates returned. The foreman was surprised that after such a long absence, they were again returned to their camera. The former chapter really did not like such dismissive treatment. The foreman only laughed after his words. Then he recalled that now they had a new leader, and only he was in all respect. The new leader only laughed, because he saw in the expression on his face that he clearly did not like the situation in which he got. Nevertheless, he did not answer anything. Instead, he awarded the new leader with a blow straight on the head. Immediately after that, a battle ensued between the two. However, the leader of the leader had a small knife with him. Looking at their battle, the rest in the cell were very excited, realizing what retaliation awaits them, if God forbid the former leader would regain his place. He now seemed to be most wanted to take revenge on a man who dared to dance on his broken legs. He stopped only when a man beaten by him ceased to show signs of life. After that, it's time to deal with the third most seniority. After the first blow and deprivation of several teeth, he fell to his knees, begging forgiveness to the ruler. Then he ordered the others to fall to his knees in front of their beloved brother. Bowing, they began to beg for forgiveness and congratulate him on a return. Kan and En at that time sat in the corner of the room and meditating, not paying attention to their proceedings. The foreman only viciously began to swear, demanding that the hero also get up and bow. Instead, he received a couple more blows across his face. The chapter also warned the cellmates that if at least one of them decides to touch Kan and Yen with a finger, he would deal with him. So, meditating and not paying attention to everything else, the warrior spent time already until the morning. The caretaker of the camera had to wake him, after which he led the young man behind him, because the visitor came to him. Kan and Yen perfectly understood that most likely it was a friend Ban Chan Yu. However, going into the room, he saw two unknown people in front of him. Seeing a misunderstanding on the hero's face, they introduced themselves to the relatives of the doctors, to whom the boy was the only one who looked after their father when he was dead. Therefore, they came to thank him. Obviously, the hero could not accept these gratitude, believing that anyone would have done so in his place. Despite this, when they came to pick up their father's things, they heard the story that everyone else threw him to die, frightened by the ailments. Therefore, they could not leave without expressing their gratitude. After that, the young warrior introduced himself. His name was with John, and his sister was called Min. The girl said sweetly that her older brother also decided to become a doctor, walking in the footsteps of her father. She studied the possession of a sword and now acted as his guard. They were curious to find out how the boy was in jail, and promised to help him get out of here if it was in their power. Obviously, the hero, having gazed, said that he was accused of murder. The fact is that his lover was killed, and everyone thought that it was done by his hands. Only one evidence indicated this, but he could not explain it. Then the boy was tortured so that he confessed to the crime. However, he endured, and then simply wanted these torture to end as soon as possible. As a result, he admitted to the murder that he did not commit. Ming-Si was horrified from this story, not understanding how they could do this with a child. Even with INA, he did not manage to leave it, and should find justice. Nevertheless, the hero calmly explained that his friend was already looking for a way to pull him out of here. Of course, his new acquaintances were glad to hear that someone was worried about Kanin, and they really hoped that good news would come from him soon. After that, two already had urgent affairs, because of which they had to leave, but Ming finally asked the boy would not lose hope. When they left, both were silent, digesting the information what he heard. The girl was still sure that the boy's meeting was not a killer. She saw that he had crystal clear eyes. Such cannot be in evil people. Of course, and with him he only advised his sister not to judge people only by their appearance. However, for some reason, this boy still seemed very noble to her. So after this meeting, the hero no longer had visitors, and it was even not bad. After all, so he could more concentrate on improving the skills received from his teacher. From that moment, 10 years have passed, and many of his cellmates left the prison one way or another. Someone was executed, someone was transferred to another place. But oddly enough, all this time Kan and Yun remained here, while the seasons again and again replaced each other. So new, already unfamiliar guys were in prison with him. Frozen from the cold, they kept glancing at the hero, not understanding how he could sit in such a Buddha pose, as if not at all sensing the cold, making his way to the bones. After these words, the hero only frowned, and they sharply fell silent. One of Gromel warned that it was better not to contact this prisoner, and he told how a couple of months ago here, in this cell, there was one person who regretted it very much that he ran into trouble. Kan and Ien immediately came out of his meditation when he realized that the conversation was about him, and did not understand why his cellmates whispered so quietly. Those were already scared, thinking in a hurry that Kan and Yen would do with them after that. Nevertheless, nothing happened except that the jailer led a new cellmate to them. After which he bowed to Mr. General, apologizing for such pascular conditions of his stay. The man only angrily looked at the jailer, ordering that he no longer called him that. After what they heard, all the prisoners looked at each other, not believing their ears. And the man, as if nothing had happened, found his place where he calmly crouched. At this moment, one of the new foremen approached the man. He wanted to know the name of the master who joined them. The general did not even look up at him, immediately explaining that it was better not to disturb him. He believed that such people should not know his name, because he was not going to have any business with them. Obviously, after that, the foreman only became furious, not seeing the difficulty in calling her name. However, the general only literally seduced his interlocutor with a look. His gaze was so fierce that he literally took his breath, and the second most senior could not breathe. Fortunately, the general did not intend to kill him, so he immediately closed his eyes, and this sinister pressure immediately disappeared. All in a second understood the same thing. They were imprisoned by masters of martial arts. They were curious how he ended up here, in a strict prison for dangerous criminals. Prisoners who were in prison more than once and visited different places. But they saw this for the first time. Soon the jailer brought a prisoner a basket with food. Immediately after that, the foreman presented food to their new guest, but he did not show much appetite. The hero only laughed. After all, although he did not know what crime this uncle committed, he warned that while he was here, he would still have to eat. The man considered these words for mockery. Nevertheless, he was a student of the Almighty School of the Northern Mountain, one of the schools of the martial arts faction, as well as the general, who became the local governor. And they dared to communicate with him as with a strong criminal. He literally did not understand why God suddenly decided to punish him like that, and began to burn with anger. Watching how a man literally glowing with rage. Everyone else was afraid of the camera in the corners of the camera. Canon En did not notice this, and only smiling, asked the general to try their food, which was not so bad. Realizing that this boy is not at all in knowing, the general interested the personality of this youth. He calmly introduced himself to the convict for the murder. After that, the general finally realized that he could no longer tolerate such a booth, and decided to get out of here even by force. But in this case, he could play into the hands of his enemy. Therefore, he simply asked the cellmates no longer to worry about him, because he was here for a short while, unlike them. After these words, Kanan Yen immediately realized that the man was also here on a false accusation, exactly the same as he was. Nevertheless, despite such persuasiveness, the general did not believe the hero at all. The warrior also asked the general not to lose hope. Although he was here and not so long ago and knew a little, he was sure that he could cope with his sentence. After these words, the general became really interested in how long Kanan Yen stayed in prison. However, the hero could not recall the exact quantity. It seemed to him that a month or two had passed. One of the cellmates asked the general not to listen to this guy because he was not in his mind. As far as they knew, he spent at least 10 years in this cell. Obviously, the general was convinced that he was really crazy. He was very disappointed in himself, since he took the normal one for normal and even talked with him. And soon night came in the prison. Nevertheless, although the general was meditated, he was constantly distracted by thought of Kaninen. He could not understand how the boy was able to be in this position longer than him. As for a master of internal energy technology, a pose with crossed legs often became a daily routine. But even he cannot be in it all day, not so much because the limbs are numb, but due to the lack of sufficient concentration. However, this madman was able to meditate all day at all without stopping. The military leader even began to doubt whether he was really crazy. The most amazing thing was that his breathing was almost soundless. As a master of internal techniques, the general possessed an exceptional hearing, but even he was not able to hear the breath of a young man. The man even thought that perhaps the boy independently improves internal energy, although I soon realized that this was impossible, so I tried to forget about it. After a few more days, the prison career again came to them. Together with himself, he brought another cellmate and asked them to get all of them, and not spend strength on fights and clarification of relations. Soon the man appeared before the rest of the prisoners. The foreman only asked him to remember good manners and introduce himself. Nevertheless, the man did not say anything, which madly infuriated the guy. After that, he began to beat him. After all, believing that the old man had to show respect before him. Soon after beating, tired criminals went to bed. That unfortunate newcomer was forced to sleep alone in the corner. As it turned out, he did not fall asleep. He waited until the rest fell asleep. As soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes rolled up, and from there some aroma began to ooze. The smell reached absolutely everyone in the cell and euthanized them. After that, the man took out a small but sharp needle out of his hairstyle, and just as calmly began to approach the general. He arrived here in order to kill him and complete his business. Suddenly, right in front of the final lounger, his body pierced his neck in his neck, and he could not move his fingers anymore. The hero, who woke up, calmly asked the beginner what he was doing. The old man was clearly surprised that the guy was not sleeping, although he applied the strongest sleeping pill on the basis of the Ushant's incense. When there was no answer, Kan and Yun drew attention to the needle in the hands of a man. He was interested in why he instructed the needle for acupuncture on the general. He tried to justify himself that it was the most ordinary needle for sewing. Then Canon Inu became even more curious. Why did he try to prick his uncle in front of him? Of course, the attacker only laughed awkwardly, explaining that he wanted to repair the clothes of the military leader. Soon the general himself came to his senses. Seeing a similar picture, he immediately discarded this mercenary from himself. Then he took up the needle that fell out of his hands. He immediately realized this needle was definitely a weapon. Approaching an immobilized man, he found out that it was a needle stealing life. The poison needle, which is properly made by the Tan clan. The villain also admitted that he was about to kill the general. However, this was not his personal will. He followed the instructions. This instruction was given to him by a person, nicknamed Sword God Miles, head of the Bitchin School. The general heard perfectly that this school belonged to the faction of the Dark Path. Nevertheless, nothing connected him with a man nicknamed the Sword God Miles. He wanted to know why they tried to eliminate him. As he understood, it was a task from a government official. Unfortunately, the mercenary did not know the name of this official, but believed that most likely the leader Juan was in the know. Only then did the general drew attention to the fact that the man does not move at all. Then he noticed a small sliver in his neck, which someone used in order to immobilize him. Even for the military leader itself, this was a difficult task, especially considering that it is necessary to block the right acupuncture point with a simple roll. No, it was outside his strength, and he wanted to know who managed to do this. Therefore, turning to the hero, he wanted to know if that technique of explosion of fallen leaves knew. Canon Yen calmly explained that for things like chips, it is better to use the flight of the golden oriole technique, also known as bloods of foliage. It was evident. After these words, the general was surprised. The warrior, seeing a misunderstanding, explained that this technique allows you to throw a sheet or stem over long distances, as during the flight of a bird. Only after that the military leader realized that the name of the technique was in honor of the bird called the Montenegrin Ivolga. Just about this bird, Kan in Enu was told by his teacher. It seemed to the man a very elegant name. Although he did not know who taught the boy, he understood that his teacher was definitely a subtle connoisseur of art. The hero could not argue. The teacher was really an extraordinary person. The general was very curious what this person was doing. The warrior restlessly made it clear that his teacher was a sage. Unfortunately, the military leader could not determine whether he told the truth or lied. Therefore, he decided to carefully ask what the hero's mentor is doing now. Remembering this, the guy only sadly explained that the sage's soul had long gone to heaven. After that, he drew attention to the attacker, deciding to find out exactly where the Bichun school was located. And as it turned out, she was not far from here, in Beijing. For this reason, the hero invited the general to make a small sortie in order to ask these people interested in questions. After that, the mercenary started, not believing what he heard. The warrior calmly looked at his uncle in front of him, because he saw that he was not able to tolerate ignorance, and therefore suggested that this leader visit the visits. It is better to personally ask him about everything. The general, obviously, made it clear that they could not get out of here of their own free will. The hero did not accept such a statement. After all, the arms and legs of his uncle were intact, which means that he can get out of here. After that, he asked the mercenary to rise from the ground. They needed a beginner in order to spend them to the very school, because it would be strange to ask the road from passers-by in the middle of the night. The spy only recalled that he could not move. His whole body was numb. Remembering the chip, the hero pulled out a small leaf, stuck in the neck of the man with a light blow of his hand. Immediately after that, he was able to move again, as if nothing had happened. The general realized how talented a boy was in front of him. Therefore, bowing, he apologized for behaving inappropriately before the venerable master. The hero tried to explain that he did not need to contact him so formally. However, the general considered himself a man of discipline, and could not be so mannerly treated by the master. Canon Yen had no desire to argue anymore, so he temporarily agreed to such an appeal. Only then did the military leader wondered, how can they calmly get out of this prison? This question seemed stupid, guy, so he calmly went to the block of camera. After that, barely touching the grate, broke the hanging lock on small chips, so they were able to get out, as if they were temporary guests in their own prison. Only then did the uncle realize that his training were mediocre in comparison with Kan and Enom. He wanted to know how great the internal energy of Kan Inan, since he was so easily broken by the castle. As a result, carefully looking around, they reached the very exit from prison. When the gates opened, they saw a soldier who, it seemed, only waited for them. The guards immediately realized that the escape was being taken, and instructed their spears on the escaped. The general only sighed heavily, because the least in the world he wanted to be a fugitive. At this time, the soldiers persistently drove them back into the cell. Kan and En calmly explained that they had an urgent business. They did not run away, but they would return soon, and asked them to wait a bit. It seemed that the guards did not believe a single word. Then Kan and En again recalled that they would return soon. Then he took the general and the spy by the hands and literally jumped to heaven. Then he disappeared, making it clear to the Junkers that they were fighters from Murom. Soon, the chief of the prison reported the names of the escapers, among whom were Chantai-san, Kanin Yen, and Mokbu Lin. It was difficult for the prison chief to believe that among the Trinity was a master of martial arts. However, the guard calmly recalled that the very Chantai-san was known in the world of martial arts as an eliminator of problems. As a result, everything looked as if he decided to escape, taking with him 2 more prisoners. The head of the prison only sighed noisily, thinking how to return the prisoners into custody. So far, the subordinate suddenly recalled the last words of the escaped. What they claimed will return when they decide some urgent matters. The head of the prison realized, since Chan the San took that newcomer to the IOC Bulina, which means that they were most likely heading to the Bichun school. Apparently, they planned to use this man to find out who was the true enemy of Chan the San. After that, the head of the prison asked his subordinate to leave. He also asked him not to worry about those who escaped, because they themselves said that they would return. The boss also reassured the restless guard, explaining that in the circles of the righteousness of Chan Tai-san is known for keeping his word. If he made a promise, he will definitely return. He is not one of those people who take flight. Therefore, all that they remained now was just to wait for their promised return, especially given that the guard simply was not able to stop them. Therefore, it was also impossible for them to return such a person by force, although he knew a person known as a gloomy guard who could cope with this task. At this time, the hero was still flying above the ground. When they moved away from the prison, he decided to find out the road from the newcomer, namely, how to get to the enemy's den, where they initially headed. Fortunately, their path remained short-lived. 2 more kilometers to the east. Soon they saw the bright blue roofs of the very school. The warrior immediately shamelessly landed behind the walls of the school, not bothering to knock on the gate. Then he explained that he did not want to wait until they opened it, and considered that it would simply be enough to fly over the wall. Now Uncle could do everything he wished and find his enemy. Before leaving, the general was only surprised at how calmly he behaved. Although even a person who is well versed in martial arts will be obvious that his skills are not amenable to any explanation. However, at that moment the students and guards of the school began to approach them. The first run-up immediately introduced himself to Bikun, responsible for safety at the school. He demanded that the uninvited guests introduce himself and explain how they got here in the middle of the night. Then the spy approached him awkwardly, introduced himself and recalled that he was there from the Red Dragon group. Obviously, the head of the guard was curious what happened to his brother, and why he looked so big. Having rubbed the back of the head, he explained that he had an urgent business to the leader. Nevertheless, the guard reproached him, because despite the fact that they worked undercover, he should have noticed in advance of his parish and not climb over the walls like a thief. In addition, it looked very suspicious that he requested a meeting with the leader at night. The attacker explained that it was the case. He simply hoped for understanding his friend. In fact, he was angry in his soul, because he understood that this guy should not worry at all what kind of task he had. This information was not for his ears. Nevertheless, the guard agreed to miss him, after which he demanded that he introduce those 2 that came with him. The mercenary calmly asked the master that he brought with him the noble Mr. Chan the San and Khan in Yen, and the head knows what to do with this information. Immediately, having heard the name Chan the San, the guards began to look at each other in dismay. As a result, they decided to meet their brother, but recommended that everyone remain in their places until the head. The general got angry with such the impudence of the guards, reminding them to bring their head as soon as possible. The spy also asked to send one of the soldiers to call the leader right now. They had no choice. For this reason, the assistants were sent. It was obvious to everyone that for ordinary guests was too late an hour. However, the name of Chan the San could have lifted God in the middle of the night. Therefore, everyone remained waiting, while unknown in dark clothes watched what was happening. Their gentleman gave everyone the order to stay in place and not to move, watching the situation. The thing was that since the leader became a reap, this was his first serious task. He understood that although his goal was Chan the San, Murim's master, to return him to prison, the ruler wanted to prove that it was not for nothing that he had trained for 3 whole years. Soon, together with the guards, the head of the Bichkon Sentinel School appeared. Having bowed, he explained that he did not know why the warrior Murim wanted to see their leader, but he came to escort him to the reception room. Of course, the general made it clear that they did not come as guests, so such official tricks were useless. Then he made it clear to the curious chapter of the Sentinels that he clearly does not want the military leader to call his name, and the reason for the arrival in the presence of subordinates. Then the man realized that the matter was probably very serious. He perfectly understood that the head of the school was his boss, and if Chan the San publicly give out his dirty deeds, then first of all, the head of the Sentinels would not be very good. At the same time, he could not allow these aliens to do what he wants. Suddenly he drew attention to that very chubby man from the Red Dragon, after which everyone stared at Khan and Yen, trying to understand who he was. Especially the head of the Sentinels, embarrassed that their spy looked so warily at the hero. In any case, he realized that the attacker had come here not of his own free will. Most likely, Chan Tae-san made him indicate their path here. The head of the Sentinels did not know much about the situation, but he understood one thing. Perhaps they would have to kill Chan Tae-san right now. Otherwise, or later, they definitely will not be able to defeat him. Finally, the one whom they so wanted to see appeared. Turning to the master, the military leader decided to find out why he was looking for a meeting with him. Chan the San wanted to know whether their school really sent a member of the Red Dragon group to him to kill him. The man only laughed. as if he had heard about it for the first time, and did not understand how Chantai-san had his arrogance without an invitation, like a thief, to break to him to blame him istlessly. Of course, the general recalled that the proof of the crime was now with them, because the hired killer has already admitted everything. This only enraged the head of the school. Although Chan-the-san was a master, he considered him too arrogant. This behavior is not appropriate to the one who was wanted as a criminal, and in public stated that he was imprisoned for bribery. This seriously knocked the general out of the rut. He did not expect him to be attributed to false accusations again. Mr. the head of the school only laughed, realizing that Chan-the-san was clearly afraid that his actions would be publicized, after which he stated that Chantai-san was an ordinary hypocrite who was guilty of crimes that did not deserve forgiveness. And now he has invaded them in the middle of the night like a thief and violated the peace of the Bichon school. Therefore, the ruler ordered his soldiers to grab him and force him to pray for mercy. And if it resists, then just kill. At this time, the hired killer realized that the matter was bad and tried to hide so as not to fall under a hot hand. At this point, the first of the killers had already got a lot of Chan-the-shana directly to the face. However, the general managed to easily discard the enemy. And also he even managed to grab the blade that had flown in the air. After that, he instantly rushed to the rest of the warriors, who had encouraged his life. Even the spy was shocked, because the military leader seemed to fought with people, but the scythe went through. Despite the fact that it was the Bichon school who unleashed the fight, he's still leader in this fight. Even the chapter himself contributed, because the skills of the eliminator of problems were much higher than he expected. Therefore, he realized that he would have to resort to the help of the master and his detachment of the flying dragon. Even the assistant chapter made it clear that if they do not retreat, all the warriors would die. But he still continued to insist on the continuation of the duel until their master arrives. Canon Yen, looking at this battle, only joyfully clapped his hands, encouraging his uncle, until suddenly the same flying dragon appeared. After that, the general stopped, introduced himself, and asked for an introducing man who came. His name was He Wu-di, and he wore the title of Lunar Sword. Of course, he was curious why the man came here and caused harm to his people. Then the general at the old man decided to ask, did he send the killer to his soul to prison? Looking around the situation, the old man immediately realized that the words of the spy himself were apparently. The warrior objected, because according to the hired killer, it was Huan Chun who gave the orders. Obviously, the Lunar Sword recalled that in this case there were no complaints about it, and recommended that the head of the Quan directly find out everything. Nevertheless, Chantai-san calmly explained that the leader insists that he was not involved in the atrocity. Therefore, the warrior decided to turn to the Lunar Sword. However, he did not give such orders to his subordinates, so he recommended Chantai to the rank to discuss everything with the leader directly. Unfortunately, now a man could not say with confidence whether this elder was involved or not. However, the hired killer received an order from the head of the hut. Therefore, without restraining himself, the military leader rushed to him in order to understand who was the original customer. At that moment, the old man ordered his warriors to join the battle and destroy Chantai-shan. Therefore, fighters in scarlet clothes rushed into this unequal battle. Nevertheless, even the members of this detachment were easy to cut into pieces. Then, looking at their shocked faces, he recalled that he was an eliminator of problems, and they could approach him as much as they wanted if they longed for their death. At this moment, the buildings hidden on the roof realized that they could already advance and intervene in what was happening. The Lunar Sword seemed to exhale with satisfaction that they had arrived. However, he did not understand why they walked for so long. The commander calmly explained that if they had entered the battle earlier, then they would cut everyone, including the people of the Lunar Sword itself. After that, the captain ordered that the Lunar Sword take his people, because they did not come to help them. They had their own personal task. Then, as if nothing had happened, the captain turned to the general himself and invited them to calmly follow them. However, any sane person in his place would not obey after that. The warrior looked around people in dark masks. There were 7 of them in all, and the man felt powerful energy for each of them. He may have managed to defeat 2-2, but if they attack at the same time, he was literally doomed. At the same time, on his side there was a talented master. The abilities of Khan and Yen were incredible. No matter how many people stood in his way, it did not matter. Therefore, the man decided to join the battle with complete confidence in victory. Before that, he asked those who came to introduce himself. However, if they could name their names, they would not wear masks. Then the general at least decided to find out where they wanted to take him. And in principle, he received a logical answer, where they send the escaped criminals. They came from the department, but still asked that Chantai-san be in a good way with them. Obviously, the gentleman was outraged by this. Not only was they slandered and imprisoned behind bars, the Bichun school hired a killer to kill him, and they also forced him to carry out some ridiculous order. Those who came in dark clothes explained that it would be better for him to inform the department about this offense, and not to escape from prison. Of course, he was not very surprised that the martial arts master sought to solve the problem by force instead of following the law. People in black believed that such a position of Mira masters is what corrupts their world, and Chantai-san could agree with this. After he suggested that Mr. Dream intervened in the work of the ministry, he did not think at all to inform the authorities about him. Finally, the group introduced herself with gloomy reapers. They were the messengers of the Imperial Palace to capture criminals who own martial arts, and invited the warrior to surrender voluntarily. It became obvious if the highest authorities came behind him, then he finally lost to Mr. Sun. Now his hopes for the restoration of justice were literally defeated. Kana suddenly spoke, not believing in such nonsense. Obviously, this could not but offend the representatives of the Gloomy Reapers. Looking at Canon Yen, they recognized in him the same villain who was the main suspect in the murder case, which is why he was concluded. He was sentenced to death, which for some reason was postponed. Canon Yen also pointed to their lies. They reported that the order gave the government, although they would not ripen to arrive, given how long they sat in an ambush at the Bichon school waiting for them. In addition, he did not understand how to trust the government if it collaborates with similar secret organizations. Therefore, for him, it remained a mystery why someone like Chantai-san should spend the remnants of his life in imprisonment. The hero was sure that when they deal with the Reapers, they would again take some dirty trick. They would reinforce or observe everything from the side, because they had neither shame nor conscience. Chan-the-san seemed to believe the hero's words, and decided to find out if they were really true. He was curious how Gloomy Reapers recognized his whereabouts. They said that they received a decree from the department. But obviously there was a mystery. Where then did they have information that the murder was planned by the Bishan school? It turned out that they knew everything, but did nothing. So, without the intervention of Mr. Sun was not. So the Reapers could not complain that he relies only on their own forces, because having come here, they proved that they had violated the law. The Reapers were not at a loss, explaining that they would not discuss with him on a trifle topic, and agreed to take his complaints into account if he followed them peacefully. The hero only laughed at their proposal to satisfy the claims if he did not resist. Realizing that no one was going to act in a good way, the captain immediately ordered his people to immediately grab the violator of the law. Then, watching his guys, he asked the soldiers not to regret that they did not listen to them. Canon Yen has infuriated this because such promises never work. This has been proven on his personal experience. When the first opponents rushed to him, he immediately immobilized one of them. And he did the same with others who tried to attack him. Only then did everyone understand that not only Chantai-san owned secret martial arts. The general only smiled, realizing that he was very lucky to meet this guy. And the head of the Gloomy Reapers warned that after Canon Yen he was harmful to one of them, he was waiting for death. Therefore, he asked his guys not to restrain himself and kill him. Immediately, bypassing the hero on both sides, two armed fighters immediately attacked him. However, with these two, the warrior figured out literally in an instant. The captain could not believe it, because the fighters sent to the battle were masters of their craft. Even the captain had difficulties in a duel with them. Literally for a moment he saw a bright flash of light, and when he blinked, they were already in such a deplorable state. Obviously the captain wanted to know what Canon Yen is from himself. The hero only laughed at his desperate words, approaching closer. Then he punished the man who dared, condemned him for not respected by their government power. When he put the discharge into his head, he completely stopped moving. He wanted to free himself and direct the sword into the hero, but the feeling was as if the forces had left his body, and he could not even move his fingers. Then the captain tried to somehow justify himself that he acted according to the decrees of His Imperial Majesty. Canon Yen recalled that according to the law of Murim, the government and the world of martial arts should not come into contact with each other like river and spring water. Of course, the man tried to justify himself that he could not stand up as an officer who was following security. And then he simply began to beg for forgiveness, not seeing no reason to make excuses. As a result, everything that the hero is left is just throwing a man away like an unnecessary toy. Following Kanin and already turned to the very Mr. Khan. He wanted to know if the man admits that he contributed to the lunar sword. Only then, expanding his eyes from fear, did the man realize that he could never cope with such a powerful master of martial arts. He also ran to the lunar sword, trying to explain that even Chantai-san was a very complex enemy, and his companion even more so. From one glance, it was obvious that the skill of this young man was literally behind the line of human understanding. Therefore, the chapter had to admit his defeat, and he decided to tell everything he knows. As it turned out, the representative of the government wanted to kill Chan the Shan. He threatened that he would reveal bribery at their school if they would not deal with him. As a result, the Lunar Sword had no choice but to agree, otherwise panic would begin. Therefore, he sincerely apologized to the warrior. Chan the San himself knew very well that behind this was the approximate Mr. Sona. Simply put, the attempt on his life was a matter of his hands. Nevertheless, he did not understand what was the point of killing him, because it would not solve his problem. In addition, Chan the San could not even do anything about it. Even if he destroyed Mr. Sona while he was related to the government, after Mr. Sun there will be another one who wants to destroy him. Therefore, he turned to Kan and Yen for help in order to find out what they would now do. The hero calmly invited the warrior to return back to jail. When he saw his puzzled face, he only calmly reminded his promise. Obviously, this made the general freeze in shock. It was not an exaggeration to say that the young man was the greatest master. She remained a mystery why he wanted to return to imprisonment. Therefore, the military leader decided to find out if he had some special reason why the venerable gentleman wanted to return to prison. The hero only laughed at such a formal appeal. The general explained that in Murim they called the masters who are on the steps higher. Kan and Yen clearly did not understand when he managed to become a master, given that recently everyone called him a madman. Even the hired killer, looking at the behavior of the boy, would consider him crazy even now. However, the general was already accustomed to this behavior of Kan's in prison, and did not see anything surprising in this. Only after that, Kan and Yen explained that the covenants of his mentor follow. The man did not argue at all and immediately offered himself to return to imprisonment. The hero agreed joyfully, realizing that if they had no more things to do, then they should not even more like a prison guards. Then he also drew attention to the hired killer. Of course, he was supposed to return with them. Therefore, the attacker began to regret very much that he did not run away immediately while everyone was busy, because he completely forgot that he would have to return to prison. After that, the hero again picked up his two comrades, after which he soared far into heaven with them. Then the captain of the Gloomy Reapers decided to check his guys, realizing that they had lost with a bang. He realized that this defeat could not tell anyone. Therefore, he warned the school members that if they even say a word about what happened, they would be dead. He also warned that if at least some rumors about the Gloomy Reapers appear, he would return and take their lives. The old man bowed and vowed that this would never happen. Immediately after that, the captain took his Gloomy Reapers from the assignment. At this moment, looking at the departing, they began to think about what they would do with the fact that they violated the contract to the government. The old man seemed to be more interested in losses now. On the part of the school, 17 people lost consciousness. But fortunately, they were all alive, because it seemed that Chan the San from the very beginning took into account their position. Nevertheless, they were still curious what the boy was that boy. They first saw such a genius. Mr. Kavan even considered that perhaps the boy decided to take refuge in prison so as not to attract attention. However, it was amazing why from all places he chose this particular prison. The elder was insanely amazed, because finally there was no longer any division separately into Murim and separately into the government. Then his subordinate decided to find out if the chapter was relieved when their opponents returned home. He considered that it was enough for them to shun this prison, because, as they say, to avoid the attack of the tiger, you just need to avoid meeting it. In principle, the Lunar Sword agreed, surprised at how insightful his subordinate became recently. After which the elder left, hoping that they would cope with the rest of the tasks without him. At this time, the jailers still stood, guarding the territory of the prison. They were indignant why the fugitives chose this particular night to escape. They fled during the shift. It was even scary to imagine the consequences that were waiting for them. However, soon, as promised, they saw their flying silhouettes in the sky. They really did not expect the fugitives to return. It was even incomprehensible. It was for the better or for the worse. As if not paying attention to the guard, the hero opened the door and entered the prison. After that, the guards with the kindest smile took them inside their camera. Social melons that were not aware of anything, all this time slept tightly. The hero did not understand how their dream could be so deep. Then the hired killer explained that he had used a remedy with a powerful lulling effect, so that the cellmates would definitely have been ahead until the very morning. Then the hero decided to find out from the general why he decided not to pursue General Sun. But the military leader knew well that the customer was usually hidden behind the performer, as well as in this case. And to help solve the situation of Chan Tai-san, it was necessary to visit the customer himself. However, they could get to the very imperial palace, because everything that happened was due to the fact that the emperor is by nature suspicious, and government officials get rid of their opponents, taking advantage of the emperor's alertness. In the future, perhaps, the general will be able to pay them the same coin for all the deed. Nevertheless, after he realized everything, he was tormented by doubts. As a master of martial arts, he could not even think about revenge on the government. Canon Ian quickly realized, most likely, the man is going to resign when he proves his innocence and leaves prison. And indeed, if this became a reality, he would like to live life as it would be pleased with his heart. In addition, he was sure, Canon Yen also probably had thoughts about life at freedom. So they talked until the morning, until the cellmates woke up. They woke up with unpleasant consequences. Their heads were literally split. Besides, they were very sick. In principle, the hired killer expected approximately such side effects from the Ushansky incense. At that moment, the foreman noticed how the hired killer was sitting near the general. Therefore, he immediately came up, called the fugu fish, and ordered to clean into his corner. He hoped that he could deal with this fish, because Chan Tai-san promised not to intervene in their affairs. Therefore, he immediately swung in order to well beat the unfortunate. Nevertheless, the man decided to show that he was not so weak. The killer, only rising, knocked out a couple of front teeth to this. After that, he still took revenge on the mockery of himself a couple of kicks. Then everyone realized that in front of them was the master of Murim. Of course, she remained a mystery why he allowed himself to beat himself yesterday. As a result, everyone realized that now they had as many as 2 Murim masters in the same cell and another madman in increments to the rest of the prisoners. At that moment, unexpectedly behind Chan the San, the jailers arrived to report that he was allowed to go out. Soon he was already sitting behind a cup of fragrant tea with the head of this prison. He introduced himself as the main overseer of a maximum security prison. Then he offered a dear guest to taste tea until he cooled. Obviously, the wary general immediately insisted on an immediate conversation. Then the overseer calmly explained that he wanted to congratulate him on liberation, starting from this day. Looking at the shocked face of a man, he explained that Mr. Dream patted him. In addition, MOKBULIN will be able to be released. But it was obvious. The general was most concerned about the fate of the venerable Mr. Kan. As soon as his full name was named, the chief overseer of the prison only laughed at this madman. But then after that, he became a witness to the madness of the general's angry face. Soon, these two came to Kanen En in order to report everything. Looking at their faces, he understood that they clearly had something joyful. And when I heard the news, he sincerely rejoiced for them and even patted his hands. Many prisoners began to envy them, because for many of them the only way out of prison is a gallows. Also, many did not understand why Mr. Chan the San called their local madman the Venerable Master. Chan the San himself promised that as soon as he was released, he would do everything to prove the hero's innocence. He understood that there was no need for this. He himself would come out when his time would come. However, the military leader was convinced such a person should not sit until the end of his life behind bars. In addition, he believed that it was the only way to be released to clear his good name and take revenge. Then he calmly bowed and promised that he and the hero would still meet again. When they headed for the exit, the mercenary was clearly indignant. Why should it leave? This very surprised the accompanying them to the exit, because everyone was ready to give everything to leave this place. In fact, the hired killer was simply afraid, realizing that the people from the Bitchin school would destroy him as soon as he left the prison. So the months have gone quietly and winter has come. The prisoners crowded near each other. Apparently, there was a very harsh cold. In addition, the warders who threw them a little straw thought that this would be enough. The only one that, it would seem, the cold was nothing is Canon En. In addition, it was noticeable that he even sweated, as if he were somewhere in a hot summer. Therefore, everyone began to whisper that he could really be a master of Murim. Soon, unexpectedly, the jailer came for the hero to lead him to a special guest. From the moment they were the last time they saw Chan the San, some time has passed for which Chan Tai managed to restore his military status. He also tried to restrain himself, despite all the intrigues of Mr. Sun. Obviously, Kanen En was surprised, because he believed that the general would immediately avenge him after returning home. But as expected, in addition to revenge, the man had other things. He recalled his promise to withdraw accusations from the Honorable Mr. The military leader knew that there are people who are very opposed to his liberation. It seemed that the hero was completely all the same, but nevertheless Chan. The San called the name of this man. It was the approximate emperor and prime minister, Ho Su Rome. Although the hero first heard his name, this was surprised by Chan the Shan, especially given that this person behaved very strangely. For such a person, it was normal not to take part in some small cases, but it was he who stopped the death sentence, but did not justify the hero. Perhaps the hero was the main suspect in the murder case, but there was still something very strange. He still could not understand what was wrong, but he felt that there was some kind of catch in the case of accusing the hero. Canon En sincerely did not understand why the uncle was trying so hard for him. Even the closest people, his family and the best friend absolutely stopped contacting him. Nevertheless, Chante-san still did not give up, and he even promised that if he manages to find something worthwhile, he would definitely inform the hero about it. Although the boy was grateful, he asked the man not to hope much. On this, their conversation ended and everyone went out about his own business. Soon Mr. Sleep also visited prison. Obviously, the chief overseer of the prison understood that most likely he came with the same purpose as the last time, and was right. He arrived due to the defeat of the Gloomy Reapers. However, he could not do this as such an important and official. The fact is that the Gloomy Reapers are a special organization created with the support of the imperial family itself, and they failed their first mission. In this case, both the reputation and the very existence of the organization may be at risk. Then the high-ranking officials involved in this matter decided to leave everything in the shade. In addition to involved people, no one knew anything about them. The jailer understood why the general was curious to find out the reason for their failure, because although he was more known as the general of the cavalry general, he was also a mentor of Gloomy Reapers. Therefore, he told about one madman who lives in prison for dangerous criminals. Obviously, General Dream was amazed that this guy was so capable that the Gloomy Reapers could not cope with him. For this reason, he asked the man to name his name, and of course, no doubt the warder of the prison named the name Kaninan. According to the general's reaction, it was obvious he recognized this name. For this reason, he explained to the head of the prison that he was responsible for a repeated investigation of this murder, in which he was listed as the main suspect. However, there was no significant evidence against him. He understood that most likely the boy was framed, and in the end, the Prime Minister approved the abolition of the death penalty. The head of the prison even thought that his family was powerful and related to martial arts. However, his father was an ordinary merchant. It seemed really amazing to the man. He even wanted to learn more about Kanu. After these words, General Dream was already furious, immediately ordering a man not to dare to dig information about him. Obviously, the head of the prison was scared of such an outbreak of anger. Then he bowed immediately, apologized, and promised to keep their whole conversation secret. The general himself understood. If it becomes known that he was not able to cope with some prisoner, then the Prime Minister may try to get rid of him so as not to stain his name. Therefore, no matter what happens, he decided to destroy this boy. Seeing the general, the head of the prison saw that the usually restrained general seemed to break off the chain today. As soon as the conversation came to Kanu, as if he had been replaced, there was a feeling as if a man was definitely hiding something. In addition, the man realized that he did not have time to tell General Sun that Chan the San tried to figure out Kan and Yen. Suddenly, he thought that the Prime Minister Ho patronized both him and General Sun. Therefore, I decided to hide this information from him. That same night, a new guest was brought to the criminals. He immediately drew attention to the hero, who calmly meditated in the distance. First of all, the beginner came to say hello to the second most seniority. He was surprised that this beginner was so ignorant, and should not be the rules by which he was supposed to say hello and tell about himself. But instantly after this remark, a fist flew to him in the face. Then he looked in horror at his knocked out again. All other prisoners did not understand what was happening, so they began to look around, trying to find answers to their questions. The newcomer himself immediately ordered the guy to stop his whining if he wants to survive until the morning. For the company, everyone else was immediately quiet, not understanding why Muram's masters constantly plant them and why they are so unlucky. At this time, the newcomer himself approached Kanin Anu, who was nicknamed a frantic dragon by this moment. The hero calmly greeted the man in order to find out what he wanted from him. The fighter was clearly amazed that such a frail guy managed to cope with the Gloomy Reapers. After that, he demanded that he open his eyes. The warrior calmly explained that his eyes were a mirror of the soul, and if he meets a look with this mercenary, then he would be sick. Then he decided to calmly find out why a man wants to tie a fight with him, and he considered that perhaps someone gave him such an order. Perhaps some very influential person who is hiding behind others. Only when he called this warrior a fighting dog did this finally infuriated the man. He immediately introduced himself. His name was known even to prisoners. He was an absolute master. 10 masters of Muram did not dare to fight with him. It was rumored that he always had with him his scarlet strip sword. Instead of surprise, Kanin Yen asked the man to explain the cause of his provocations, and he was amazed that the offender, who was destined to die 10 years ago, was so arrogant. The hero understood. With such loud words, the mercenary wanted to say that the hero is a real criminal in the case of rape and murder. Even if 11 years have passed since the imprisonment, he is still disgusting to hear about it. Therefore, only the thought of what he actually did is wrong was angry with him. Shards from the ceiling and from the walls began to pour out from his scream. Everyone trembled in fright, not understanding who again had enough conscience to run into a frantic dragon. The man himself was not at all scared, only even more excited and attacked the enemy. However, instantly after that, breaking through the wall, he flew out of the building. He hardly managed to maintain balance at the last moment in order to land on his feet, and Kanin Yen calmly explained to this elder that everything that they knew about him was a complete nonsense. Of course, the man was sure that he knew everything correctly, because he personally looked at the record of the hero's crime. After these words, he only threw a bowl with a worse in the head of the insolent and explained that the one who made these protocols did not understand anything. The man in the last second managed to evade the attack, and he immediately flew into battle on the hero. At some point, it even seemed to him that he was falling under the blow, until the hero's silhouette disappeared. Literally disappeared from the place. Then the guy intercepted the enemy's strip sword and pulled him closer to him. The last time looking in his face, he wanted to know who made these notes, without really understanding anything. Looking at the hero with undisguised amazement, the man could not comprehend how such a young person could have such a tremendous amount of internal energy. As a result, he decided to answer his persistent question, admitting that General Sun was guilty of this unfortunate business. The hero calmly realized that this general was precisely the person whose lips were solemnly promised to remove the false accusation. Nevertheless, shortly after his honest word, he went missing for a long time. From the overwhelming anger, the hero, inflamed with anger that even the sword, entwined around his hand, began to quickly heat up. As a result, there was nothing left for the soldier but to immediately let him go, and with deep admiration to realize that he had never met such a powerful master in his long life. After he fought with many professional warriors, only now for the first time, he felt the blood of death for the first time. And all because of a boy who, it would seem, even the milk on the lips did not dry out. The hero at that moment calmly and methodically raised his sword, wrapped around his hand, after which, as if nothing had happened, he skillfully tied it on his belt. The frightened mercenary was desperately trying to explain that this valuable weapon belonged exclusively to him. However, the hero calmly recalled that he could kill him without the slightest hesitation after he came to hunt for his soul. The warrior explained that he was going to leave this excellent sword as a worthy belt, but in return for this magnificent blade, the mercenary was ready to agree to bring the boy the luxurious golden sash next time. This was clearly not enough for the hero. He decided to demand something else, namely, the head of General Sun himself. The whole reason was that this miserable belt was a too petty and insignificant gift from a man who impudently tried to destroy him. Therefore, the warrior warned that if he still dares to tell such stupidity, he would make a man never a sword again. Obviously, he was deeply offended. How appropriate to such a puppy to dare to talk so impudently with older and more experienced people. Nevertheless, in the next second, a deadly blow felt, rushing directly to his unprotected throat. After that, panting and grabbing the air with his mouth, began to rapidly fall on the cold ground. At that moment, Kanin calmly and carefully examined the elegant sword, sincerely surprised at the pleasant impression of the possession of such a perfect weapon. However, he decided to take advantage of it just as it is appropriate for a real warrior, in order to finally deal with his insidious enemy. In this critical second, a man, frightened to death, realized that he needed to flee as soon as possible. The hero decided not to chase after him, only calmly and meaningfully glancing at the jailers. Those only scaredly took their alarmed glances, realizing that perhaps they would have to hide somewhere away from this dangerous place. To their considerable surprise, the hero only smiled kindly, realizing that they probably were very curious to look at this truly spectacular competition. After which he, as if nothing had happened, was serenely returned to his usual conclusion. Only after this significant event, the guard was finally able to exhale calmly, now fully and finally realizing why Kanin Yen is called a frantic dragon with such respect. The escaped attacker himself took refuge in a safe, secluded place in order to thoroughly take a breath. He could not comprehend in any way, as it turned out in a fatal way, that he had so shamefully failed an important task. He did not lose to any battle even the best and most skilled masters of Murim, but still this mysterious guy managed to completely overcome him. The warrior understood that if he wanted to be absolutely confident that everything would be in order with his precious life, he needs to destroy either Kanin himself or General Sun. He obviously would not want a completely innocent government official to suffer because of this filthy and worthless criminal. Nevertheless, he could not disobey the direct order of the Prime Minister Ho. Somewhere at the same time, the official calmly and thoughtfully examined important government papers in his spacious office. Suddenly he felt anxious approach of an uninvited and undesirable guest. As if nothing had happened, he decided to courtly find out why he granted him at such a late and inappropriate hour. Then the mercenary resolutely opened the massive door and explained that he had come to finally deal with the master. He only in amazement opened his mouth in surprise, even considering that perhaps the mercenary confused him with someone else. and made a mistake of the house. However, the man accurately and unmistakably knew that he had come to Colonel General Cavalry. He also strongly explained that he would not depart from his sacred duty, even if his goal was the commander of the Imperial Army. Therefore, he persistently asked that the man would not show unnecessary resistance, because it would really be much easier for everyone. Instead of submissive submission, General Dream waited a suitable moment in order to resolutely grab his reliable blade. Looking at the rapid approach of a dangerous enemy, he was sincerely surprised, because he was amazingly and incredibly fast. As a result, the enemy still managed to successfully attack him and forcefully discard him. Nevertheless, he at least managed to keep a safe distance and get his sword. After that, a fierce battle ensued between these two experienced warriors. However, as soon as the general's sword was seriously injured, he flew away again with the next powerful attack. The blows were truly crushing. If everything continued at the same merciless pace, he would definitely be dead. All that he had left was only fleeing, hoping for the great mercy of the gods. After all, he never in his life had previously met such powerful and formidable people. Obviously, the hired killer ruthlessly chased him. In addition, he tightly squeezed the stump of the sword in his hands. General Dream at least wanted this mysterious man to be respectfully introduced, but he understood that there was no much point in calling his name to the dead man. Obviously, the general understood that if he was truly destined to die, then he should at least know the name of the one who kills him. Only after hearing the famous name of the mercenary, he immediately realized that it was the very legendary master, and even considered that he had come to alertly avenge on a long and non-consulting resentment. However, the old resentment did not always serve the only reason for someone's cold-blooded murder. After that, he instantly and without the slightest regret aimed at General Sun's unprotected neck. Only finally making sure that his lifeless body fell on the damp ground, he deigned to leave away. Of course, in the end, he sincerely apologized for the fact that the life of a worthy official in such a tragic way approached his sad end. In the same place in the late evening, a young woman walked slowly. She accidentally noticed a dead body and carefully approached, realizing that it was completely fresh. Seeing a gaping hole around the official's throat, I immediately guessed that nearby was a skilled master of martial arts, with a rare ability to use internal energy in the form of a deadly projectile. On wetland, she also saw a strange inscription with blood that proclaimed Ho Yurim. The girl did not know what kind of mysterious name it was, considering simply a dying message. After that, she began to rummage methodically in the clothes of a dead man, because the murders between the masters of martial arts were completely inevitable and very frequent, so she was not at all surprised. The only thing it seemed quite strange to her that the victim left some name before her painful death. Soon she already deftly pulled out a valuable medallion from his breast pocket. Then she hid him to her secluded place, realizing that he would probably come in handy in the future. She also began to scour diligently, which was still reliably hidden in his clothes. Soon she discovered a weighty bag of money, which clearly did not belong to some kind of miserable thief. She left quite satisfied and happy, rejoicing that she tore off the real jackpot on this successful night. Only the next morning, the general's lifeless corpse was discovered by the Imperial Guards. Based on the random situation and the complete absence of his personal valuables, it was finally concluded that he was brutally killed during the usual robbery. Events in a strict regime prison moved as much as a month after his tragic death. The entire composition of the jailers was in a joyful anticipation, because they heard amazing news that the generous emperor was about to declare a large-scale amnesty. They also respectfully approached the hero, explaining that thanks to the special call of the deceased prime minister, they would first remove all the accusations from those prisoners whose serving were long-term, of those whose guilt was not finally confirmed. Kan in En was really surprised by such a sharp and unexpected turn of events. Now the jailers solemnly arrived at Kan in Anu, because they had to enter his important data on the official list, which they carefully compiled. Nevertheless, he very restrainedly asked, so that the man would not think of doing this. The warrior understood that there was no urgent need to make his modest name into this register. All other prisoners did not understand why the hero acted so idiotic, categorically refusing the long-awaited liberation, and now they were completely convinced that he was indeed incurably crazy. The jailer already persistently asked the hero to carefully think about this situation again, because the government itself officially admits that he was completely innocent, and he would be completely free to go anywhere. It is unlikely that such a successful chance will ever fall out again. However, Kan in En was not going to leave until the guilty general's son would come to personally ask for sincere forgiveness. After that, the guard only laughed bitterly, because if we are talking about this specific person, then there is more definitely nothing to worry about him. Indeed, in recent months, it has happened that the people have already been nicknamed the premature death of the general. Apparently, he fatally met with an organized group of robbers when he returned to his military camp in a state of intoxication. The killer was so skillful and professional that he carefully covered absolutely all traces, up to the fact that even the expensive medallion of General Sun took with him. Kan and Yen only angered such a flare, bordering Rander's neglect towards the late General Sun. He considered that perhaps the general sinned in front of him something seriously. Nevertheless, it was categorically like that, so the hero was deeply indignant that he was called just by name and not the commander. After all, even if a person died, then you cannot treat his memory disrespectful. Immediately after that, reverently bowed in prayer, the guard began to earnest his forgiveness diligently, but the hero persistently asked to remove his food because he completely disappeared. Immediately after that, the worried jailer, like a humble servant, hastily retired, and the hero only with sadness thought that General Dream met his untimely death, and sincerely hoped that he at least managed to repent of his sins in this mortal world. After all, first of all, he was supposed to sincerely and deeply apologize to him. The hero was well aware that those who once forced to immensely grieve others, once they themselves would bitterly cry with bloody tears. At this time, the rest of the frightened prisoners by all forces tried not to cross with the hero, otherwise they could become the next unhappy victim. So, after this significant day, sinister rumors that it was not worth finding himself up to a frantic dragon, otherwise he will find you even after your painful death, quickly spread throughout an extensive prison. Soon, the news that Khan in En categorically refuses to accept a special amnesty reached the chief manager of the prison. The reason was that he was not going to go anywhere until the former imperial commander came to personally ask him for sincere forgiveness. The surprised chapter thought that perhaps his subordinate simply did not tell the guy that the general was tragically died. Nevertheless, even after he became reliably known to him, Khan in En still stubbornly abandoned the long-awaited amnesty. It seemed that the head of the prison could not understand the true reason for such strange behavior, but simply did not know how to say it correctly. The point was that the only reason that comes into his alarmed head was that Kan in En was mentally unbalanced. As they knew perfectly, Kan in Yen was usually a calm and restrained person. If he is seriously disappointed with something, he will immediately fall into a state of complete and rampant anger. Therefore, he could say in his rich experience that it was definitely a dangerous state of madness. Of course, the head of the prison perfectly understood that madness is at the same time a simple, but not a simple explanation. Then he decisively ordered the man to return to his work. Then the man quickly rushed at his desk and began to methodically sort out the found papers. He exactly saw that there was a distinctly written name of the hero, from which all the accusations were finally removed. Since the application was officially approved by the higher imperial court, he was supposed to immediately release Kan in Yen. He even thought about the possibility of sending him, since he categorically did not want to leave. Suddenly, he saw an interesting snag in a document that he could use. Somewhere at the same time, hard-working workers continued their daily work on the picturesque bank of the river. Girls diligently repaired a fishing mesh, which went hopelessly. One girl suddenly noticed that the young man was persistently spying on her friend again. Therefore, she immediately turned around and met with a look with a young man. He looked at her obviously in love and admiring gaze, not even taking his ardent eyes. The rest of the friends only persistently asked the girl at least once to smile affably at him, realizing that if she marries him, her family will not have to work hard, especially given that until this time they did not see a single man who would look at their girlfriend so delighted. It would seem that only this persistent fan likes her. However, in fact, the girl simply did not think that she was obliged to get married. Girlfriends desperately tried to explain that if she nevertheless collected to create a family, it is better to choose a good and wealthy man for herself. And it's better not to find this noble gentleman, given that he was already rich and influential since birth. The girl did not argue with this reasonable argument, only wisely advised her friends to charm the guy if they liked him so much. Nevertheless, they doubted that he could at least somehow like this bold idea. It was thanks to his work that they earned money and their families did not starve. That's exactly why she considered it very profitable for her friends to marry him, given that they lived very modestly in their families. In fact, the true reason was that she did not trust men, because her good older brother raped and brutally killed an innocent woman. Father lost his fortune, desperately trying to save his son. The shame at that time was too great for the whole family. Suddenly, a guard decisively came to them, who respectfully introduced himself to this woman. He also explained that the head of the branch personally ordered her to bring her, so he politely asked the girl to go with them. Obviously, she did not understand why the most high-ranking person in the city came for her. Nevertheless, they came with good news, which were not worth scared. This concerned the older brother of this girl. He was completely exempted from accusing the murder and officially justified by the mercy of His Majesty. It was difficult to believe in it, but still she led the guards to her modest house. Stepping closer, she saw that an unfamiliar man was already sitting there, slowly drinking alcohol and talking lively with someone. He already mentally thought about how the girl would hold a family visit and will console her brother and safely return him home. At that moment, a sergeant who brought a resident of the village approached him respectfully. She decided to find out if the truth is that her family should go and bring her brother. In principle, the girl understood everything quite accurately. It seemed very strange. The brother kept the distance for more than 10 long years, but now he was suddenly released, and she had to personally come to him. So that the girl did not worry in vain, the head of the branch even generously invited her to take reliable accompaniment, with whom she could safely meet her brother. The man himself persistently asked the mistress not to resist this order and really follow with him, because a man in front of her could take her life according to his command. She should not have acted so recklessly and categorically refuse. The ruler himself only smiled restrainedly, explaining that he did not want to order the mistress. He simply courtly asks her to help. Obviously, she could not fully understand why people of such a high rank treated her so kindly. Nevertheless, she had no choice, so she went to a strict regime prison. All this time she spent in a comfortable carriage, and finally she was solemnly informed that they had driven up. When she looked through the window, she saw many men in a front uniform meeting her with respectful bow, as well as the head of the prison, who cordially thanked the girl for making such a long way. Soon she was carefully brought into the hero's imprisonment camera. She could not believe her eyes when, after long 11 years, she saw her brother. After that, holding back tears, she explained that they could finally return home. Canon Yen only restrainedly asked his sister how their dear parents lived. Everything was fine with his second brother. He left home because he wanted to become a teacher. Then Kanan Ian decided to find out about the youngest in the family. Nevertheless, the youngest was just his sister, which the hero managed to forget about during his long prison. Looking at her anxiety, the head of the dungeon quickly explained that after a long imprisonment, her brother had serious memory problems. The hero, looking at her tears because of this, gently asked the girl not to cry. She was ashamed that she had never come in all these years. She apologized and explained. It was very difficult for their family to earn a living. Canon Yen was not at all angry, only affectionately hugged her and offered to go home. And obviously the head of the prison was glad that his cunning plan worked. After that, as a sign of the deepest respect, all the jailers immediately bowed respectfully with the prisoners, in order to solemnly say goodbye to the master. They continued their long way along the dark, barely lit corridors in a gloomy dungeon. So far, the head of the prison suddenly did not offer to stop in his spacious office before the final departure. There was already a small, elegant box with expensive blue clothes. General Chan the San carefully sent these excellent clothes for a hero released from prison. Of course, Kanan Ian already felt quite convenient in the usual prison clothes. Nevertheless, the sister gently recalled that walking in the clothes of the convicted person in the wild is inappropriately. Not wanting to argue with his beloved sister, the hero soon put on his new exquisite outfit. Indeed, as stated in a famous phrase that clothing paints a person, these new things looked just delightful and noble. After that, the jailer finally personally led the hero to the luxurious carriage awaiting him. On the way, servants have already lined up for a long one next to respectful bows. So the hero climbed into the carriage with his sister, going on a long, awaited trip home. As soon as the doors closed behind him, the prisons were slowly exchanged. And then they began to joyfully celebrate the fact that they finally managed to get rid of a frantic dragon. Even the head of the prison generously proposed to celebrate this significant event, and ordered his subordinates to get the best meat and selective alcohol from the warehouse. So, after a long time, the hero finally reached his own home. He was dejected by the appearance of the building, because in his childhood it looked much larger and more magnificent. However, Kanmok with a soft smile reminded her brother that they were in Seohe, and Kan and Yoon probably remembered their old house in Beijing. But 10 years ago they sold everything in order to move here. Kan and Yen definitely did not expect this, and he was very curious what happened. Then the embarrassed girl sadly remembered the times when her father did everything possible in order to get the hero out of prison. Nevertheless, this did not mean anything. The main thing is that Kan Inan was still recognized as innocent and generously released. Kan and Ian could not come to terms with the fact that this house looked even worse than his camera in prison. Not allowing him to plunge into sad thoughts, his sister gently grabbed his hand, offering to return to the house and tell that the hero finally returned. Immediately having come, he fell to his knees and bowed deeply in front of his mother and father, solemnly reporting his return. Mother was hardly restraining tears, and his father silently stated that his son went through a lot in life. Then he even offered to drink, although he usually did not drink alcohol. Looking at the surprised face of his daughter, he explained that today they had a special reason to drink, and the elderly mother hastened to set the table and prepare a treat. Nevertheless, Kang Mook stopped the woman in time, explaining to her mother that she would suit and cook everything herself, and the mother had to spend precious time with her son, whom she had not seen for so long. Fortunately, the girl has a little money after the trip, with which she will be able to dignally set the table. Before she left the house, the chief of the district and the district administrator gave her 300 silver coins. Of the 300, she spent about 200 on a long journey, so she still had 100 coins. Soon, already with purchases, the young mistress returned home. When she was not far from her house, she heard a familiar voice. It was a voice over the ears of a guy in love, who had already heard that her brother had returned home, and came to sincerely congratulate her on this joyful event. Seeing her heavy bags, he gallantly offered her help to bring purchases. An awkward girl only apologized, because she was in a hurry, and help was not particularly needed. Therefore, everything that remained the master was only sad to look in her back, not understanding why she treats him so coldly. Even his friends and other fellow villagers chuckled at him. After that, one of them, dressed in red clothes, recalled the largest grouping of criminals in this territory, a black dragon. They warned that it was unlikely that the rich man could continue to follow the younger sister of some criminal, because according to the word leader in the Black Dragon group, all his households will be ruthlessly destroyed. The hero at that time calmly sat at the table with his beloved family. It was hard for him to realize that it was this place that was the birthplace of their ancestors, because he remembered only life in the capital. The father honestly admitted that Habe's province was never their home. They just ended money, and they wanted to leave, as they went on different evil gossip. It was really the most suitable area to start life from scratch. But many ill-wishers pursued them. Fortunately, they were lucky, and Sir Wang decided to help them generously. Mother explained that all this time she worked for him, and this was the reason why they did not feel at home here. They also helped to find the work and sister Kan In Yen, so she had money. We can say that most of their neighbors live only on the fact that they are generously given by Mr. Van. Kang Mook still tried to avoid the obsessive attention of this master, so the mother really wanted her son to talk about it with his stubborn sister. Canon Anu himself was curious. Is it really true what my mother said? The girl only looked around, making it clear that my mother came up with something. The woman was clearly offended by such words. She recalled that there was no one in the district better than the master of Van, and wanted to know why the daughter so persistently avoids him. She calmly made it clear that she really did not want to get married in the near future. At that moment, uninvited guests approached them and knocked on the door. Kan In Yen came out to meet them in order to find out what led the travelers to them. They quickly guessed that they had the same released prisoner in front of them. After that, they explained that they were members of the Black Dragon group, and the chef sent them in order to escort him. Obviously, the hero only wanted to know why suddenly their chief demanded a meeting with him. The whole reason was in the glory of the hero who scattered around the world. Then Canon Ian calmly offered to postpone the meeting for tomorrow, because today he would like to spend his day with his family. From such a daring sentence, the soldiers stumbled, not knowing how to react to this. The hero, in turn, calmly turned around and followed the house. The soldiers remaining on the street could not even remember that they had to talk so disrespectfully with them before. They did not understand how he dares to refuse people from the Black Dragon, and even more so to force their formidable boss to wait. In any case, now they were obliged to report to their boss. The thing is that they did not receive an order to bring Kan In Yen by force, so they had to return with nothing. At home, after this meeting, his father considered that perhaps his son was going to join the Black Dragon group. Obviously, a prisoner who spent 11 years in prison, and had no idea who these people and what they were doing. Therefore, the father said in detail that the group was one of the two largest in Dansan, who have the greatest power in this district and local provinces. The father also asked his son to be careful. No one in Dansan wants to cross the road to the Black Dragon group. Even the district chef was like on needles because of it. Of course, his father bothered that the leaders of this group wanted to meet his son. The thing is that he really did not want his son to get confused with the minions of the underworld. The guy did not argue, agreeing with the will of his father. The next day, as agreed, the soldiers returned in order to escort it. The hero, under the attentive views of his family, retired with them. Mother could only hope that her son would be fine. Soon they reached a small cart, as Dansan was far away. So, at full speed, they went to the center of the Black Dragon group. Soon the hero was already entering a chic mansion. Wandering along his walls and going into the very depths, they reached the chief's room. Therefore, subordinates reported on the arrival of the young master. As soon as the order was received to let him go, the hero immediately, without fear and doubt, went inside. Several strong men were waiting for him, one of whom introduced himself as the leader of the Black Dragon group. He also introduced the hero to his brothers in arms behind him. After that, everyone in turn introduced themselves, and after them the hero also introduced himself. Only after that, with a good-natured smile, the leader of the group suggested that Enu sit down. When the guy fulfilled the request of the chapter, he struck everyone with his ignorance. As you know, the guest cannot afford to sit down before the owner, so he angered many with such behavior. The leader did not seem to notice this, only kindly offered the hero the tea because he heard that he did not drink alcohol. But Enu would like to avoid all these excessive formalities, and instead as soon as possible to find out for which he was called. After that, many people after that were in doubt whether this guy was really such a talented master in Murim. The leader pretended not to pay disrespectful attention to this, and calmly spoke about his old acquaintance, the famous smugglers in the black market in Beijing. For some time he was in prison until he was released because of one mysterious event. He wandered around the world for a long time, and then decided to stop and live here in Dansan. Once there were persistent rumors about the conflict in the cell of suicide bombers. Everyone talked about Kanan as a returning to life. This happened when his friend raved and constantly repeated the name of the hero. He also claimed that invincible expert and true master Murim, and that they should be extremely careful, as he can go crazy. He also clarified that Kan was even stronger than the famous warriors from the Shaolin Temple, because even those were not able to withstand any of his crushing attacks in front of him. Of course, most of these statements sounded, in their opinion, unreasonable. And after this, such a long and detailed story, Kan still did not understand what the leader leads to. Then he calmly explained that in Dansan there were two influential organizations that rule in the night. The first is them, Black Dragons, and there was also a group of the Dead Sea. Nevertheless, their old enemies from the Dead Sea group tore the secret pact with them about hiring a martial artist abroad. This put them in an extremely difficult position. Therefore, they would like to invite Kan to their group. The hero immediately remembered the wise words of his father and said that he did not want to join their ranks. Many were deeply shocked by such a daring statement. It seemed to some that he might be frightened because of his weakness. However, the leader of the group immediately strictly reported his brother, who was too rude with their guest. The leader himself actually already considered that he was mistaken, because he was too different from the description of his friend. So there were two options. Either the story was greatly exaggerated, or this guy had exactly the same name. One of the healthy men calmly pointed out the fragile physique of the hero, so it was difficult to believe that he was really the strongest in the world. And the guy was amazed that he was saying so recklessly because he did not even know him. Obviously, the bandits believed that a person who proclaims himself the strongest in the world should be able to prove this matter. Then the hero once again became convinced that people in the most guarded prison and in the ordinary world were not at all different. They chose the weak in appearance and forced them to obey the strong. Soon everyone was silent only after the young girl spoke. She recalled that the older brother invited this man here as an honorary guest. Therefore, I did not see any problem that he simply said that he did not want to join. Nevertheless, many believed that there was a huge difference between the phrases "I do not want" and "I can't," and they were sure that Kan simply could not join. Nevertheless, all those gathered here were not idiots. They were captains of the group collected from all four of the side of the world, and they had to distinguish a strong person from the weak. For this reason, he ordered Kan to just admit that he could not attach to them, and to fail from here. He was clearly angry that after all the words said, the hero continued to sit so arbitrarily. From this fierce scream, the hero rose and recalled that he was not deaf at all. It seemed to him that his interlocutors began to stall. Then he explained with a mocking smile that he had never claimed that he could not join, but he just did not want to. It seemed to the bandits of the group that Kan was looking down on them only because he sat in prison for so long. They also recalled that despite what he possessed by force, he contacted not those people with whom he would fight. Suddenly, one of the bandits suggested chopping off the hero's ear to the hero, and then throw his lifeless body. It was a literally great idea that many present liked. After that, one of them also decided to engage in the language of such a bastard, so that he would not tell out anything to outsiders. Kan only laughed, deciding to find out if someone else wants to grab some part of his body. Then the leader spoke. He wanted to make sure that Kan would not tell anyone, so he chose to save him by hand. They understood that they should kill him here, in the very heart of the Black Dragon group. And if it doesn't work out, then at least leave it cripple for life. The only one who did not make an order for the part of the hero's body was a young girl, whom he asked about her order. Nevertheless, it seemed that she was sincerely sorry that the conversation went along such a gloomy channel, and asked nothing. Kan and Yen realized that he had fallen into a situation that was supposed to resolve radically. For this reason, turning to this lady, he explained that he would leave her a rule with a group of a black dragon. All that was required of it was to make sure that they will no longer interfere with him. Hearing these arrogant words, the leader realized that apparently the only thing that was true about the hero was that he had serious troubles with his head. Therefore, he immediately ordered his robbers to stop standing still and deal with this dangerous madman immediately. Immediately, the first of them rushed to Kan and Yen with his sharp blade in order to cut his ear. Observing him, his brothers learned special techniques, many swords cutting flowers that can crush any enemy. At this critical moment, the cut of the sword was already directed straight to the enemy's neck. Nevertheless, Kan and Yoon stopped this attack in time, putting the block with only 2 fingers of his hand, after which he closed his opponent beyond his wrist and broke his hand in front of everyone. Then, as promised, he also tore his ear with his own hands. After that, he looked at the man who so wanted to cut his tongue. However, the talents of Kan and Yen were not afraid of that, because he was not a coward and was ready to fight the enemy. The hero seemed to not pay attention to such arrogant words. By lightning speed, approaching the enemy, he promised to get rid of his tongue. At that moment, a defending bandit applied a disseminating attack all over the hero's body. But he literally evaporated from his attack, being a couple of centimeters from him. Then the hero hit the bandit with a fist on the jaw from the bottom up. From this, he lifted his head and his tongue fell out of his mouth. Then the hero intercepted the blade of this unfortunate and, as promised, chopped off his tongue. After that, he looked at another man, urging him to give up. And he really, frightenedly stumbling, ran away to the door, hiding away. The leader of the group was clearly angry, ordering his people to immediately kill Kan and Yen, whom he called the inhuman monster. Although the warriors followed the order of the master, they understood that they had not the slightest chance against the master of Murim. Soon, making sure that this man was really a frantic dragon, they immediately decided to flee. The hero seemed to be only happy that they acted so reasonably. Otherwise, they also could not be concerned. After this bloody battle, only the lady and the leader of the group remained ahead. The man finally got the feeling that his acquaintance knew Kaninan clearly not well enough. After all, a frantic dragon did not just have problems with his head, he was insane from head to toe. The thug that attacked him was the 3rd most powerful in their group, but still suffered a crushing defeat and paid his life. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he immediately asked Kan and Yen to forget about this annoying misunderstanding. He was even ready to personally give him a group of black dragon. Kan and Yen did not need this miserable group, and only reminded the leader that he was about to cut off his hand. To avoid future problems, this could not be left without consequences. Of course, the leader tried to laugh it off that it was only a stupid chatter. Obviously, he could not do something similar with the hand of a frantic dragon. But the hero recalled that when a man told him such words, he probably had to be ready to say goodbye to his hand. When Kan and Yen, who was a moment ago, approached the distance of 1 step, the leader almost lost consciousness from horror. Nevertheless, he did not have time to do anything, as the hero had already grabbed him by the right hand. Then an instant blow followed, and soon the hand flew to the floor. Kan and Yen, looking at the leader who was shaking with pain, promised that soon the people devoted to him would surely take care of this injury. And he asked him any more not to be mistaken about the capabilities of other people. Then he gave an attentive look at the girl who did not want to harm him. Turning to her as a new leader in the group, he explained that he would like to return to his home. The girl only opened her mouth in amazement, not understanding why Kan and Yen called her a leader. The smile appeared on the guy's lips when he suddenly reminded the recent words before the battle with the masters of martial arts. And the girl could not believe in the seriousness of Kan and Yen's intentions when he announced the appointment of her new leader of the Black Dragons. Therefore, now noticeably embarrassed, she asked the hero to officially draw up the transfer of power. Soon they left the office of the former chapter and appeared before the groups lined up in a row. The young woman solemnly announced that the respected master appointed her as the leader of the organization of Black Dragons. Naturally, many were amazed at how a frantic dragon could so unexpectedly transfer power to another person. Nevertheless, the majority reasoned that perhaps the new lady managed to convince the crazy warrior to obey her will. Thanks to this decision, they no longer have to worry about the confrontation with the Dead Sea group. Therefore, all, without exception, bowed their heads, expressing consent with the order of the new chapter. That is how, after the emergence of the new leader of the organization of Black Dragons, the group of the Dead Sea gradually began to leave their territory under the pressure of the presence of the legendary master. The tense atmosphere in Danson scattered like a fog at dawn, and the long-awaited calm reigned in the city. Kan and Yen was already thinking about a return to a peaceful life, when an unexpected guest did not destroy his plans. This visitor was the same Van Lim who burst into their house, begging for help with tears in his eyes. An excited young man said that right now, one of the government officials is heading here with accusations. The hero's father could not understand what this was connected with. And then the frightened Van Lim reported terrifying news. The authorities claimed that his father's ships transported smuggling, arrested the old man in Beijing, and confiscated 3 of his ships. Of course, everyone knew perfectly well that their ships were ordinary fishing ships. The young man perfectly understood that Father Kan in Yen should know the truth better than others, because he repeatedly visited their ships before. According to the structure, these vessels were clearly not intended for long-term transitions in the open sea, so he could not understand how the authorities could accuse them of smuggling. That is why he begged that Mr. Kang save his father from an unfair accusation. Of course, an experienced man understood the anxiety of Van Lim. However, he did not have enough strength, nor the necessary influence for such an intervention, so he advised to turn to someone with greater power. But the guy was sure that no one would talk with such a commoner as he. Of course, the hero's father was sincerely sorry that the young man was in such a difficult situation. Nevertheless, he did not know how he could help. Suddenly, the guy remembered that the manager recently came to meet with them. Bowing to the very ground, he asked to contact the manager and beg him to intervene. In this case, he will owe him his whole life. Father only calmly turned to the hero, wanting to find out the opinion of his son about this. The whole thing was that the manager came precisely because of Kan in Yen. The martial art master realized that he was needed to talk with the manager. Van Lim would clearly be extremely grateful to Kan in Inu, and could even vouch for the innocence of his father. The hero understood that an impartial investigation does not guarantee evidence of innocence, since he personally conducted 10 long years in prison. However, he was sincerely sorry for Van Lim, who scattered in the prayers in front of him. Then the master invited the young man to write a petition, which he would deliver to the manager. As it turned out, the prudent young man has already prepared such a petition in advance. He vowed that his father had never been engaged in smuggling in his life, so Kan in Yen could not worry and vouch for him. It was at that moment that General Chan arrived at the gates of the hero's house. The military leader was extremely happy because he found out about the liberation of the hero from prison, and therefore came to personally congratulate him on freedom. Naturally, Kan in Yen was grateful, because he appreciated the fact that the general did this whole path to see him, despite all his official duties. Parents were extremely interested in knowing who this person is. And then Kan in Yen officially introduced the general and governor of the province of Chandasan. The whole family literally opened their mouths in surprise. They were glad that the manager of the city came here, but the governor of the whole province could not be compared with him. For the entire time of doing business in Beijing, the hero's father never met anyone above the position of the territorial governor. When they realized that the territorial governor himself called them the dear Kan in Yen with a respected master, surprise reached the limit. Soon these two stepped aside to talk about everything that happened. Chan the San recalled that, as he had already said, he decided to return to his state post to help clear the hero's good name. Despite the fact that it was about his own story, Kan in Un remained very indifferent. The general understood that perhaps the guy simply did not want to show his emotions, because the last 10 years he has been taught a lot. A senior military leader also said that after their farewell began to study people related to the conclusion of the master. Not so many people remember the events of a 10-year ago. Nevertheless, it was not a complete failure of his investigation. A great success was a conversation with an official who was on good relations with the captain of the court. The name of this man is Lee Su-min. He worked as a jailer in the most protected prison, and told him a rather strange story. Kan and Inu became extremely interested in what this man told about. As it turned out, Captain Sun had special reasons for reinitiating the investigation. It seems that someone sent an anonymous letter to Prime Minister Hio. Someone had to be afraid of Kan in Yen from prison, and was scared quite strongly to send a letter to the Prime Minister. Although the governor did not know who was capable of this, he remained sure that a real criminal did it. The Prime Minister must have also thought so, and ordered Captain Sun to check this matter. Then Kan in Yen interested the most important question: whether the man found the perpetrator. However, he has not yet found out who is a real criminal. But the man with whom he contacted told him something very remarkable. The whole situation looked as if Captain Sleep knew about the hero's innocence to crime. Most likely he was not released earlier precisely because the Prime Minister's order acted against him. Obviously, the hero was interested in why the Prime Minister needed to do something similar. However, the governor himself did not know whether it was just a whim of a senior official, or there were other reasons. Then Kan and Ian proposed to discuss everything with the captain himself. After all, they could ask him why the hero was convicted if they knew that there was no fault after him. However, the governor sadly told that, unfortunately, the captain died a few months ago at the hands of the robber. Only then did the hero recall that he seemed to hear about this in the most secret prison. The general realized that it seems that the master was still emotionally unstable. Since Captain Song is dead, the only one who knows the whole story is the Prime Minister. It is not so easy to get closer to him, or to accidentally collide for conversation. Nevertheless, he understood that perhaps Khan in En would somehow break through and talk to him personally. At that moment, thinking about something of his own, Khan in Yen proposed to return back to the house. Along the way, the governor decided to find out what the hero plans to do after his departure. Upon learning that he was going to leave Dansan, a senior official wanted to find out the reason. However, the hero calmly explained that there is someone in the city who suffers from injustice. It is for this reason that the master was about to personally go and submit a petition to the manager Dansan. Chan the San, only with a smile, suggested to escort the hero on his journey. Of course, Khan and Ian understood that a man was not obliged to do this, because he already had a lot of things related to his duties. However, as it turned out, the governor took a short vacation, saying that he wanted to visit at home. For this reason, realizing that the journey would not bring trouble, the hero decided to find out when the governor would go back after meeting with his family. Nevertheless, for a martial artist, the material world was a house. Such confusing glory gave Khan and Ian to understand. Apparently, the man took a vacation precisely in order to see him. He was really glad that an old friend decided to visit him, but asked Van Lim to join their trip. Of course, the governor was not opposed. On the contrary, he was afraid that Khan and Yoon would refuse him a small whim to go on the road together. Soon they already approached the house of the hero's parents, where Van Lim, who gathered his things, stood. Stepping closer, he calmly explained that they would hit the road. As a consolation, even Khan Mok came closer and asked Van Lima not to worry so much. It seems that when the girl supported him, he really increased confidence, and even tears came to his eyes. Nevertheless, Canon Yen immediately gave a slap in the impudent, who dared to take his sister by the hands, after which the travelers retired in turn. Everyone promised to return soon. Seeing them around, the woman admired the wonderful son of them. Father understood this even when their son independently figured out the grouping of black dragons. However, the woman was completely at such things. She admired the son, who brought the manager to their village, besides a sign with the general. It seemed that all these influential people looked after him. Father only smiled because he understood. When men meet like-minded people, they are not afraid to accompany each other until the end of their days. This means having self-esteem. Of course, the woman was puzzled, but she, it seems, did not quite agree with his words. Nevertheless, the father was sure that the general, who was devoted to their son, who was only 20 years old, did this from honor. However, the woman noted that the general behaves cautiously next to their son. But his father did not notice this. He considered the military leader rather noble, because even among senior officials there are those who demonstrate the difference not only with subordinates, but also with those who are younger. Naturally, the woman recalled that their son was also excellent in martial arts. This was understandable to parents without words. As it turned out, when his son returned, his father even wanted to invite him to open a martial arts hall here. Nevertheless, the woman understood that they hardly had money for such an undertaking. To begin with, he could just become an instructor somewhere. Therefore, the spouses decided to discuss this with Khan and Enam when he will return, because the work as an instructor should be better than work in the fields or by the sea. In addition, they could not let their son lose so much time. He had to choose a suitable job in order to find a good wife. At this time, 3 travelers continued their way. However, the general even began to dizzy because the summer became mad at madness. The young man apologized because he did not even think about taking several horses for such a long road. Fortunately, ahead they saw a nearby village. Before the continuation of the path, the general suggested dining the respected master there, because all 3 were already hungry, and soon they found a calm family restaurant. However, when they intended to enter, they were warned that the restaurant was closed, so they could leave. This was stated by a company of men similar to bandits, so the general immediately decided to find out what happened at all and why the restaurant was closed. As it turned out, in front of them was the boss of the Dead Sea Group. And since the restaurant worked with the group of black dragons, they came to teach him a lesson. That is why the bandits invited travelers to leave in a good way. When it came to the group of black dragons, the hero remembered the girl whom he helped to take the leader's place. The leader of the Dead Sea himself warned that they could go further along the road and stumble upon an institution called Three Taste. If they say that from the leader of the Dead Sea Group, they will be well served. The general was angry. He would like to teach this person a lesson if he crossed the line. Nevertheless, the governor was madly polite. Therefore, turning to the hero, he decided to find out what to do with them. However, Kan and Yen was only interested in whether that restaurant was really so good. But they answered that the institution was not only famous for delicious food, but could also provide a discount of half the price. For this reason, the hero had no reason to argue. He immediately decided to retire to that restaurant with the company. The general only grinned, realizing that Kan Ying did not have many life experience, so the master believed in other people's words so easily. When they left, the sounds of the battle were heard behind. The governor understood that this was a disassembly of two groups in a restaurant, but they had no reason to intervene. In addition, they very quickly reached the very institution of three tastes. As soon as the travelers came in, they immediately, bending, greeted the restaurant owner. Soon they had already ordered their food and sat down to dine at the table. The general was surprised that the leader of the group did not lie. The staff here was really helpful and fast, as promised. In addition, portions also turned out to be huge and very appetizing in appearance. Nevertheless, Kan and Yen did not like food. It seemed to him that prison food was much tastier. After these words, the governor only laughed, believing that at least for servicing this restaurant can be paid tribute. Soon, when they ate and approached to pay, the owner announced the score. According to the owner of the institution, the amount was not so large. In total, 53 silver nanks and 300 munis were due. But the man decided to make them a discount, so they would pay only 50 nanks. Van Lim almost choked on this amount, because 1 silver nan would be enough for a monthly food for one person. As it turned out, this was already taking into account the discount for mentioning the name of the leader of the Dead Sea. Otherwise, they would pay more than 70 silver coins for food. The general was struck by the fact that such a fabulous amount demanded such a tasteless food. It looked simply outrageous, as if they were perceived for complete idiots. However, the manager only indignant that the master refuses to pay his order after he enjoyed food. He recalled that they were trying to earn money here, and not to engage in charity, so he asked the man not to raise noise, because they were all ordinary people who tried to survive. The owner warned that it was better for them to pay the bills. This was literally their last chance to finish the matter peacefully. Nevertheless, the general was really interested in what would happen if he suddenly refuses. Realizing that visitors do not intend to communicate in such a manner, the owner had no choice. Therefore, he called his guys so that they knocked out money from buyers who refused to pay. Immediately, Thug went to the general, demanding that he pay if he wanted to leave. However, the governor was not going to pay such a fabulous amount. The hero thoughtfully watched everything that was happening. He had a foreboding that today was not a very good day to start a fight. Van Lim believed that for Mr. Chan, the San, this battle could not end very well. Nevertheless, Kan and Yen quickly made it clear that he was not worried at all for the general. At that moment, a bandit tried to explain as polite as possible at that moment that this restaurant was under the auspices of the Sea of Defense. However, this did not frighten the military leader at all, so he ordered to call him a boss. After that, out of anger, the general broke the table standing nearby and made it clear that until they bring his leader to him, he would not leave this place. At this moment, the frightened manager of the restaurant immediately ordered Gromel to calm the violent visitor until he destroyed their institution. Therefore, the whole gang rushed at the general at once, trying to grab him. Nevertheless, the first of them, moreover, the most huge, lost consciousness from a simple blow with a fist in the face. Then several more mercenaries rushed at the enemy, in order to fully explain to him how to behave in Dansun correctly. Of course, it was not difficult for a man to deal with these villains who flew into him. As a result, not even 10 minutes passed, he stood in a dilapidated restaurant, and opponents lay around him unconscious. Then the alarmed manager, already with great respect, asked a dear guest not to make noise so much because it was his workplace. However, the general had his own condition. He was supposed to cite the leader of the Dead Sea group. Perhaps then he will not destroy this restaurant finally. There was no choice left, so the manager immediately gave a sign to one of his assistants in the restaurant, who immediately ran in search of the leader. The governor asked his respected friend to linger a little more, because if you look closely, this restaurant certainly could not be considered a normal business. Van Lim clearly wanted to just leave as soon as possible, and did not understand why everything was so complicated, because they had their own important things. Nevertheless, the martial arts master reminded the young man that any man, when he sees the crime, should think about how to rectify the situation. And one cannot justify your actions by the fact that he has business. At this time, other visitors began to pay attention to such a loud noise, and they realized what was the reason that there were so few visitors. In addition, they were sure that this unknown man was arrogant only because he won once. After that, their attention was drawn to the most strange of this company, and the eyes fell on the guy who was calm in front of the counter. Its appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a chicken hen, which protects its egg, carefully clutching a backpack. Therefore, the bandits had a tempting idea better. How could you have fun and play? They were ready to bet that that guy in the bag had much more money than all of them at the table combined. Of course, this argument sounded as if they were all wanted to know that the young man had in a backpack. Hearing that the guys want to test his things, Van Lim immediately grabbed his precious cargo tightly. The bandits were clearly wary of Chan the Shana, trying to understand who this man was, who had just fought with visitors. Looking at defeated opponents more closely, they recognized in them a group of subordinates of the Dead Sea. It was surprising that the stranger coped so easily with them, given that they had never seen the face of this man. In any case, even despite the fact that he was strong, this should not have prevented three friends from Hebei to check what a wimp in a backpack has. Although Chan the San almost did not hear their conversation, he immediately realized what everything was going on. Therefore, the governor warned Kan and Yen that they needed to prepare for protection. Hearing that these people called themselves three friends from Hebei, the master of martial arts realized this meant that they were bandits of the Green Forest. However, the hero did not frighten the hero. He simply thought if Chan the San knew their names, then they were very famous. Fame was due to the fact that their mentor is called a lonely mountain boss and is one of the 10 strongest masters of the Green Forest. Obviously, the young man did not know what this means, because it was almost his first journey in the real world. Nevertheless, the approaching bandit explained that there are a lot of experts. At least 36 naval and mountain syndicates under the sky, and combat experts are in each syndicate, so there are a total of 360 of them. Among all these 360 people, their master entered the top 10. Obviously, the hero was amazed, because he could not even believe that there were so many thieves in the world. From his naivety, the bandit only laughed and explained that he considers himself a valiant knight. They did not take the money just like that, only if they accidentally found it, and did not earn fraud, like government dogs. Of course, Kan and Yen could not understand what corrupt government dogs mean, but did not understand that the robber had in mind by some random money. As an example, they brought money that lie in a bag, like random funds. If the owner of this money is not confirmed, they call such money random or ownerless. From their logic, the hero laughed and loudly slammed his hands. He was amazed that this thief made so much effort to explain everything. The feeling was as if he looked at some gorgeous performance in Beijing. Nevertheless, the rest was clearly very much infuriated by what they were called some thieves. They threw a chair and warned that they could allow the hero to express his last desire before death, because he should pay his life for considering the Green Forest with something ridiculous. Immediately, a small chair rushed straight to the face of a young man. However, he easily stopped his free flight with only 2 fingers. Only then did these masters realize that in front of them was a supermaster of martial arts. Frightened, they immediately apologized to the respected master and tried to pretend that they did not try to attack him. Just the bench was too light when they touched her. Even the manager of the institution could not believe that having lived for so many years, he first met such a strong person. He never even heard that someone is able to stop a flying bench with such ease. He especially began to worry, given that he sent for someone from the Dead Sea group to deal with violent visitors, but was no longer sure of their victory. At that moment, the general spoke. He wanted to know what they were talking about random money there, and was ready to listen to their more detailed story. One of the Trinity immediately began to apologize, explaining that he realized, do not take money from the owner. The rest realized that if the fighting spirit of their older brother disappeared, the enemy used a very unusual equipment. As you know, their older brother never gave up so fast even before the most powerful rivals. However, suddenly they noticed that he was holding onto his ear, which means he was planning something. Last year, when he fought for his life against the elder of the Volcano sect, he also acted and eventually killed the elder with one sudden movement. As if hearing their thoughts, the general warned that these people from those who would definitely put the knife in the back as soon as possible. The hero himself perfectly understood this, because the prison taught a lot in 10 years. Of course, the bandits insisted that they never do this, because such behavior was worthy only of the thug without any concept of honor. After that, the robber tried to get Kan and Yen and carefully pushed the cup on the table. Kan and Yen immediately turned his eyes to the fallen vessel, and it was a literally perfect moment for the eldest of the 3 brothers to attack. Nevertheless, Kan and Yen easily stopped the sword flying into it with one hand. However, then the bandit was not at a loss, and having accumulated saliva with all his might, Kan and Yenu grunted right in the face. Obviously, this could not but offend the hero and caught Chan the San. The governor did not understand how such dirty geeks were not only ambushed, but also dared to spit the master in the face. However, at that moment, while everyone was distracted, this man suddenly swallowed some kind of pill. At this time, the hero wiped his face. The sensation was obviously disgusting. He remembered that this happened to him about 10 years ago, After these words, the bandit laughed even louder. The hero, in his opinion, looked as if he had studied skill in the mountains and got into society only now. The robber was sure that he would send the hero to the Lord Hell faster than he could do something. The rest of the two brothers only laughed, because their elder has already used the secret technique of a quiet murder of a green forest. They expected that now Khan in En would cover this fear. In fact, that spit contained poison, so they expected the hero would die for 15 minutes, and after 10 seconds, he will stop standing. The general himself was amazed. He once heard that the killers were storing capsules with poison in their mouth. But it seemed to him that it was just fiction. He first met this. Obviously, Chan. To the rank seemed illogical that if the killer kept the poison in his mouth, he himself had to be poisoned. So be it. The man said that the poison used was the pride of the Tang school, which was called a bead of a pounding pill. It is in the root tooth. It just needs to be broken and used at the right time. Nevertheless, obviously, this still did not explain how the man was not poisoned, since he himself kept it in his mouth. The reason was simple. At the moment he swallowed a pill, it was an antidote that he carried with him. So, since he used the antidote, then Kan Inen had no chance to survive at all. He would die soon. However, Kan in En only laughed. He really did not know what kind of school it was, but they created literally terrible products. The master was seriously disappointed with their behavior, if they distribute poisons to everyone who asks for this. Nevertheless, the scoundrel of the green forest only laughed at the ignorance of this fool. He explained that he had paid very expensive for this poison. The antidote cost him 10 gold coins for each tablet, and he really paid dearly for the death of Khan in Yen. Then Khan in En realized he needed to get to this school of Tan if they sold poisons to such bandits only for a high fee. After that, he came closer to the eldest of the brothers who had tired him and hit him on his throat. Only at that moment the man realized that the breath of Khan in Yen was still in perfect order. However, very soon Ken and Yun finished him down on the head, and in the end he lost consciousness. The rest froze with fright, not understanding why the poison did not work. They even doubted that they sold a real pill. At that moment, the hero took a small wand for food, and he threw her so quickly and so accurately that he pierced the hands of 2 more bandits through. Then they were convinced that in front of them is a master of martial arts, which the world had not yet seen. It was not clear where he came from. Kan In Yen, turning to the general, decided to find out how it is better for them to do with them. The man was sure that the best decision was to put them to the police, since the authorities were ready to pay a lot for the heads of such bandits. Since these were famous thieves, their price was about 100 silver for each. Nevertheless, it seemed to Kan and Inu that the fee was too large for such miserable opponents. Nevertheless, the reason was simple. Not many people like the hero went on the ground and could withstand it. Since there were almost no Murim experts among the officers, it was necessary to collect entire troops to capture such bandits. Thus, the total cost of military operations was much higher than paying a decent reward to the one who can overcome them in martial arts. At this moment, the bandit gave his voice and began to beg for mercy. He was ready to raise the price and pay 200 silver coins for each, so that they would be released. Especially considering that the authorities were also bandits, even worse than them. Therefore, the robber did not understand why it was worth paying attention to some small thieves when there are such serious problems with corruption. Kan In Yen perfectly understood the hatred of these people to the government through their fault. He just spent 10 long years in prison. Of course, the bandits immediately felt their similarity with the hero, realizing that he probably also suffered from such experience. As a result, the hero agreed that they would pay him, after which they could get away. However, as it turned out, 600 silver are not the amount that they constantly carried with them. The hero was clearly whipped that he dared to lie and promised money, which they did not initially had. He was clearly angry that these bandits tried to deceive him, using the fact that he had not had much life experience, and decided to punish them for it. Nevertheless, as soon as he kicked the eldest of the brothers, he immediately stirred, and the hero realized that the robber had only imitated a fainting, and all this time he was conscious. The master was finally angry with the fact that the robbers consider all the rest more stupid and naive than they themselves. Immediately after that, the elder fell to his knees and began to pray for mercy, even swore that he really woke up just. Then Kananian decided to find out if they really have money, and the elder swore that he could bring him 600 silver coins until dawn. For this reason, the hero decided to leave the elder as a hostage here while his 2 brothers go for money. However, he warned, if they suddenly do not bring money, then he will hand over it to the authorities. After that, he also made an eyes for 2 who escaped and warned that if they try to hide, they definitely could not get to Nada Concise. Obviously both, frightened, immediately ran for money, promising to return as soon as possible. Immediately after their departure, the leader of the Dead Sea group arrived, looking for those who ate in the restaurant, after which he left without paying. Kan and En quickly realized that these were the same people whom they saw shortly before. Nevertheless, it seemed that no one wanted to fight with such bugs. The eldest of the brothers immediately caught a hint and decided instead of these venerable gentlemen to deal with such idiots. He decided to show them how the world of masters of martial arts actually works. After that, the general calmly explained to Kan in Anu that it would be much better to simply set the bandits on each other. And now, pushing everyone around, the eldest of the brothers began to punish those who had come for daring to threaten such beautiful people. In addition, they appeared just in time because the elder was not going to take his disappointment on someone. Somewhere at this time, a caravan was traveling nearby. When they drove past the restaurant, they heard the loud sounds of the battle. At this time, a representative of the Golden Dragon Transport Company was driving at his horse. The charioteer explained that the restaurant near which they stopped belonged to a group of the Dead Sea, and here 3 or 4 fights took place here daily. The guards did not pay attention, because the grouping regularly paid them so that they were not worried about such trifles. Obviously, the man considered this a sign of difficult times. However, the manager made it clear that the influence of the central government has long begun to achieve even external regions, such as this. Then he decided to ask the master how things were now in Beijing. However, there, as always, silence and peace reigned. After that, the assistant realized that he would like to visit this great city. The cabman was sure. Once he would have enough experience and knowledge from the regions, and then he should not miss his chance to get an increase. From such advice, the guy only sincerely thanked and smiled broadly. Only after that, he decided to find out from the leader why they decided to drive through these places, and suggested that they transported something important. Obviously, this was madly angry with a man, because he understood that he who calls himself a security guard cannot spread about transportation objects to outsiders. Obviously, the one who forgets the simplest rules of transportation should clearly not have to be here. For this reason, he had to explain that they now transported anything. A friend from Beijing celebrated his increase, and he decided to support him. Immediately, the assistant recalled that there was only one way to get a reward for transportation: to preserve valuable things. Otherwise, it would have to pay a penalty. Initially, he believed that this would be an interesting mission, especially considering that the leader himself participated. Nevertheless, it seems he was disappointed. Soon, without any problems, they already arrived at the gates of the estate. When they drove inside, they immediately met with the very acquaintance that was discussed. After that, the friends immediately hugged, because they did not see each other for a long time. These two were students of the same master. At some point, the leader of the transport company threw a career as a scientist and took up martial arts. His friend successfully passed the exams and built an excellent career. Soon he also went out of town after he began to actively participate in political life. Because of this, they almost lost contact, and now we met after 15 long years. Immediately, friends began to discuss the current political situation, as well as the whim of their new emperor. However, only then the master of martial arts realized that he did not even know the name of their new ruler. It was a fairly common phenomenon because, as they say, Muram and the government do not intersect. Then the curious man decided to find out why a friend called him. Nevertheless, he had another reason, besides the fact that they really had not seen each other for a long time. Immediately a man tensed, believing that the matter was very serious. However, suddenly an old friend showed his wife, son, and daughter to the dear guest. After that, they immediately bowed to each other, and the wife thanked for the fact that the guest has traveled all this long way. Seeing how the children politely bowed, the man was convinced that his friend raised them properly. Nevertheless, even after this demonstration, he sincerely did not understand why the old friend called him. As it turned out, his daughters turned 18 years old, and she was more beautiful than all the girls in Dansan. For this reason, the man was going to return to Beijing. The thing is that when the new office was formed, he decided to return to his previous post. But he was not sure whether he would be safe to travel to Beijing with his daughter. His friend himself must perfectly understand how troubled times now. Even in Dansan, when you leave the house, you need to be alert. Realizing the hint, the martial arts master promised to take care of everything. He was also glad that his old friend appreciates his family above his career. He would also act in his place. Now it was important to find out how their preparations for moving and when they planned to go. However, it seemed that they had already collected all their things and were ready to leave at any moment, because they did not have particularly heavy cargo. These were excellent news, because only 2 carts were allocated, so he was a little worried whether all the luggage would fit. A friend was amazed, as so few carriages could give the leader himself, but it was in some events, after which they restored the entire transport network. so he had no choice. After that, the head of the Golden Dragon explained that there were quite a few bandits in these places, after which he proposed going on a trip tomorrow from the very morning, and promised to give one of the wagons completely for the baggage of his family. Having thanked, an old friend decided to bring his guest into the house in order to drink and discuss a bit that happened to them in about 15 years of separation. The hero at that time finally reached the manager with Van Lim, who was solemnly provided with a pre-prepared petition, although the official carefully read it. But such help was not included in his immediate competence, and he did not even know what he could tell them on this delicate issue. The whole thing was that the Beijing Ministry of Justice was engaged in the business of the father of the young man, so the local manager here was practically powerless in such circumstances. Obviously, Van Limu wanted to know to whom in this case he could turn to just help. Therefore, an experienced man urgently recommended that he meet with the head of the Ministry of Justice, which the only one could clarify the true reason for the initiation of this mysterious case. The meeting with him really could help, because he is the only one has the greatest authority in such trials. The hero immediately warned the administrator that if they came to the head of the Ministry of Justice, and he would send them to someone else, then the martial art master would be very angry. Then the final result of this conversation will not be so happy for all participants. Nevertheless, the man persistently claimed that he told them the pure truth. If this high-ranking person could not help, then no one could more than solve such a problem. Hearing this categorical statement, Kan Inen understood how much he hated the local sales power. Once he knew exactly the same corrupt man, and now he was dead. However, the head of the department only got angry even more. After all, if he advised to turn to another, more competent person, then this does not mean that he must lie or try to get rid of the petitioners. As a result, since they had no choice, they still decided to leave this place with a heavy heart. Along the way, the concerned Van Lim persistently interrogated the hero about what is best to go in such a difficult situation now. Nevertheless, Kanan Yen made it clear that now they at least knew for sure. The head of the Ministry of Justice is definitely one of the main culprits of his unfair arrest. After that, he met with a patiently waiting for the general, who was waiting for fresh news outside the building. The hero made it clear that he once wanted to leave everything behind and forget the past. Apparently, fate is again not going to let him go far from previous problems. But until the final continuation of the trip, he still had to go to one important place. He was heading to the restaurant Three Taste, because they needed to pick up the promised fee from their random fellow travelers. When they arrived there, they immediately worshipped them, respectfully, met the quivering administrator of the restaurant. Since the travelers were pretty hungry and were looking for a suitable place for night rest, they decided to provide several spacious guest rooms on the second floor of the institution for free. Also, the head of the Dead Sea Group specifically ordered first class to take care of their respected and influential guests. Therefore, the general decided to stay with faithful friends here, warning that they were going on a long way tomorrow at the very dawn. They needed to carefully prepare 3 hardy horses and sufficient food on the road. So, after a few more pleasant minutes, gorgeous, skillfully prepared dishes were beautifully on their table. And this time the food was really just excellent to taste and quality. Nevertheless, it seemed that the hero had no appetite at all. He would like to seriously talk to Chan the San. Many important thoughts constantly skipped in his restless head. Since they began to learn more about each other with Van Lim, the master understood that the general was much older by age, but he sincerely wanted them to communicate on equal terms, like real friends. Each time, when someone older respectfully turned to him as a respected master, he felt literally not at ease and extremely embarrassed. Since the road to Beijing was quite long, and he would like to feel as comfortable as possible. This was the main reason why he sincerely asked the governor to call him a younger brother and nothing else. The general could not believe that the legendary master of martial arts himself asked to call him a younger brother. It even seemed to him that it was some kind of joke or a draw. However, it seemed to Kan and Anyu that since he was really the youngest in age, such friendly appeal sounded quite appropriate and natural. As a result, since the hero himself asked about this, Chan the San decided to call him the best younger brother. It seems that the hero and this some formal appeal was not to his liking, so he suggested simply calling him by name without any titles. Immediately, after these unexpected words, the general sharply jumped from the place and began to take a solemn oath to heaven that, as the elder brother of Kan In Yen, he would keep him absolute fidelity and will be fair until the very end of his days. Kan In Yen also ceremoniously rose and brought a response solemn oath as a younger brother, uttering the same sacred words. It was such a noble act that could be called true respect between real men. After that, the embarrassed Van Lim, who did not seem to know whether he should have joined this serious oath, stood awkwardly from the place. He did not understand the intricacies of martial arts and possibly too cowardly, but also vowed that he would remain deeply respect for the brothers. From these sincere words, the governor almost laughed, realizing that Van Lim would hardly have said so easily and carefree if he really knew what the cruel world of martial arts really. Chan the San understood that usually people who swear in a similar way are ready to go through a serious crisis of life and death together. In any case, the sacred oaths were brought, and therefore the general began to carefully fill their bowls with strong alcohol. Then he invited everyone to drink for their newly born indestructible fraternity. As soon as the bowls were completely drained, the general immediately swore that their friendly company would never break up, exactly like a broken bowl would never get into their original state. At this solemn moment, while they enjoyed a special moment of unity, 3 familiar robbers burst into the restaurant door. They raised all the money that they could get out. There was a fairly impressive amount. Immediately, having accepted it to his place, Van Lim gently hid precious coins in his small, reliable chest. This time he looked much calmer and more confident when meeting with dangerous bandits. All because he was now strong and reliable brothers. Finally, one of the bandits dared to respectfully approach the respected master, asking for something to do something with a painful chip in his wounded hand. The hero immediately easily touched his hand, gently squeezing the sliver deeper into the muscles. After that, he also gently touched his tense shoulder. Despite the fact that the man had blood from the nose from internal exposure, the pain in his damaged hand instantly disappeared without a trace. In the same way, he then graciously acted with his comrade. He removed the splinter and touched his body to rid them of painful pain. After such an unexpected mercy of the master, everything that remains is to begin to crumble in thanks and delighted praises. In general, after which they decided to run away in fright from this place. The general only giggled cheerfully, because he could not believe that the 3 famous friends from Hebei ran away from them like frightened girls. The restaurant administrator hardly restrained the all-consuming fear in the whole trembling body, because he understood, if he tells someone this incredible story, it is unlikely that anyone would sincerely believe him. At this moment, the curious Van Lim decided to find out about his powerful fellow travelers, whether they accidentally have any famous pseudonyms in the world of martial arts. The general immediately proudly introduced himself as his illustrious pseudonym, a solving problem. Immediately after this unexpected revelation, the restaurant administrator of the restaurant literally dropped to the floor from what she heard. Chan the San himself modestly explained that his superiors were rather gambling in his youth. Because of this, he quickly rose to the high rank of Master Murim. At that turbulent times, he was slightly wild and slightly quick, tempered in nature. After that, having learned about some kind of pseudonym of the hero, he calmly remembered that he was previously called a crazy dragon. As it turned out, even this formidable name was well aware of the manager of the restaurant. It has enjoyed a bad glory in the criminal world, especially among the group of the Dead Sea. At a minimum, he defeated captains from 3 of the side of the world, and also left absolute power behind the Black Dragons, their sworn enemies. Now he has another impressive achievement. The elusive crazy dragon who was able to stop 3 friends from Hebei without any visible difficulties. It was surprising that such a famous and dangerous person was disguised as an ordinary, simple traveler. But in reality it seemed, he wanted to completely destroy the group of the Dead Sea. In principle, the manager himself has long been tired of constantly deceiving gullible people who come here. Nevertheless, even more he was frightened by the real opportunity for brutal reprisal from such a cunning and ruthless monster. He decided to immediately tell all the followers of the Dead Sea group about the imminent invasion of the crazy dragon, so that this time they certainly do not lose so simply and stupid. So soon, as was agreed in advance, this friendly trinity was provided with 3 hardy, well-fed horses and high-quality provisions on the road. When Kan and Yen asked the value, the manager immediately respectfully explained that all this was provided as sincere gratitude for the fact that the frantic dragon chose their modest institution. Kan in Inu was embarrassing to accept such generous gifts. Nevertheless, it seemed that the manager was ready to give him anything else, if only he had gone as soon as possible. The thing is that he was simply panicky, afraid to take money. After all, no one knew. Perhaps the price for this will be his own precious life. Then, bowing respectfully, they spent this formidable trinity. And the assistant manager, only with a polite and a joyful smile, asked these people to go to them again. Immediately after that, he received a couple of painful kicks from the control restaurant, because it was impossible to say such people who arranged a real pogrom here. This friendly trinity on her leisurely path ran into another impressive caravan, and it seems Van Lim sincerely admired, because never in his life he had seen such a powerful armored convoy. The general was well acquainted with them, because the armored protection of the Golden Dragon Transport Company was widely known in the vicinity of Beijing. They really made an incredibly long way from the metropolitan Beijing already to the remote Dansan. However, this was their main specialization. Company representatives constantly traveled to impressive distances. Therefore, Chan Tai-san decided, as soon as a suitable opportunity appeared, to find out from them if they accidentally go to the capital's Beijing. Since they had to constantly meet these people during a long trip, it would be much more reasonable to introduce themselves in advance. Thus, they will immediately avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, because for armored troops, travelers should not look like ordinary criminals who encroach on their valuable things. Soon, everyone stopped near the picturesque bank of the river in order to eat a little and how to feed tired horses properly. The food really turned out to be very good. In addition, it was prepared in sufficient quantities so that you cannot worry about food. The general only laughed merrily. The food seemed even better to him than at the luxurious table of the emperor himself. Naturally, a surprised question of the hero, he explained that he could not accurately say that he had dined directly with the ruler. Nevertheless, once he had a chance to attend a solemn banquet, which looked exactly like an imperial reception. This amazing story seemed to their young companion Van Limu like a fairy tale. However, suddenly, looking around the shoulder of a comrade, the young man noticed that the armored convoy also stopped near them. At this moment, one of the assistants to the head of the security company decided to approach unfamiliar travelers. For a long time, he was taught that when he meets wanderers, one should trust his eyes more than what they demonstrate to him. He saw a middle-aged man and two young men. They did not keep their weapons with them and looked quite cohesive. Immediately, the guard paid special attention to Chan Tai-san as the oldest of the group. It would be incorrect to watch him directly, therefore, going closer, the guy bowed respectfully and introduced himself to the manager of the transport company. Then I decided to find out what exactly they do. Immediately after that, the governor introduced himself, explaining that two young guys were his brothers in arms. Obviously, the traveler wanted to know where this friendly trinity goes. Apologizing for the excessive straightforwardness, he made it clear that he was on a mission and is obliged to ask about it. Then the man calmly reported that they were now going to the capital's Beijing. This means that throughout the trip, these groups will move along one route and often intersect. However, the manager was surprised, because people did not look as if they were from Beijing. Therefore, Chan Tai-san had to explain that they were really heading there in their own important matters. Of course, the manager pretended that he had arranged a similar answer. In fact, he was struck by the alertness of this man. Ordinary people talk much more about themselves when they are asked by such natural questions. At this time, the general was already crazy about the distrust of such an impudent who did not understand the obvious hints at all. Soon after these tiring interrogations, he will finally lose all politeness. The governor understood that for the current military leader there was no need to appear with such zeal. He did this just so as not to run into trouble. As a result, as soon as the manager retired, Van Lim was surprised that the elder brother was so harsh with this person. Nevertheless, even the hero explained that he was already ready to hit him if he had not changed his mind, and did not cover his mouth to the castle. It was all about what was clearly visible. This guy looked at them contemptuously from top to bottom, which acted on his nerves. Only then did the general calm down, realizing that such arrogance seemed not only to him. However, soon the manager brought with him the head of the transport company. Having bowed, he apologized that he was interrupting their vacation, and he introduced himself to Chan Mu-gek from the Golden Dragon's security transport. Obviously, the governor immediately recognized the very leader of the protected transport of the Golden Dragon. He was also a military master, known as one of the two pillars of the Golden Dragon Transport Company. Chan the San understood that he should greet this person as appropriate. After all, he made this whole path, and was too respected to answer him as a simple officer. Therefore, rising, he introduced himself as a Chan from Beijing. Immediately after that, the assistant realized that it was the very legendary resolver of problems. Obviously, even the leader of the trading group recognized the name of the legendary person. He would never have thought that he would meet him in such a distant place. Chan Mu-gek heard about his outstanding achievements a lot of time ago, and always wanted to get acquainted with him personally. The military leader only smiled modestly, because the man was very generous with praise. Besides, his merits were much more famous for his own. So for him, it was an honor to meet him. After that, these two exchanged a little kind of courtesy. Chan Mu-gek drew attention to two guys who were sitting next to the general. He introduced them as his brothers, who accompany him on business in Beijing. For this reason, the merchant invited the general to go with them, because they travel in the same direction. As you know, the more people, the safer. Therefore, they would like to join them, and then food and housing will be common throughout the way. In fact, the merchant simply wanted to protect himself. Recently, there have been much more incidents on the road. It takes at least a month to cross the mountains and rivers on the way to Beijing. And the resolver of the problems is the current military man, as well as the martial arts master. If he joins them, then Chikanmuke finally will fall from the soul. The general himself understood. Now they had enough provisions, but it could end sooner or later. In addition, they go along the main roads, but I'm still not sure that they will not be lost. For this reason, he decided to find out from his brothers what they think about this proposal, whether they would accompany the armored troops. In principle, both agreed to such cooperation. After that, Chan the San explained to the respected Mr. Chong Mugek that they would join their journey from today. After that, Chon Mook carefully gazed the brothers Chan the San. To his surprise, these two did not look at all like high-class fighters. Nevertheless, the general explained that these two were his brothers until they disappear from this world, and decided to imagine them. Then Chon Muke already bit his tongue, because he really did not believe that these people became the real brothers as a resolver of problems, no matter how. However, these two looked like ordinary guys from the province. Then, in turn, Chan the San introduced them, explaining that, unlike himself, both of them were the inhabitants of Dansan. Everyone respectfully greeted each other. As it turned out, Chan Mook himself would not mind introducing such a great person to his friends who included his family. After all, they all had a single mission. Therefore, he retired, asking them to wait a bit while he would bring his dear guests here. As a result, these people and his family slowly showed interest in Chan the San. Like everyone, he could again see the imperial chambers, so he tried to establish relations with the governor, trying to maintain a friendly mood. Of course, they were all interested in him as a senior official and an outstanding warrior. Soon, 3 men of the same age were already sitting at the same table, and the younger members of the family are located next to the other younger brothers. However, suddenly, looking at the girl, the hero saw a certain similarity. She was very similar to a student from the School of Swords. After meeting with her, he yearned for some time around the outside world. In addition, during the first meeting, he still fought with a complex of inferiority of his status of the convict. Remembering this girl, he wondered what she had done all this time. Van Lim immediately noticed changes in the expression of his comrade's face, and then he explained that when he saw this young lady, he had a feeling that he had met someone from the past. For some reason, the expression on the hero's face forced her to be nervous. Although she did not care about the Shan brothers, it is amazing that Kan In Yen did not make a single compliment about her appearance, but he remembered someone from the past. At that moment, the guy said that he had met that girl when he was still in prison. Immediately, the brothers and the young lady realized that we are talking about the most protected prison that was in Beijing. When he confirmed their suspicions, their faces changed in the blink of an eye. Then Van Lim stood up for Kan and Yen, who explained that he was put behind bars on false accusations, and after evidence of his innocence, he was released. Obviously, it was difficult to believe that the brother of the general in blood was a former prisoner. It seemed to them was madly ashamed to be in such a company. Nevertheless, soon, when it began to darken, the cabman began to set up tents. Despite the fact that the assistant tried to work hard, he was actually worried. He kept glancing at Kan and Yen and his company, not understanding why they decided to shelter such dubious tramps. The young manager experienced increasing irritation. In the end, he did not sign at all to serve these random fellow travelers. Suddenly, Chan Mook himself inaudibly approached him from the back, who sincerely thanked his subordinate for his tireless work. However, an experienced warrior clearly saw that his assistant clearly bothered something, and therefore delicately asked the reason for such an obvious discontent. The manager explained without problems that he considers what was happening a real overcoming. Of course, he could understand the Mr. S decision to travel along with the mysterious Chan the San, but he could not come to terms with the fact that they divide their food and blood with such two villains. Chan Mook only smiled softly in response to these words, after which he firmly demanded that the young man no longer allow his own statements. After all, it was an integral part of his promise given to the respected Chan, to the rank. Although the assistant perfectly understood the position of his boss, he nevertheless believed that these two loafers simply had no sense of shame. Even such an authoritative and dear guest had to have certain boundaries. Their company was ready to show hospitality and provide protection, but these people did not even attempt to help them on the road. In essence, an experienced warrior perfectly saw the main problem with these brothers. They simply loomed, relying exclusively on the status of friends of a powerful master. That is why the manager was extremely curious why this mysterious gentleman chose these two dubious personalities of all the worthy companions. In addition, the assistant was very interested in another mysterious moment. Why does such a great warrior like Chan Tai San travel without his faithful sword? It seemed quite strange that going on such a long journey, they did not even get a suitable weapon for protection. After short thoughts, the manager decided to directly remind the chapter that he himself had to hear numerous stories about scammers who appropriate other people's names and glory. However, the head of the trading company clearly did not like such speculations. Therefore, he sharply left, demanding that the manager complete his work and arrange a necessary rest. In fact, Chan Mook began to worry seriously, although he tried not to give out with all his might. Painful doubts arose in his head. Was this mysterious man really the same legendary resolution of problems? As far as he remembered the countless stories that he had heard, this glorified gentleman had to be a heartless and incredibly aggressive warrior. Nevertheless, the current behavior of the satellite was strikingly different from all these legends. Chan Mook Hek was afraid that he was simply deceived, and blamed himself for being too hastily believed in the stories told. It was really strange that he, being an experienced merchant, so easily believed the words of a man whom he had seen for the first time in his life. For this reason, the head of the company decided to visit the carriage of his old friend. Fortunately, he did not sleep at that time and cordially invited his comrade to drink. However, as it turned out, Chan Mook did not come for this at all. He wanted to know if Chan the San looked in the eyes of his friend, whom they recently met as a real master of military art. Then the interlocutor instantly realized that in the soul of his friend, serious doubts were clearly originated. Otherwise, he would not ask such straightforward questions. It soon became clear that Chan Mook doubted the authenticity of the personality of Chan the San because of his more than strange satellites. As it turned out, so that he no longer had painful doubts, the merchant would like to finally verify the truth of the situation, so he decided to take it a rule to draw up written agreements. In fact, his assistant could not say anything definitely. Despite the fact that the mysterious Chan Tai-san told about the imperial place, everything he said was widely known facts. However, the merchant expected his friend, who was also well-versed in martial arts, had to feel something from this person. However, in fact, if the forces of the mysterious satellite were really the same as in legends, this would not give them the slightest chance to find out who they really are. The only thing that could help in this situation was to deliver an unexpected blow from different sides. Then opponents will be forced to disperse attention, and a similar situation will help them get out of control. Now they both understood how difficult the situation was with their mysterious companion. He could well be an unsurpassed master in battle, but they did not have any evidence of this fact. Chan Mook perfectly understood why his friend, as a responsible accompaniment, is the most nervous. In addition, obviously the mysterious man would probably be very angry if they asked him to present documents confirming his personality. At that moment, the merchant had a cunning plan. He will once again introduce the guest to his family members and close friends, and after that, he will delicately ask about the documents. Nevertheless, the comrade tried to console the Chan Mook, explaining that it was better to follow a wise saying, "Keep friends close, and enemies are even closer." Thus, they will be able to carefully observe these suspicious personalities. For this reason, Chan Mook warned a comrade for the last time, and he solemnly promised that he would be extremely neat and vigilant. After that, the head of the transport company left to teach the guards an important lesson about how to behave with strangers who wander near them. As it turned out, we were talking about several suspicious people who have been in the vicinity for some time and were dressed as ordinary hunters. A dear friend also noticed them, so Chan Mook only remained to calm him down in the hope that everything really was exactly the way they thought. At this very time, a small company of several men is already comfortable near a bright bonfire, fried a small pig. Their leader quickly brought to the rest important information that now their main goal is on the way with a golden dragon and an armored cart. They were absolutely sure that the head of the transport company decided to take mysterious companions with them, since these people really looked strong enough. However, for the successful fulfillment of their insidious mission, there was one serious obstacle: the leader of the Golden Dragon, Chan Mook himself. This person was widely known as a brilliant lightning, Otic general, and many heard that his hands were simply excellent and almost irresistible. Nevertheless, the bandits were firmly sure that despite all the skill of his technician, he definitely could not cope with their organized group. According to approximate calculations, he had to withstand at least 30 serious blows, and then inevitably fall. And in principle, it was a completely adequate amount of time to start their hunting. Before going into battle, one of the newcomers decided to ask a question to his respected elder. Everyone called this beginner the spirit of the devil of the Green Forest. And although he himself considered himself a beginner fighter, his formidable name was literally synonymous with indescribable terror in the Green Forest. Since he was a 40 descendant of the legendary kind of spirits of the devil of the Green Forest, He was already regarded as the future candidate for the post of head of the whole society. Even the very famous three friends from Hebei were the same age as the spirit of the devil, but they were at a completely different level of combat skill. After all, while this trinity was killed by 3 people, this outstanding warrior dealt with 10 opponents over the same period of time. The whole thing was that this trinity was known in fact only within Hebei, while the name of the spirit of the devil of the green forest thundered around the world. This meant that a person in front of them was one of the greatest masters of battle, representing a powerful green forest. It was quite obvious that he obviously would not follow people like Chong Muke, although the true reasons for the eldest remained unknown. However, to be honest, even if the forest warrior called him specific reasons, he still would not have believed in their truthfulness. At the same time, they could not in any way after 3 friends from Hebei returned brutally beaten and bitterly informed that all the money that they accumulated for a long time went to some young man who looked like an experienced master. It was extremely humiliating to realize that his best students became victims of some kind of arrogant moron. At this tense moment, the very spirit of the devil spoke. He heard that the elder before reaching the current heights rose from the Beijing gateway. Obviously, the middle-aged fighter was extremely interested in who had dissolved such an intriguing rumor about his past. However, this was completely unimportant in comparison with the fact that 3 friends were literally talking about the guilty of beating for a day, and he was absolutely sure that the elder would not refuse this tempting task. Nevertheless, an experienced warrior only asked that the spirit of the devil would not tell anyone about what happened here. Few knew how painfully heavily he was given to his life path, and he simply could not stand it if humiliating rumors crawled about the fact that his famous students beat some despicable scum. The young warrior promised that he would no longer talk about this painful question, but it was extremely interesting to him whether the mentor had some kind of reliable information about the native of the Beijing Gate, whom they so persistently searched. All that this experienced bandit has heard is that there was once an ordinary boy who cold-blooded killed a woman and sat down in prison for this crime. The eldest considered him nothing more than a simple killer without special talents. It remained a mystery, if this information was really true, then how such a mediocre person was able to cope in force with recognized masters of martial arts. However, an experienced teacher perfectly understood that the matter was unlikely to be that this guy was exclusively strong. Most likely, his Wo scientists turned out to be complete idiots and weaklings. Nevertheless, the eldest of 3 friends stubbornly tried to explain to his mentor that this despicable geek really had incredible power. It moved so fast that they could not even imagine such a speed. However, immediately after these acquittals, he received a painful blow with a pork bone on the head, because he did not know how to distinguish true skill from primitive tricks. An experienced warrior reminded this unlucky trinity that if they really managed to win, then it was exclusively their own fault. Their skills and abilities were not sufficiently developed for genuine battle masters. After all, he repeated this more than once from the very beginning of their training. At this tense moment, he spoke the second of the defeated students, desperately trying to explain to the mentor that the enemy was really exclusively strong. These were not some cheap tricks or deception. However, the teachers have infuriated such excuses even more, and he bitterly reminded them that they could not understand with his own meager mind at all should be a manifestation of true skill. At this critical moment, the young newcomer delicately tried to reassure the angry elder, wisely realizing that any in the place of 3 friends would certainly be scared and confused when he saw such sophisticated tricks. He reasonably believed that they should simply severely punish that impudent person, and suggested taking advantage of the presented chance and destroy everyone. Then there would be simply no one to dissolve the rumors about the failure of the 3 brothers. At this very time, hard-working workers have already finished erecting numerous tents. At that moment, Van Lim decided to go down and offer his help, although no one particularly asked for such support. The whole thing was that he did not possess special combat skills, like the illustrious Kanin, or the mysterious Vat of the, so at least his physical assistance could be useful in economic affairs. However, when Van Lim was about to go down, he suddenly saw bright fireflies flickering in the night sky. However, it turned out to be burning arrows, which instantly struck the unusual workers who peacefully erected tents. After that, deadly arrows also rushed towards the head of the trading company, who loudly demanded that the attacking immediately introduce themselves. Meanwhile, his frightened friend screamed desperately that he could not find his beloved daughter anywhere. He only managed to find his wife, but even this woman was lying unconscious and could not tell anything about anything. After this alarming opening, these 2 men immediately rushed to their carriage. There they really discovered a lying woman, as was said, completely unconscious. No matter how frightened her husband did not shake and jerked her, she stubbornly woke up. so the unfortunate person panicked very much. An experienced merchant immediately realized that a woman looks like someone plunged her into a deep sleep with the help of a special technique of martial arts. After this alarming opening, the head of the trading guild also decided to carefully ask about the condition of his son. Fortunately, the boy was completely preserved, and all this time was in a safe place, so he had to safely survive. However, immediately the worried father remembered his precious daughter with horror. He desperately wanted to know what could happen to the defenseless girl. The head of the Golden Dragon knew very well that if someone really wanted to kidnap the girl and deceive their vigilance, then the attackers perfectly understood that the young lady was guarded by the powerful company of the Golden Dragon. And this meant that those who dared to such a daring attack were most likely dangerous immigrants from the Green Forest. And obviously, the restless father persistently wanted to know what they would do further in this critical situation. The experienced chapter knew very well what these people crave. This is exclusively money and material benefit. He was more than sure that the attackers would certainly get in touch in the morning. Otherwise, the abduction itself would be a literally meaningless enterprise. However, Chon Muke honestly admitted that such a situation happened to him, it seems, for the first time in his entire extensive working practice. At this critical moment of the experience, the injured lady began to gradually recover after mysterious influence. The worried man immediately rushed to his dear wife, desperately trying to completely bring her to her senses. However, waking up from a strange numbness, she immediately cried bitterly, anxiously asking what happened to their precious children, her daughter and son. Then a deeply worried man delicately made it clear to the woman that someone mercilessly stole their beloved daughter during the attack. Immediately after this terrible news, the unfortunate mistress again lost consciousness from unbearable shock. On the field of recent battle at that moment, the seriously wounded and even lifeless bodies of brave fighters were scattered. It was quite obvious that they were killed by a real combat expert of the highest level. The two dead were elite warriors, but died literally from one deadly movement of the enemy. Given how circumstances are currently developing, they had extremely little chance of success, even if the long-awaited day comes and helps. The hero at this tense time, as if nothing had happened, sat calmly under a massive tree, completely squeezed by numerous arrows of enemies. He sincerely hoped that Van Lim was seriously scared of what was happening. However, despite all these alarming circumstances, the young man did not cease to sincerely believe that his senior brother hero could reliably protect him. At this critical moment, the powerful general finally found them. He was sincerely glad to see that his named brothers remained unharmed. Seeing them together in complete safety, the military leader realized that it was not worth worrying about them anymore. Van Lim immediately began to tell with genuine enthusiasm how his respected older brother acted with lightning speed, like a real ghost, and with one graceful movement of his skillful hands, the enemy arrows rained down, like ordinary fallen leaves. An experienced man only good-naturedly laughed in response to this enthusiastic story, because he knew very well that Kan In Yen was really worse than any ghost in battle. Kan In Yen himself, only with deep sadness, admitted that it began to seem to him that the world outside the prison walls was no better than the most gloomy prison chamber. Perhaps this observation even corresponded to severe reality, but the wise general was firmly confident. Sooner or later, Kan In Yun would definitely understand that it was much better to live like this, in a dangerous but free world, than in that stuffy cage. Kan In Inu could only hope that the words of a comrade would be true. Then Van Lim carefully approached the hero, because he sincerely hoped that he generously extends his hand to his help in search of a stolen girl. The hero immediately realized that we were talking about impudent criminals, and thoroughly reported that one of them really went in an unknown direction with a young girl. He was absolutely sure. It was the very daughter of a senior official they were looking for. In addition, the mysterious kidnapper was dressed in rough skin, and a noticeable mole was clearly visible on his wide forehead. The general was sincerely struck by the fact that Kan In Yen can describe in such accurately and in detail the person who abducted the defenseless girl. However, he remained completely incomprehensible why, in this case, the warrior did not detain the criminal on the spot. However, the reason was quite obvious. Enemy warriors continued to constantly shoot their powerful bows. Kan In Yen was simply seriously worried that if he did not manage to reliably protect Van Lim, then a deadly arrow would certainly get into his younger brother. So far, while the wise general was deeply thinking about everything that was happening, the worried Chon Muk carefully approached him. He seriously warned an experienced warrior that all the attack looked like this daring act was definitely a powerful green forest. The merchant very persistently asked for the help of the general, because the one who was abducted by the insidious bandits was the daughter of not only his good friend, but also a great partner in business. However, a strict military leader only calmly explained that Muhon Muke was late with his request. His younger brother left even late at night, solemnly promising that he would surely save the young mistress. Of course, Chan Mook was sincerely struck by the similar dedication of a young warrior, especially given the fact that the kidnapper, obviously, owned strong martial arts. After these meaningful words, the general's smile became even wider and more mysterious, since Chan Mook, being a knowledgeable person, must certainly know the formidable name of a frantic dragon. Only after hearing this legendary nickname, the merchant's eyes opened widely from genuine fright. Somewhere at the same time, the abducted girl unconsciously lying on the soft green grass next to a dangerous bandit. Experienced criminals for their long practice have long realized that women were excellent hostages, especially if they are young and attractive. It was an excellent option to force them to be very nervous and concessions. And even if something does not go according to the initial plan, with the captive you could have fun, give to subordinates for pleasures, or, in the end, it is profitable to sell in the market. After all, young girls had many practical applications in the criminal world. Therefore, the spirit of the devil, carefully looking at her, sincerely admired the refined beauty of this lovely girl. After all, she was especially good for herself. He could not even remember how many long years have passed since he had the last time he saw a really beautiful woman of a similar level. He did not just like the captive, he was literally ready to break the chain from the surging desire. However, at the last decisive moment he reasonably stopped, because nevertheless this exquisite lady was with him as a valuable hostage. For this important reason, the criminal was angry with himself, because he simply could not believe that he really had to sit next to such a beauty and at the same time inactive. However, suddenly he heard someone's unfamiliar voice in the night silence. This mysterious voice was not at all like the voices of Chan the San or Chan Muke, because it sounded too young and impassive. The bandit vividly remembered last night when he boldly took the mistress with a battle. After he deftly dealt with two inexperienced guards, the offender heard some kind of quiet sound, as if an annoying mosquito buzzed in the dark. This mysterious voice calmly informed him that he would not particularly hope that he would not be found or punished. Then the kidnapper considered that he simply heard something in the night silence. The whole voice was very quiet and surprisingly unemotional. It seemed to the devil's spirit that if it were one of the devoted guards or a member of the girl's family, then a person would hardly have to speak so calmly and detached. In addition, he was very offended by the fact that the unknown boldly called him a bearded man because of a mole on his forehead, which in fact was barely noticeable, and less than his mustard grain. Therefore, an angry criminal decided to brutally take revenge on this impudent shame if he only dares to stick closer. After all, then he will wash this humiliating shame with his own blood. The very fact that someone dared to call him so dismissively seriously insulted his proud title of the spirit of the devil of the green forest. However, only after deeper thoughts, he realized with horror that this mysterious man managed to make out the smallest details of his face even in the pitch darkness of last night. The bandit was clearly frightened, even jumped from one alarming thought. What can this be for a supernatural person? He perfectly understood. For sure, the pursuer was already following his trail, so he shouted loudly and defiantly that he was looking forward to the long-awaited meeting. Shortly before this impudent call, the hero silently landed on a thick branch of a tree. Initially, he simply methodically followed in the same direction as the mysterious criminal. But unfortunately, while he stubbornly followed the trail, he did not even notice how hopelessly he got lost in an unfamiliar area. For this annoying reason, his focused persecution was noticeably more complicated and dragged on. That's why the rational warrior headed for the highest point, which he noticed nearby in the forest. However, no matter how much he looked around, he could not understand anything in the surrounding environment. These places were completely unfamiliar to him. The hero could not even believe that he was really lost in this wilderness. However, just at this critical second, the hero heard a loud voice near the forest more often. This sound became for him a literally saving signal in a hopeless situation, so he immediately quickly rushed to the one who was waiting for him so impatiently. Nevertheless, as soon as Kan In Yen began to approach, the spirit of the devil instinctively stepped back, because he felt a truly incredible combat aura of the enemy. Soon, the criminal clearly saw the silhouette of an approaching warrior, and with horror realized that Kan In Yen was a damn quick fighter. It seemed completely impossible that an ordinary person could develop such a supernatural speed. Realizing that he definitely could not cope with such a formidable opponent alone, the bandit hastily grabbed an insensitive captive on his shoulder. However, when the offender tried to retreat rapidly, he realized with horror that the hero was literally hung over his head like a predatory bird. Therefore, the desperate man had no choice but to simply unceremoniously drop the girl, like a bag of potatoes, from his own shoulder to the ground. After that, he with a challenge introduced himself as the spirit of the devil of the green forest, and persistently wanted to know what kind of group Kanin Yen belongs to, and who was his venerable mentor. But instead of answering impudent questions, Kanin Yen wanted to find out who was standing in front of him, an ordinary thief, an impudent robber, or a disgusting rapist. Instead of a direct answer, the offender proudly called himself a noble knight of the green forest. Obviously, Kanin Yen was extremely annoyed, because this vile freak, which stole a defenseless girl, still had the impudence to call himself a man of honor and dignity. The bandit himself was amazed that this daring young man was not only a frank rude, but also dared to openly condemn his noble actions. No one else would say such insulting things after pronouncing the sacred title of the spirit of the devil of the green forest. Therefore, angry, the criminal wanted to sarcastically find out if his respected master taught that such impudent speech in an ordinary world is brutally punishable. On these empty threats, the hero only laughed contemptuously, turning to such a garbage, unworthy of life itself. Because more than anything in the world he really hated miserable morons that allowed himself to treat women poorly. When the impudent man again persistently asked him to introduce himself, the warrior calmly made it clear that the criminal had no right to ask him such questions. Kanin Yen decided to find out for the last time who this man was, a thief, a robber, or a disgusting rapist. Obviously, the bandit did not finally understand what was happening at all and what should be said in response. Indeed, for any person from a green forest, this was a completely ordinary thing, to kill, if necessary, and if a suitable woman comes across, then master her strength. Therefore, the bewildered criminal did not know what to say now in his excuse. For this prudent reason, he simply tried to delicately hush up the unpleasant problem, explaining to the hero that an annoying misunderstanding occurred. At this tense moment, the bandit actually secretly planned to quietly approach a dangerous enemy. Because for any swordsman, the most important thing is the optimal distance to the enemy. However, Kanin Inu, it seems, was completely unimportant whether there was a misunderstanding or not. He persistently wanted to know what kind of person was standing in front of him. At this critical moment, distracting the attention of the hero with an empty chatter, a cunning bandit got close to him quite closely. Therefore, decisively grabbing the handle of the blade, swiftly flying on Kanin Yen with a naked sword, the criminal explained with a challenge that he really robbed peaceful people and took possession of their women by force. But to his great surprise, literally a lightning Otic hero easily left his rapid attack, like smoke. Then the panicked enemy desperately tried to use his crown equipment. 9 waves that dissect the soul. However, this did not help him defeat the enemy. All his blows literally passed through the ghostly body of the hero, without causing the slightest harm. Of course, such an outcome could not frighten an experienced warrior. The spirit of the devil was absolutely sure that Kaninan touched his blade, but did not feel the characteristic resistance of the sword that dissects the flesh. At this decisive moment from his leather belt, the hero took out his trophy blade. The criminal immediately saw his red flexible sword and was frightened. However, Kanin Yen did not answer his outraged exclamation, because he was not going to fight with someone like his bare hands. Of course, from such an obvious attack, an experienced man immediately deftly dodged his own sword. However, not only Ken Yen had incredible internal energy, he also had a truly incredible blade. Literally, in the blink of an eye, he cut the enemy's weapon into 2 useless parts, and then the hero already thundering for the next crushing blow. As soon as a desperate man tried to defend himself desperately, the warrior immediately deftly wrapped his sword with his flexible blade. After that, not giving the slightest opportunity to budge, Kanin Yen pulled him closer to himself. And then a simple but powerful blow of his palm in an instant broke his nose. Obviously, the spirit of the devil simply could not believe that someone managed to take his faithful sword and put it on the shoulder blades for only 3 elegant movements. And all this time of the battle, the hero had an absolutely calm, unflappable face, as if he was engaged in ordinary everyday work. Obviously, the proud criminal could not allow his own humiliating loss, and desperately reached for secret weapons. After which he quickly threw him towards the hero and tried to shamefully escape from the battlefield. Of course, for his high status, this was extremely humiliating. But the main thing was at all costs to maintain its own precious life. However, such a primitive tool like a throwing knife could not harm the true master of martial arts. He calmly stopped him, picked up and carefully looked around the escaping enemy. After that, the cold-blooded warrior attacked the fugitive with his own weapons, accurately falling into a vulnerable place. And in the end, he could not continue to move at the same pace due to the fact that the blade was firmly stuck in his ass. At this time, Kanin Yen drew attention to the insensitive girl lying at his feet. He did not know what he should do, to save her or continue to pursue a miserable fugitive. Somewhere at the same time, 3 friends from Hebei calmly sat next to their respected master. The eldest of them decided to delicately ask what kind of mysterious person this spirit of the devil of a green forest is. It was extremely interesting to them because they, with their own eyes, saw that this guy was strong enough. They clearly understood it. And after he respectfully took off to leave for half a day, it became obvious that he needed exactly so much time in order to finally deal with the Chanmu Gek. Trinity would like to know what kind of insult he hid in his heart. However, the master only strictly reminded his curious students that they should not poke their nose into other people's dangerous affairs. However, it seemed to them that they already went far in this story, and have every right to know more details. However, the teacher with undisguised anxiety only shouted at them menacingly, categorically ordering not even to think about interfering in the personal affairs of this person, and pretend to be not heard at all, and did not know about what was happening. Then this inquisitive triple became extremely interesting. Was the spirit of the devil of the green forest enough to fight on equal terms with the legendary frantic dragon? Of course, no one could know this with complete confidence. However, everyone was firmly confident in one undeniable fact. The frantic dragons certainly cannot be compared in true skill with their unsurpassed teacher. At this very moment, just clumsily picking, the battered spirit of the devil of the green forest came running. All those present were sincerely surprised. He walked somehow strangely and looked as if something sharp was stuck in his ass. Even an experienced master could not believe that he really shamefully lost to some Chanmu Geku. At that moment, while the victim tried to catch his breath, everyone noticed a throwing blade that stuck straight between his buttocks. Therefore, sympathetic comrades helped him quickly extract a painful metal and properly process an unpleasant wound. 3 friends from Hebei barely restrained the uncontrollable laughter, not believing that it was really one of the 10 best experts of the green forest. Even their harsh master was extremely interested in what happened in that forest. Then, without really explaining anything, the injured man persistently asked the master to generously lend him his loyal students. They had no choice, so the students had to implicitly follow the spirit of the devil of the green forest. However, they still chuckled at a guy who really ran here with a stuck knife in the ass. It seems that the teacher wanted to know why the uninvited guest was going to use his dear students, and he decided to tell this person the whole truth about his past. As it was widely known, he already perfectly mastered the mysterious technique, Souls of Souls in 9 steps. This was a signature technique of a legendary expert woman, who was respectfully called the Beauty of a Green Forest. 50 years ago, she suddenly appeared like a bright comet, and majestically swept throughout the area of the South River. And in those parts, it was still treated literally as a living goddess of the south of the river. Of course, the spirit of the devil of the green forest perfectly understood that hardly anyone knew the true story of how his master had gained the legendary Souls of 9 steps. Also, few knew about the innermost fact that the spirit of the devil was her only chosen student. Then he thoroughly said that the husband of his master used to be a pious monk, and before he died from a painful chronic disease, he handed her what was known as the true performance of 3 jhana. While the master stubbornly improved in the complex technique of the true performance of 3 jhana, she reached a fundamentally new level and independently created a deadly shower cutter at 9 steps. The husband of his master suffered from the serious consequences of the cruel torture, which was subjected to a corrupt official. After his tragic loss, the master plunged into an all-consuming anger, and clinging to the true performance of the 3 jhana, unconsciously came to the creation of a cutter of souls. However, it still remained completely incomprehensible as Chanmuke is associated with this sad story. As it turned out, after her bloody revenge, the master was on a constant run from the pursuers. One noble merchant helped her generously, and she fell in love with him with all her heart, conveying him the innermost knowledge of the true performance of 3 yan. After that, she wandered around the world for a long time and received during this time the loud name of the Beauty of the Green Forest, and also accepted the spirit of the devil as her only student. Before her death, she told him one extremely important thing. A cutter of souls of 9 steps was a fraudulent technique created exclusively from her blind anger, and that the true performance of 3 yan contains a genuine great power. He had to restore and master it. Of course, this revelation was insanely shocked by an elderly master. He knew very well that the spirit of the devil of the Green Forest was one of the best experts in the Green Forest. His cutter of souls of 9 steps was precisely what led him to this high position. But it turns out that this technique was a false way all this time. Just the reason he stubbornly remained in the south of the river was that he persistently sought Van from Gun, his beloved master. He discovered a clue for his searches for a long time, and the master quickly realized that most likely Chanmuke was a direct heir to this Van himself. However, as far as the spirit of the devil knew, that noble man married after his master left him forever, and he had his own children. Of course, all family members had a venerable surname Van. The secret true performance of the three John was solemnly transferred to his first son by inheritance. After his family finally ruined, he moved to the capital's Beijing and earned a modest life with everyday hard work. Once he accidentally met a dangerous robber, and Chan Mook genuinely saved him when the unfortunate was literally in a balance from a painful death. An experienced merchant saw an outstanding talent in young Van and later warmly invited him to his prosperous company. And now Van was the head of the department of the transport company of the Golden Dragon. Obviously, it was extremely interesting to the master of what happened to that invaluable leadership of truly art and a mysterious book. However, when he carefully asked Van about this treasure, he honestly said that he generously presented the sacred book by Chan Mook, since the merchant was his savior and a benefactor. After this revelation, the spirit of the devil calmly killed Van, and he himself followed Chon Mugek, learning that his armed guard was near these places. For this significant reason, it became quite obvious. It was Chon Mukehuk received the invaluable, true performance of the three John. In any case, all the discovered clues indicated this, and obviously, Chon Mugek had to perfectly understand the true value of this legendary book, if he was not a simple ignorant. Then the master wisely understood. If everything said by the spirit of the devil corresponds to reality, then the book should really be with the merchant. But of course, this could also mean that Chon Mook already knows that someone is aimed at him because of the true performance of three John. The master asked what the spirit of the devil was trying to convey this, and he calmly reported that at dawn he had a serious fight with one mysterious person. The enemy looked very young, but turned out to be a truly formidable fighter, and apparently, he is the one who is called the legendary Frantic Dragon. Muhon Muke must have specifically called him, so that he reliably guarded the true performance of the three John. Then the master realized with understanding that what he had just seen, sticking out of the back of the spirit of the devil, was also the fruit of his skillful work. And although the man was extremely ashamed to admit this to his comrades, but the guesses were completely true. The master finally realized that the really frantic dragon was exclusively strong. If he defeated the spirit of the devil, and previously stole all the money from his students, his strength was truly amazing. An experienced warrior wanted to know what chances of victory they will have if they unite all their forces against this enemy. The spirit of the devil was absolutely sure. This would be just their next light victory, because anyone can win no one when their opponents include dozens of best military experts of the Green Forest. Therefore, the master strongly decided to get involved in this dangerous business and help. He considered it literally a fate that they met in this place, and at that time. In fact, despite the request for help, the spirit of the devil understood perfectly well that this cunning old man was also very dangerous. He might have to be eliminated after the end of the case. At this point, the beautiful beauty finally began to gradually recover after influence. The first thing she saw in front of her was the magnificent figure of Kaninan. He delicately warned the girl that he cleared all her blocked acupuncture points, so she could calmly get to her feet. However, the young lady, it seems, did not understand until the last what happened to her in reality. Then the hero patiently explained that she was mercilessly abducted by bandits from the Green Forest, and he followed them to safely save her. Of course, it was quite difficult to believe that this hero was her real savior. She began to crumble in sincere thanks to the young master for his selfless act. However, the hero also honestly reported that they had another small problem. They needed to return to her family. But unfortunately, he did not know the way back through this unfamiliar area. However, it seems that the beauty was not upset at all, realizing wisely that everything would certainly be fine, and it is not necessary to go exactly the same in the same way back. However, the girl was still extremely interested in what happened to the disgusting bandit who abducted her. Canon Yen only calmly explained that he cowardly disappeared into the dense forest more often. Therefore, the mistress could only hope that after a serious fight, Kanan Yang was not seriously injured anywhere. However, since Kanan Yen was completely intact, he drew attention to the well-being of the mistress herself. Of course, the beauty immediately realized that any woman could not be in perfect order, just having spent the whole night captured by a dangerous bandit. It must now have been delicately asked about whether anyone had harmful to her. Of course, she felt the severity of the abduction experienced, and this seriously suppressed her, but she still felt untouched. She was ashamed that the young master suspects that she was not able to preserve her purity in a critical situation. At this delicate moment, Kaninen decided to carefully find out if the lady was getting hurt somewhere, and having learned that she was in perfect order, invited her to return to her worried family. However, it was evident that the girl was interested in whether there was definitely nothing reprehensible between them and the bandit last night. The hero only turned silently, looking at her, not even knowing what to say in response to such a direct question. However, it was obvious that the lady wanted to know the harsh truth, because sooner or later she would have to look in the eye. Then the hero realized that he was mistaken about this sophisticated mistress. Regardless of how good and educated she is, she was still only 18 years old. It will be quite difficult to figure out what happened last night. Outwardly, it looks like she is able to cope well with any situation, but he felt indescribable loneliness emanating from her. Therefore, Kanin-yun calmly reported that it had absolutely nothing reprehensible with her last night. He also made it clear that everything happened due to the fact that the bandit was too busy with a panic flight. He ran continuously, having no way to rest anywhere. Obviously, the young lady was sincerely pleased with this encouraging news. Kan and Ian literally guaranteed that that bastard did not even have the slightest chance to touch her hand. After these soothing words, she felt great relief, and calmly agreed to continue their path to her home. At this time, a gang of bandits of 5 dangerous people was already coming towards Kan and Enu along the forest path. Along the way, the elderly master became interested in how good the enemy is in throwing knives. Nevertheless, they already saw with their own eyes how he was jewelry and a dagger with the straight spirit of the devil in the ass. However, the victim could confidently say that the enemy's fist tricks were exceptional, and he also used a crimson flexible sword that he took out from his belt. The spirit of the devil described this sword as a flexible blade with a blood-red blade. Obviously, the man was immediately seriously scared, because it was extremely important information. Even the spirit of the devil was noticeably frightened, believing that there were some serious problems with the fact that the enemy wore this legendary blade. However, the old man only recalled that the master had to tell him about the bloody sword, bringing mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. However, the spirit of the devil first heard this and decided to find out what this bloody sword is generally. Then the master thoroughly said that it was a favorite weapon of a legendary warrior, a flexible sword with a crimson blade. In addition, his owner killed about 300 people at the Dragon Sword School, and received the ominous nickname, Mount of Corpses, a Sea of Blood. However, the spirit of the devil was sure that the crimson blade does not necessarily mean that it was exactly the same blade. Nevertheless, the master was firmly convinced that this was the same blade, because the 7 great factions publicly declared a person who owned such weapons to his sworn enemy. The reward for a crimson sword was 1,000 gold coins. They could simply be killed for carrying a flexible sword with them, just like that, for nothing. It is hardly possible to find a person who used a flexible weapon, since few will take care of such a rare and dangerous thing today. However, this person was actively looking for. Then it became obvious. They clearly hunted precisely for this mysterious person. After one case, the owner of the sword disappeared without a trace, and since then, the names of the inhuman master of the sword and the bloody sword became literally living legends. However, he was only a legend because he was never caught. If he had been seized, he would simply become a killer of piles of people, no more. Then this means that this young man was possible a student of the inhuman master of the sword. Of course, the master could not definitely rely on such dubious information. It became obvious that now they still do not fully understand that for a person, there was their mysterious enemy. Therefore, the wise master suggested not acting in a bit, but at first to carefully think over the plan. After all, it was foolish to go on the attack, not knowing anything about the enemy. They did not particularly have any better ideas, so they began to seriously think. The master was sure. Many still wanted to take revenge on the school of the dragon sword. This means that they can let a rumor about a rabid dragon, and it was not so important who exactly was the mentor of this young man. Somewhere at this time, a deeply worried Chonmok looked anxiously, hoping to see the hero. I passed exactly all day from the tragic moment that the young mistress was kidnapped, and the armed transport of the Golden Dragon could not move a step from the scene. But time was inexorably coming, and it remained completely incomprehensible why the abductors still had not got in touch. It was evident that a friend was seriously worried. Perhaps something terrible could have happened to his precious daughter. However, Chonmok asked him to calm down. In fact, his guard was already gossiping with might and main about the fact that the girl was killed or sold somewhere very far. As a more experienced person in worldly affairs, he could not disagree with them deep down. However, obviously he could not tell such a severe truth to his friend. At this time, Chan the San also stood, looking anxiously a hero and patiently waiting for news from him. A deeply worried father came running to him in order to talk. He persistently wanted to know if any news appeared from his younger brother. However, there was neither a hearing or a spirit from Kan and Yen, which was madly disappointing the excited father. Nevertheless, Chan Tai-san patiently explained that if the news is absent, this is not always a bad sign. He was literally convinced that everything would certainly end well. However, the restless father was interested in whether Chan the San knew nothing concrete about the past of this boy. For example, who was his mentor, or to which group he belonged. However, Kan and En never consisted of any such groups, so the man was even more worried. Would everything be in perfect order with a young man? However, the general knew that they should not worry at all, because if his brother did not fulfill this task, then hardly anyone else could do this. Father could only hope that the general was not mistaken. This was already the second long night, which they spent in this place instead of one planned. According to the unfortunate man, literally his heart was torn in two, imagining his poor innocent daughter and the fact that she would spend another painful night in the dark somewhere far from here. At this very time, two travelers still continued to stubbornly wander through the dark forest. Obviously, after a long, tedious walk, even the lady began to seriously doubt that they definitely go on the right way. However, Kan Yen was not too sure of this from the very beginning. However, he could solemnly promise to the mistress that he would surely return her to her parents, so she did not need to worry about the future. Nevertheless, suddenly in the pitch darkness the girl did not see the root of the tree, because of which she stumbled. She immediately realized that although not much, she still turned her ankle and limp. For this reason, the hero reasonably decided to stay here for the night, so that the leg ceases to hurt by morning. Of course, the mistress had to agree due to forced circumstances, but it was extremely embarrassed that two adults of different sexes spend the second night together in private. Of course, this was inevitable in her situation, but very risky for reputation. The hero politely asked the mistress to stay in the place until he looked around in the district. He immediately took off into the air to the very tops of the trees, carefully looking around in the district. This was the second time when the lady saw such an amazing sight. Her heart began to beat very quickly when she saw Kan Yen so courageous. Now he was literally like a god who descended from heaven. As a result of the inspection, the hero realized that they needed to go a little further to a small waterfall. The area itself looked safe enough. However, they needed pure water. And obviously the mistress was glad to finally refresh a little. The whole thing was that she was afraid that she could smell bad from her, so she kept a careful distance with Kan and Inam and did not want to miss such an opportunity to wash. However, the hero clearly doubted that the girl would reach with an ankle, and of course it was still painful for her to move. Therefore, Kan and Ien proposed to attribute her to the water in her arms. And obviously, from awkwardness, the mistress immediately blushed. At least it was pleased that now the night and no one would see her in such an obscene position. The next moment, the guy already leaned over in order to take the girl on his back. The same embarrassed could not believe that she would have to go on the back of a man whom she almost did not know. In addition, she did not wash for 2 days and was sure that it smells bad. She was embarrassed by such intimacy. However, there was no choice, and in the end, after a moment they flew along the sky together to the river. Obviously, Kan and Yen had never touched a woman before, even to her hand. Of course, he had first love, but before that he only read poetry to her and did not even touch her clothes. But now on his back was an 18-year-old girl whose hands hugged his neck. In addition, he felt the chest with which she pressed against his body, and even despite all the confidence and composure of the hero, he obviously could not be calm about this. However, after a couple of minutes of flight, they found themselves at that very waterfall. For this reason, the mistress immediately got off the hero's back, so as not to confuse him anymore. Nevertheless, at that moment, she almost fell off the rock on which she stood. And when Kan and Ien saved her once again, she again waned him awkwardly, apologizing for her negligence. For some reason, the guy felt very strange every time this lady called him a young master. If you think about it, she is probably the only one in the whole world that called him in this way. Now this beauty admired the waterfall admiringly, admiring his beauty. And then she awkwardly explained to the hero that she would like to wash. Immediately blushing with embarrassment, the guy, without saying a word, retired away. As a result, undressing, the lady finally was able to wash her body. Kan and Ien at that time took up the breeding of the fire so that they would not freeze the cold night. Of course, when the young lady came out and noticed the fire, she wondered how the young master managed to breed a fire without a fire. However, Kan and Yen made it clear that any trained martial arts could do this with the help of the strength of wood friction. Only then, the girl realized that it seems in the study of martial arts, there were much more hidden advantages that she did not notice. Then she calmly held out her hands to the fire, starting to warm after cool night water. Kan In Yen, looking at her with an open mouth, was amazed at how often women are so beautiful. Obviously, the lady immediately noticed how the young master stared at her intently. However, embarrassedly asked him to call him an older brother. Kan In Yen quickly remembered that his younger sister and girl, who he liked before, addressed him so much. and now this lady wants to call him so. However, despite this, when the young lady called him so, all the sensations were completely different. The girl even considered that it is possible Khan and Enu do not like this appeal because of his late answer. Therefore, she suggested calling him an older brother, if only when they were alone. Obviously, the hero politely agreed to such a persistent request of the lady, and she only approached his face closer, wondering that Khan In Yen was so polite with someone who was younger than him. She asked her older brother not to hide if he did not like her, because she was not going to intervene in his life if he did not want to. Khan In En, it seems, sincerely did not understand why the mistress made such conclusions. However, it was obviously abducted by bandits and discredited. Even if nothing happened, most people consider that what happened to her was her fault. However, Khan In Yen was convinced no one would think for anything in this way. The girl was only surprised at the naivety of the hero, because many in this world considered otherwise, and she was sure that even Khan In En would begin to think about her so over time. However, the hero realized that he could not console her. Therefore, I decided to find out whether it repels it to the fact that he spent for a long time in prison. He also left there, and was a former prisoner. However, this did not bother the mistress at all. On the contrary, she did not want to deliver Khan and Enu in the future in connection with the incident. Nevertheless, the hero calmly made it clear that in this case she had nothing to worry about. He will be the one who will protect her. Since he is her older brother, it does not matter what will happen in the future. He will not refuse her. These sincere words caused joyful tears on the face of the young virgin. Therefore, she immediately hugged the hero by the waist, rejoicing that he was so good for her. At this time, the worried father sat with his longtime friend, realizing that at the end of this night, there would be 2 full days with the disappearance of his daughter. Of course, he doubted whether everything was really all right with the girl. Chonmu-gek could only apologize for the fact that everything went completely wrong as he conceived, after which the man fell silent awkwardly, not knowing what to say to him. Father already understood that Chonmuke decided to offer him just to forget about his daughter and continue his path. Looking at his silent face, the man realized what was the matter. Therefore, he promised that if they did not hear any news by morning, they would follow his solution. After all, he could not allow him to endanger everyone else because of his hope. Of course, everything that was left to do Chonmuk is only to apologize for the fact that everything happened. The man understood that this was part of his guilt. He should not leave his hometown. From the very beginning, he understood that he could endanger his family, and still did it in order to rise in society. But of course, the head of the Golden Dragon understood that it was his fault. A friend trusted his abilities, but they were in the worst of the possible scripts. At that moment, General and Van Lim also rested at their fire. Obviously, Van Lim looked very restless, and did not understand how Chantai-san could remain so calm. The point was that there was no good reason for concern. The general knew excellently the true abilities of the young man, and had unlimited trust in him. That is why the military leader was firmly convinced that soon the young warrior would bring the girl back to Italy. It only remained to hope that his assumptions would be true. Meanwhile, a senior officer also solemnly promised that the boy's father would soon be released from imprisonment, while removing all the charges from him. Therefore, it is extremely important to maintain good relations with people from the arms transport company, since their favor may be needed to return the parent home. Then Van Lim realized something important. It seemed that Chantai-san could not go back with them to his native village. In principle, such a development of events did not seem strange. After all, a man also had their own important things that require immediate attention. The traveler recalled that Kan Yin was behind bars on false accusations, and he was eager to find the one who set him up. Obviously, the young guy really wanted to help in this difficult matter. Nevertheless, they could not drag him into a similar dangerous adventure, since he did not own martial arts at the proper level. Among their opponents were people who could easily kill even experienced martial arts and scouts of the Royal Guild. However, the young warrior asked Van Lim not to worry about this, because he was sure that he would deal with this matter on his own, and everything would certainly be fine. Obviously, knowing the true abilities of his younger brothers, he did not doubt them at all. But in fact, despite all external confidence, the general was deeply concerned. The military leader perfectly understood that in the future it might encounter people who control the fate of the whole nation, like the Prime Minister. Now they literally entered the world in which there were cruel rules. Either you or you. It was a world that was filled with real monsters to the brim. However, with a slight smile, he remembered that Kanan Ian was also a real monster. When morning came and the young hero and girl did not return to the wagon of the family, a serious quarrel began. Obviously, the worried woman was not ready to budge, until she finds out exactly what happened to her beloved daughter. However, Her husband patiently explained that such delays put themselves and people from the transport company in an extremely dangerous position, especially given the fact that the family is threatened by enemies, about whom they know almost nothing. If they do not leave this place now, they can expose all mortal danger. As a result, after some time, the man ended a difficult conversation with his wife, and then Chonmuke asked for a way to hit the road, because he managed to persuade his wife with great difficulty. Obviously, the leader of the guard again began to repent of his sin. Nevertheless, the man perfectly understood. His friend did everything in his power. Now they had to immediately leave, if only for the safety of his son. After all, if something happens to him, the father will not be able to look into the eyes of his ancestors in heaven. Suddenly, a woman saw someone's silhouettes. Then she joyfully screamed with happiness. It was her daughter, walking next to the hero. As a result, the whole family reunited, and parents could not believe that the girl returned alive and healthy. The general, of course, praised the hero for excellent work. Even Van Lim was happy that everything was so well resolved. However, Chan Tai-san understood that this was not the end of history. Now, everyone was worried about someone else's grief, and tried to console the family, because they knew what tragedy it was possible to avoid. Meanwhile, he also informed the young man that in life there is such a pity that accompanies a person to the very end, and although it seems that the girl has returned to the whole and healthy, she will definitely encounter such thoughts. After all, the guards of the armed transport of the Golden Dragon know that the girl was abducted by bandits and returned only on the third day. In addition, she was a frantic dragon with her, a man from the underground kingdom. Therefore, for sure in the future, the young lady will face serious skepticism. It was obvious that even the soldiers of the transport company believed that their second brother made some kind of deal with a green forest in order to return the mistress. And all because the absence of witnesses allowed their imagination to take a joke in earnest. As planned, the armed transport of the Golden Dragon rode all day and arrived in the residence of the Yi clan in Bongvan. The head of the clan was the old comrade Chon Mook, so he provided travelers with a fairly warm welcome. That evening, the leader of the clan arranged a magnificent feast in honor of the Yang family and the guards. The man also mentioned that he has a son who recently reached the age of majority, and he hinted at a possible marriage and offering to reduce their children in order to intermarry. However, after that the man immediately fell silent, saving the situation. Chon Mook explained that his friend was a little old-fashioned scientist, so he was not used to such jokes. However, this was not a joke at all. The girl really made an excellent impression on the head of the clan, so he wanted to arrange a formal meeting of their children in the future. Of course, the father happily agreed to this proposal, although he understood that if not for the recent abduction of his daughter, this meeting could really lead to something. Even now, he felt just terribly and could not imagine how his poor daughter was now feeling now. Even Kanin En, he looked at the girl with the appearance of a man who understands her experience. The guards wished her happiness and worried about the future of the mistress after what the bandits had done to her. They believed that life was really very unfair to her. Obviously, their conversations carefully listened to the servants of this family. Nevertheless, some of the guards believed that it was already a blessing that even though the girl lost her chastity, she was able to maintain her life. The manager understood that now this young lady could not get the desired future. Most likely, in her place, he would have killed himself with shame. Obviously, having heard all such details right there, the maid ran in order to tell everything to her mistress. Then there were long conversations in the office, and soon the worried wife came to talk with her husband. Obviously, he was amazed at the news heard. However, their maid heard all this from the whispering guards and believed their words. Before that, she laid her eyes on this girl, but now her opinion has changed dramatically. In fact, the man suggested that the Yang family was so sad because it was exhausted after a long road. But I could not think that something like that happened to them. Soon, at the table, the man sympathized with Mr. Jan because of what happened to his daughter. He also promised that they could count on the help of his clan. They will catch and kill every bandit who will be found and repay for what they did with a young lady. Obviously, such words, especially pronounced in public, made the mistress think about herself. And Khan and En, such disrespect has infuriated himself. The head of the house also made it clear to the master that he learned about everything from security officers, and therefore would like to do everything in his power to console the young lady. Nevertheless, the man only loudly recalled that his daughter was not injured in any way. He explained that Khan and En became her savior, followed the bandits, defeated them, and brought the girl back. They got lost on the way back, which is why their return took as many as 3 days. Therefore, he did not understand what the man implies when he was saying what the bandits had done with his daughter, and wanted to know where he heard this, after which his father stood up, staring at the guards. After all, they were better than anyone. They knew that nothing happened to his daughter. He also went to his friend, asking him to somehow speak, so that he did not have to blush and make excuses that everything was in order with his daughter. Obviously, Chanmuk took his side, but asked his friend to calm down. After all, everyone knew that the girl was not touched. But the man could not understand why then rumors were going on that she was terribly injured before returning to them. After that, the head of the transport company became furious. It didn't matter to him who distributed these gossip. However, he warned that if at least he hears such delusional guesses again, he would personally find the one who spoke about this and deal with him. Immediately after that, all the guards fell silent, barely leaning before the master. The man began to apologize for not raising his people well enough. After that, the whole family of Yang had no reason to linger at the event, so they decided to leave. The head of the clan, on the other hand, began to apologize and asked Chanmuk to say an apology on his behalf. If he somehow offended them, he did not want to upset anyone. He sincerely wanted to help their family. Chanmuk obviously understood the position of his friend and promised to definitely talk to Mr. Jan when he calmed down a little. As a result, on such a gloomy note, the banquet came to an end. The general was seriously disappointed that the guards were so talkative. In addition, he noticed that at that moment the hero's face clearly changed in expression. However, the young warrior could not believe that some people allow themselves to build the most incredible guesses about other people's affairs, at the same time without caring about their deep feelings and experiences. Watching how much upset the hero was due to the incident, an experienced military leader gently invited him to return to his chambers and relax a bit from all these unpleasant conversations. Nevertheless, Canon Yen warmly wanted to be alone with his thoughts, so he asked his comrade to go first. Remaining to sit at the table in complete solitude and carefully considering everything previously said in this hall, he finally understood the deep feeling that the young lady experienced. The young hero was well aware of now. People really shamelessly climb into affairs that do not concern them at all, given that they do not even really know anything about the real state of things. However, quite unexpectedly, the young beauty decided to join his secluded meal. The girl did not say anything, and immediately silently sat down at her older brother at the table. He delicately asked how the girl feels, and with a noticeable fatigue in her voice, she explained that she was already finally tired of annoying people who were constantly approaching her in order to console her, as if something really terrible had happened to her. Even her own family treats her as if she slowly dies from some incurable disease, although in fact she was absolutely in order. Canon Yen also knew the true state of affairs very well, and was firmly convinced that she was not injured during her ill-fated stay in captivity. From the accumulated despair and mental pain, the girl even decided to drink strong alcohol. Since the bowl was only one, she decided to take the bowl of her older brother without ceremonies. Of course, despite some surprise, the hero did not refuse her at all, generously filling her vessel with fragrant alcohol. Obviously, as soon as the young lady drank a hot drink with determination, she immediately began to cough strongly from the unexpected bitter drink. The young warrior was sincerely interested in why the lady decided to force herself to drink what she was clearly not used to. Suddenly, the young lady decided to directly ask about what exactly Canon Ien was thinking about her as a woman. After that, with a charming smile, she openly admitted that her elder brother was very pretty from the very first moment of their acquaintance. After this touching recognition, she also poured fragrant alcohol in him, and only when the hero drained his cup to the bottom, the girl with a slight embarrassment explained that according to the strict rules of their ancient family, a woman should not pour alcohol to anyone but her own legal husband and his own father. She also gratefully reminded the hero of the undeniable fact that it was he who was the very person who, risking her own life, saved her from imminent death. However, she did not have a worthy way to repay for such a generous act. Therefore, a delicate kiss is the only thing that she could sincerely thank him for his kindness. Obviously, the bewildered hero only after a long moment was able to recover and answered this unexpected kiss with no less tenderness. The father, accidentally passing near the hall, suddenly became an involuntary witness to the intimate moment that he definitely should not see. However, over the past few difficult days, his beloved daughter practically did not tell him a single word, closing in himself from the shocks experienced. But now she sincerely laughed and spoke animatedly in the same way as it happened in the past, to her tragic disappearance. Of course, the father would be immensely grateful to fate for the fact that she again gained her former funny entity, but he had extremely mixed feelings for this sensitive occasion. If she was engaged to someone from a good and noble family, he would still be a little upset, giving her married at such a young age. And yet now she became close to a mysterious man from a dangerous underground world. Although perhaps it was this unusual person who suited her the most. People from the transport company continued to spread their evil gossip. It was only a matter of a short time when a defamatory hearing will fly around the entire high society of the Great Beijing, and then no one will ever ask the hands of his disgraced daughter. It is unlikely that in the world there is generally a decent man who will readily accept a woman who returned after abduction by bandits from a green forest. None of the truly noble family would never have accepted her as a daughter-in-law. Therefore, the wise father perfectly understood that it would be much better at least to marry her for someone like this hero. Of course, he is far from the best candidate for the groom of all possible, but since he will be able to make his daughter truly happy, the caring parent will close his eyes to all his past mistakes and dubious origin. As if nothing had happened, he calmly went to their hall and politely apologized for distracting them of two from such a pleasant pastime. The mistress was clearly sincerely surprised by the fact that her father did not scold her at all for being lingering alone with a young man for so long, and instead of the expected reproaches, she only hopes that their conversation was not interrupted at the most inopportune moment. This meant only one important circumstance. The father completely approved their nascent relations and did not see anything reprehensible in them. The hero gently asked the man to stop turning to him so formally and respectful, and would turn to him as if to his native son. It seems that the girl's father clearly liked such a heartfelt request from the future son-in-law. After this significant conversation, the three of them were already sitting together, slowly ate exquisite dishes and drank sedately. Then, having drained the next bowl of fragrant alcohol, the scientist man decided to solemnly express one famous wise phrase of the great Confucius. If the sage had only courage, but there would not be proper decency, he would inevitably sow chaos and destruction everywhere. If a modest person had only brave courage, but there was no necessary decency, he would certainly become an ordinary thief and robber. All those present were heard about the legendary courage of the hero in numerous battles, so the wise father could only sincerely hope that the young guy knows very well what true decency and virtue. However, Kanin Inu was really extremely interesting to know what exactly a respected man means by these deep words. The father patiently explained what this means the following. Every worthy person should strictly follow his sacred duty and perfectly fulfill all his duties. In principle, at first it turned out to be a rather difficult task for understanding, given the fact that there were a great many similar duties in human life. While the scientist was thinking that it was considered the biggest duty for a noble person, he came to the conclusion that this should be sincere goodwill for all around them. Having reduced all the above, the hero understood the simple truth. The wise man just wants him to live with an open heart and true mercy. This was definitely not too difficult to fulfill the task. In addition to everything, the sage decided to thoroughly ask about which school or group of masters the hero belongs to his combat style. However, the young warrior officially did not belong to any of the famous schools, but he definitely had his own mentor and teacher. And obviously, the man was extremely curious to find out the full name of this mysterious master. Then the hero without hesitation named his venerable surname Go, and the personal name is John. Hearing such a calm and confident answer, the educated man suddenly realized that, unlike all his previous not very flattering impressions of the hero, the young man actually possessed an elegant speech and had considerable knowledge. Then the scientist said with interest that he had heard that usually someone's loud pseudonym is much better known than the real name. Therefore, he decided to additionally find out the pseudonym of the hero's mentor. However, he was usually called only as a wise old man. It was a fairly loud and impressive name in the world of martial arts. Nevertheless, it remained completely incomprehensible why the famous master had just such an unusual name. In addition, of course, a cautious man was seriously worried that his future son-in-law would become a famous bandit in the near future. Therefore, he decided to delicately find out whether the young boy was going to follow the dangerous feet of his mysterious master. Father directly asked him about plans for the future, if he has any cherished dream or a noble goal in life. Then the hero sincerely said that his late parents always hoped that he would ever open his own martial arts hall. If he has absolutely nothing to do, then he definitely plans to engage in the organization of such a hall. Obviously, a wise man considered this a truly beautiful idea for a young man. With the outstanding skills of the hero, he will certainly have an endless stream of wishing students from all over the country. The girl's father even warmly wanted to help him with everything that he could when the hero opens his long-awaited martial arts hall. Of course, Canon Ian, with all my heart, thanked the future father-in-law for such a generous sentence. However, the wise man did not see much sense in such thanks. After all, now they were no longer completely alien to each other. From this significant moment, he officially allowed the hero to call him only a father. So, after this spiritual conversation, with the first rays of dawn, the Dragon Golden Combat Transport solemnly left the hospitable mansion of the clan. Mook carefully and curiously glanced at his particularly satisfied friend, who was traveling in a comfortable cart next to him. An experienced warrior clearly saw his sincere smile, but could not understand whether something really good happened, because the satellite mood was just excellent. However, the girl's father calmly explained the simple truth. When children happen in children really joyful and important, loving parents will always be immensely happy. Obviously, Chonmu Geku was extremely interesting to know the details. Did the man's son finally decide to enter prestigious public service? Nevertheless, he said that he found his son-in-law. This was, in principle, it was absolutely not surprising, given the fact that the girl was already 18 years old, and it was time to marry all traditions. Obviously, Chon Mukagek only joyfully congratulated his old friend, warmly wanting to find out who this lucky man was. It turned out to be a frantic dragon, the very person whom the head of the Golden Dragon knew under the name Kanin Yun. Obviously, the head of the transport company was sincerely surprised that they so quickly and deeply became close during the rescue operation. In ordinary other cases, they simply would not have a good reason or enough time to get to know each other better. The scientist thoroughly said that he spoke in detail with the boy last night, and he seemed to him a decent young man with noble intentions. However, of course, Chon Muk-hek seriously concerned the sad circumstance that Kanan N came from a dangerous underground world. Nevertheless, according to the scientist, the young man behaved quite appropriately to circumstances, and he was not like a person who could do something bad. However, at this intense moment, completely unexpectedly, an excited manager quickly ran up to the head of the transport service. The situation was extremely urgent ahead. Someone completely blocked their only road to the next important destination. Judging by the appearance of a mysterious man, and the fact that he confidently held a combat sword in his hands, he definitely looked like an experienced master from the legendary world Murim. Of course, Chon Muke was sincerely surprised that their convoy, who did not carry anything particularly valuable, meets so many serious difficulties on his usual path. Soon they carefully drove up to that most mysterious man, patiently waiting for their arrival. Going ahead from the golden combat transport of the dragon, Chon Mook politely introduced himself and courteously asked to find out the name of the stranger. As soon as he heard the answer, an experienced warrior immediately realized that he was standing before him, none other than the foreman of the famous Pen Clan No. 1 in the powerful Hebei province. He was also widely called a frightening nickname that crushes mountains with a sword. Obviously, when Chon Muke recognized the true personality of this formidable man, he immediately wanted to find out why such an influential person blocked their path. However, although the stranger admitted that their golden combat transport of the dragon had a worthy reputation in these parts, but this time they completely crossed any permissible line. Nevertheless, Chon Mook continued to look at his formidable interlocutor perplexedly and bewildered, completely not understanding the essence of what was happening. The whole thing was the unpleasant circumstance that their respected company allegedly hired the dangerous student of the inhuman master of the sword, who was considered the enemy of the No. 1 in the whole legendary world Murim. Obviously, Chon Mook did not have a concept at all about what exactly such a serious question is about. The formidable warrior only categorically asked the leader not to pretend to be ignorant, because he would never miss them further until they give this dangerous student to the authorities. Obviously, the man from such egregious arrogance was even more angry and lost his temper. An experienced military leader persistently wanted to know who exactly this mysterious student of the inhuman master of the sword. Then the angry man immediately cried out menacingly and loudly, demanding that a frantic dragon immediately reveal his true personality, and immediately seem to appear. Even the wise Vat of Tai-san did not understand at all what is the essence of the matter, and why the young hero is called the student of this sinister person. According to all the well-known legends, the inhuman master terrorized the world about 30 years ago. No one certainly knew his true origin, but he was widely known for his merciless cruelty, and became the main enemy of the whole society Murim after the bloody reprisal in the prestigious Dragon School. However, Kanin absolutely did not understand why he was ranked to the students of this legendary villain, since his master was a completely different person. Therefore, the young hero decisively went to personally resolve this confusing issue, so that they were no longer persecuted by all sorts of troubles and false accusations. Introducing himself in front of a formidable warrior, he called himself with dignity that very frantic dragon. The head of the transport company anxiously understood that he could not protect the young hero from such serious troubles, even if he was officially a member of his security group. At this tense moment, the displeased man had already begun to persistently interrogate the hero about where his inhuman master of the sword is hiding. However, Kanan calmly and patiently explained that some kind of annoying mistake occurred. His mentor is definitely not the person who is called the inhuman master of the sword. Obviously, a suspicious man considered it some kind of clumsy lie, and strongly asked to name the full name of his true master. However, the hero calmly and without the slightest difficulty named the venerable name of Guan Zhan. The present warriors did not remember such a mysterious person among famous masters. Therefore, they decided to additionally find out which influential group belonged to Kanan Yen and his unknown master. Nevertheless, how reliably the hero knew, his mentor also did not belong to any of the widely known groups or schools. And so it turned out that Kanan Yun fell into an extremely awkward situation where no one could confidently vouch for him or his mysterious master. Initially, the terrible warrior came here because of anxious rumors about the inhuman master of the sword, but already began to believe that they could be erroneous. The problem was that he could not know for sure whether the young guy was telling the truth or unscrupulously lying into his eyes. An experienced fighter wanted the young man to prove here and now that he was not a student of the inhuman master of the sword. If it is not possible to convincingly prove his innocence, then he will be erased into powder for other people's sins. Kanan Yen sincerely did not understand why he was threatened and ordered to prove that he had never done in his life. The young warrior had never before met such egregious repentance and injustice. Even the wise general was amazed at the incredible arrogance of this self-confident person. However, the formidable warrior could be understood. He did not know either Kanan Yen or his mysterious master, saw the young hero for the first time, and could not just take and believe him honestly, pretending that nothing serious happened. Only now the hero began to truly understand the wise words of his mentor. Strength is the only law in the brutal material world. After all, people always seek to solve controversial issues through gross power, when it is not completely clear who is right and who is to blame. In principle, in this harsh world, everything really happened in such a ruthless way. Of course, the man was sincerely sorry to kill a young boy if he really was not a student of an inhuman sword. However, as is well known in this unfair world, it is necessary to kill 10 innocent in order to certainly find one real villain, and the hero was deeply struck by such a cruel way to solve complex problems. After that, the young warrior loudly turned to his father-in-law, recalling that until then he acted as friendly as possible in relation to everyone around him. However, it seems that this peace, loving behavior even more angry with a formidable warrior in front of him, because he did not see in the actions of the hero a drop of sincere goodwill. Nevertheless, Kanan Yen patiently reminded the obvious fact. All this time an aggressive soldier was extremely rude with them and demanded an immediate fight as soon as they first met. But the young hero constantly restrained himself and his righteous anger, so he showed true goodwill in this difficult situation. From these fair words, an angry man completely lost his temper. He considered that the hero was a complete crazy one, and literally begged for him to be killed as soon as possible. Initially, the terrible warrior planned to cut off only one hand as a punishment. However, now he changed his mind radically, so that the young insolent could no longer enjoy a normal life at all. He decided to ruthlessly deprive him of both hands. The angry fighter rapidly attacked, using the powerful technique of the rising dragon for this purpose. Nevertheless, Kanan Yen with amazing ease has evaded this deadly blow. Then the stubborn man immediately attacked the destructive attack of the stealing tiger. However, the hero simply gracefully flew into the air and did not let himself be offended by a sharp blade. After this spectacular maneuver, he, beautifully scrolling in the air, used his own technique for the descent of the heavenly dragon. Immediately powerful outbreaks of pure energy rushed straight into the face of his self-confident enemy. Energy shells were incredibly fast, and instantly touched both shoulders of a stunned man. As a result, they immediately began to bleed abundantly, and an experienced warrior flew back, unable to hold his heavy sword in weakened hands. From such a fantastic spectacle, even the head of the trading guild froze on the spot in complete numbness. In his entire long life, he has not seen anything remotely like that, and had never met such an incredible technique of fighting before. However, immediately an experienced military leader quickly rushed to an immobilized enemy lying on solid ground. Fortunately, having felt his weak pulse, he was relieved to make sure that the man was still alive. Nevertheless, both of his hands were seriously broken from a powerful energy impact. Obviously, it was extremely difficult to believe that the famous sword, crushing mountains, could not even stop a single energy shot of a frantic dragon. But he was a recognized expert of the highest level. At this time, the hero calmly and gracefully went down to firm ground, anxiously asking if the man died. After all, a young warrior so carefully restrained his powerful forces as much as he could. Fortunately, the pulse of the defeated enemy was quite stable, so Chonmuke was relieved to explain that when the victim would wake up, everything would be in order with him. Even the wise general sincerely smiled, because he carefully noticed how the attitude of Chonmuke had radically changed after he saw his own eyes with his own eyes. Canon Yen only hoped that after this man wakes up safely, he honestly recognizes an indisputable fact. The young hero was definitely not a student of some inhuman master of the sword. Chonmuke did not doubt this at all because the legendary inhuman master was widely known for his art of owning an ordinary sword, and certainly not energy shots and similar supernatural techniques. Canon Ien was sincerely glad to hear it, because he really could not stand such irritating and unfair situations. The young hero also persistently asked to provide all kinds of treatment with a defeated man. The head of the Golden Dragon readily promised that although both hands of men are seriously broken, he will certainly return to normal after 3 months of a good rest and restoration. At this time, the hero calmly and sedately approached his faithful horse, and the guards began to scarcely look at each other and even bashfully lowered their eyes down. Previously, they arrogantly considered Canon Yen with anyone, just a rootless native of the underworld. But now he was more like the main villain of terrible legends, and they really would not want to fight him, even the 3 of him. Even the respected general sincerely apologized for not being able to vouch for the mysterious master Kan Inan, because he personally did not know him. However, the hero explained with understanding that now the annoying problem was completely settled. Chan the San solemnly promised that after influential people see the unique technique of energy shots of his friend, he will be able to vouch for him with full confidence in the future. The wise warrior also invited the young hero to immediately calm his adopted father-in-law, telling him that nothing really serious happened. After all, probably an worried man was very worried about the safety of the future son-in-law. Approaching an excited man, he patiently explained that there was a little misunderstanding with someone from the local clan, but it was already completely settled in peacefully. Then a curious man decided to find out where those loud sounds came from, very similar to cannon shots. He even thought that somewhere nearby a military camp was located. The hero only smiled mysteriously, sincerely promising to carefully find out whether there was no army camp or exercises nearby. The hero left. The man himself wanted to breathe a little fresh air after a long stay in a stuffy and cramped carriage. Looking after him, the caring father smiled sincerely and joyfully. His wife could not even believe that this young boy he liked so much and quickly. However, indeed, the more an educated scientist recognized the mysterious Kan Yen, the more the guy began to sympathize with him. Despite the fact that they knew almost nothing about his dark past and origin, the wise man understood that his wife did not need to worry about anything. After all, Kan Yen openly said that he was once convicted of false prosecution, and then completely pardoned. Nevertheless, the woman was seriously worried about how long the poor guy stayed in a gloomy prison. And indeed, he spent more than 10 long years for the act that he had never committed. For a man who again enters a high-state position, this tragic story will serve as an important lesson in morality and justice. At this very time, the same dangerous bandits carefully and secretly watched their movements. After observing for a long time for their potential victim, they finally realized that none of them could be able to defeat a formidable, frantic dragon in an honest match. However, their main goal was precisely Chonmuke, and not at all a mad dragon. And with this circumstance, they were just very lucky. But in fact, the spirit of the devil was in a state of real panic and despair. After all, if this cunning old man is frightened and understands that one cannot cope with the task, the entire carefully thought out plan can fail. In the evening, sitting at a warm fire in a forest more often, an experienced master thoroughly explained to his subordinate that the main problem is that Kanu Ven too quickly and easily dealt with the enemy. Who would have thought that a similar recognized expert of the highest level like Pan would fall dead from a single blow? The spirit of the devil already clearly understood that they would need at least 15 precious minutes to steal a secret book by the head of the Golden Dragon. Therefore, insidious fraudsters needed a real expert who could adequately withstand such a formidable enemy, and not some small bipod without sufficient experience. To their great happiness, now in the province of Habai, there was one such legendary person. Obviously, the spirit of the devil was extremely interesting to know who this mysterious master was exactly. Then the old man reverently remembered the famous past of the master of the school of the mighty tiger, as well as the great god of war, who was respectfully called Chol Kyung Yong. From this legendary name, even among the experienced spirit of the devil, he literally took a breath from reverent horror. As it turned out, earlier this outstanding person entered the 5 best experts of the world around the world. This great god of war is the one who is mentioned in the famous saying, "God turned to Buddha, and 3 demons will weaken before the sages." If this legendary god really was Chol Kyung-yun, then the whole story changes dramatically. More than 30 years ago, 7 absolute masters of unsurpassed level existed in their harsh world. The first to be considered Mu Bul from the Holy Temple Shaolin. The second was a mysterious expert without a name, nicknamed just the God of War. Also, this Elite 7 included Punyanja from the powerful fraction of the volcano, and a wise sage from a mysterious shamanic group. No less formidable were the supreme god of demons from the heavenly mountains, and also the bloody demon of Mount Yin, and the inhuman master, whom all the great 7 factions unanimously considered a swordsman demon. Incredible legends and songs composed of these legendary people. In short, this meant that God stood above the Buddha, and the demons were weaker than the sages in their inner essence. The spirit of the devil had the opportunity to personally see the epic battle of the god Chol and the infinitely cruel, inhuman master. This grandiose battle was the last time when the whole world heard about the inhuman master of the sword. Obviously, the devil of the Green Forest then thought that the great god had won a convincing victory, and of course, he was absolutely right in his assumptions. But for some mysterious reasons, instead of finally killing an inhuman master, the powerful god allowed him to safely leave. Despite the fact that a huge reward of 1,000 gold coins was relied on the villain's head, the merciful winner released the defeated enemy. Of course, the devil considered that this happened due to the fact that the great god was not included in any of the influential great fractions. However, the wise old man guessed that someone else could serve as a true reason for such a decision. It is only known that something or someone is tired of a powerful man, and he simply let go of a defeated enemy. After this revelation, the spirit of the devil decided to find out additionally whether there were some more hidden experts in the world of Muram, except for this illustrious 7. After all, people usually talk about the 10 best experts, and the insidious master understood that there were 2 more or 3 outstanding fighters. Of course, there were elders from the 7 great factions, but only thanks to their loud reputation they could not even hope to enter the Elite 7 of experts. Their combat skills were without any serious competition. Then the spirit of the devil decided to ask the master what he thinks about the famous 3 monsters. They officially did not belong to demons and great families, so their status remained mysterious. However, the experienced master has never seen the legendary 3 monsters in action, so he could probably know their true level. But perhaps they could enter the prestigious top 10 due to their awesome reputation. It seems that their incredible skills were approximately at the same level as the inhuman master of the sword. Therefore, the wise old man believed that the same legendary god was much stronger than all 3 monsters combined. In any case, their daring plan was to skillfully attract this god to their dangerous work. And this was completely not strange, because he was a really skillful fighter of an unsurpassed level, and was just near their location. The spirit of the devil understood everything perfectly, but did not know how they would be able to attract this powerful person to participate in their adventure. Then the cunning master suggested secretly send him a provocative letter with a direct call to a deadly battle. Thus, they could make an arrow, and having tied a letter to it, deliver the message to its intended purpose. And in the letter itself, they will write something like, "A student of the inhuman master of the sword is going to take the life of the great god." This will sound like a real challenge, and this will be quite enough to achieve the goal. Such a trick was not amazing. In addition to the master, no one else knows the details about the legendary battle between God and the inhuman sword. This means that God, without the slightest doubt, believes that the letter was really sent an vengeful student. All that they had now remained is to sincerely hope that the great god himself has not lost his legendary grip over these long 30 years. At that moment, the security guild finally safely brought her dear guests to one of the major cities. Therefore, the married couple immediately came out of a convenient carriage, and in front of them solemnly lined up an honorary line from the entire guard. The man was clearly surprised that the guards finally behaved as if they were really fulfilling their sacred duty. As it turned out, now they were lined up in a row, because they were respectfully waiting for the moment when he enters the institution. When the puzzled scientist did not understand why there was such a solemn cerebral papillary, it turned out that everything that was happening was thanks to his new son-in-law. Obviously, the man knew almost nothing about what happened, as he was in a carriage and did not see anything with his own eyes. But the young hero was able to really hit and surprise all the guards with his incredible abilities. Chonmuk did not want to disturb his friend, who was supposed to soon enter a high position. Details. Therefore, he only briefly explained that the scientist was very lucky with his future son-in-law. Also, an experienced military leader persistently asked that from now on, the man would no longer worry about walking rumors around his daughter. After all, now, when all the combat skills of a frantic dragon present with their own eyes, they do not dare to look down on him anymore. When the intrigued scientist asked exactly when his son-in-law managed to demonstrate his skills, Chan Mook only calmly explained that this happened right before the warrior defeated the recognized world expert Murim. At that moment, in addition to the fact that they went into a hospitable institution, the guards also carefully brought the body of a seriously wounded fighter. Obviously, it was extremely interesting for the scientist to know what exactly happened to this unfortunate person. However, Chan Mook patiently explained that it was none other than the elder of the famous Pan clan, the best clan in the entire Hebei province. He even owned martial arts, significantly exceeding his own skills of Chan Mook himself. The scientist could not believe it, and really was beside himself from the deepest shock, until his faithful comrade carefully asked him to shut up and not attract too much attention. All this time, the friendly company Kan and Yen was wary of their backs, behaving especially carefully. So far, suddenly the head of the Golden Dragon was not offered by Chanda to the rank and his friends to join their lively conversation. Obviously, they were sincerely happy to join the future relatives of their dear second brother. These warm words to madly embarrass the young hero, and his cheeks turned red from awkwardness. Chan the son only laughed good-naturedly, because for the first time during all the time of communication, he saw the young hero so embarrassed and confused. Soon, everyone, both the guards and representatives of the family, sat together and rested at the spacious table. Then finally, a warrior, who came to his senses after losing consciousness, decided to carefully go down. The first thing he came to him was the head of the transport company, who politely explained to the master that he had lost consciousness from injuries, so they brought him here for treatment. Then he pointed to the guy who wounded him, and now he calmly dinner at the opposite corner of the restaurant. Therefore, approaching the young hero, the head of the Golden Dragon respectfully explained that the famous Mountains would like to talk to him seriously. The defeated honestly admitted that he was amazed at Kan and Yen, and now he finally understood that the warrior was in no way connected with the master of the sword. He was sincerely sorry that he had to pay such a high price to find out. Nevertheless, Kan and Yen calmly explained that given the man's direct threats that he was going to cut off both hands of the hero, so that he asked for mercy all his life, it was not at all very high price for the lesson. Chan Tai-san only dropped his eyes heavily, amazed at the unbearable character of the young man, and the defeated warrior was deeply offended by the fact that Kan and Yen continues to talk so boldly with him, despite the fact that he was a respected foreman of the Pan clan. Then the hero, in order to avoid any further troubles, politely apologized to the master for not being properly treated. However, he poorly remembered his full name and even pronounced him incorrectly, which greatly insulted the pride of the proud warrior. And the rest of those present finally became convinced that the young hero was indeed the finished crazy, once he called the famous crushing mountain sword to some ordinary pan there. However, Canon Ien calmly explained that he would like to do as mercifully as this is generally possible in such circumstances. Nevertheless, he was only even more offended by the arrogance of Kan, because the young insolent spoke completely inappropriately with the foreman of the influential clan. The proud warrior promised that he would leave the world today and would not arrange a scandal. But such an arrogance of the young man could not last indefinitely. Canon Yen was sincerely amazed that the guy continues to blame him for arrogance. But the young hero believed that he, as the first son of the Kan clan, was allowed to speak in this way with the first son of the Pan clan. Not finding any worthy words to answer this insolence, a stunned man in complete shock simply retired away from their table. The head of the Golden Dragon, on the other hand, considered that Kan and Yen finally went crazy. After all, although he was excellent in martial arts, he did not need to act so recklessly and defiantly. An experienced military leader seriously reminded Kan Inu that this person still remained a respected elder of the Pan clan, and he should show significantly more proper politeness and reverence. However, the young hero only reminded the obvious truth that this stubborn guy was ready to calmly kill 10 innocent people in order to catch one real villain. Obviously, an experienced man was deeply amazed that the hero, dealing with such a powerful and influential clan, was not completely worried about possible serious consequences. At this tense moment, a caring father-in-law came to loud voice in order to find out what exactly this gentleman told him to an expensive son-in-law. He explained the essence of the conflict, that this self-confident gentleman was going to ruthlessly chop off his hands if he was weaker in martial arts. He would certainly finish a miserable disabled person. Therefore, father-in-law believed that the boy acted correctly in the circumstances. After all, a real man can remain merciful when, and can also be mercilessly cruel when it is worth defending his honor. At this significant moment, 2 more elderly people also entered the hospitable restaurant. Immediately giving them an attentive, penetrating look, the head of the transport company immediately recognized them. First of all, the strangers respectfully approached Chanmuk and politely asked him to give them a great honor and agreed to talk. Then, an experienced man finally became convinced that he was not mistaken in his assumptions. And these respected gentlemen were indeed the famous black and white wandering duet. The elders only laughed good-naturedly because they were already widely heard that Chanmuk had a truly penetrating look at people. After which, they solemnly introduced themselves as legendary white and black tramps. The head of the Golden Dragon himself respectfully bent and gave worthy elders well-deserved respect, after which he carefully looked around the characteristic outfits of the guests who came. The man in white clothes had a traditional pumpkin bottle and 6 knots on a leather belt, which meant he was a student of 6 weaves. The white tramp was considered an elder of the powerful faction of tramps. As well known, their head of their influential fraction wears exactly 7 knots on the belt. So, this venerable person was in the power hierarchy, right under the head of the organization himself. Suddenly, a man in black clothes seriously spoke. They heard an alarming rumor that the Golden Transport of the Dragon hired a dangerous student of an inhuman demon swore. Nevertheless, Chanmuk calmly and patiently explained that they had already finally confirmed. This was an annoying misunderstanding. They do not know at all why someone maliciously spreads this false hearing. But the frantic dragon was definitely not a student of an inhuman ditch demon. However, obviously, the elders who came could not just believe them honestly, even if Chanmuk himself personally entitled for the young hero. Of course, this seriously affected the pride of an experienced man. But those who came were completely right in their doubts. Maybe he was the dragon golden head of the Golden Transport, but these people significantly exceeded his own abilities in their position and combat skills. Therefore, the military leader thoroughly said that the famous Mountain of Mountains himself arrived and personally fought with a frantic dragon. Today, he returned home after the final resolution of all misunderstandings. After these convincing words, both elders were already completely convinced that apparently, they heard the gossip they heard were nothing more than empty inventions. After all, it became quite obvious. A real student of an inhuman demon-laughing man would never peacefully accompany trade values, unless he was going to rob the caravan and kill all the witnesses. The white tramp also felt a certain guilt for believing these evil gossip. He just wanted to carefully check everything for his own curiosity and safety. Therefore, the venerable old man decided to additionally find out from the man who exactly this mysterious frantic dragon was, and he would very much like to look at him at least one eye. Hearing his nickname, the hero courteously rose from behind a spacious table and confidently came closer to respected elders. The young warrior politely introduced himself to the very frantic dragon, which was discussed. The elders were sincerely amazed that Kanan looked like a very brave and worthy young man, which was a rarity in their difficult times. After which they solemnly introduced themselves as the famous black and white stray masters. However, suddenly both experienced warriors paid close attention to an unusual flexible sword located on the belt of a young hero. They persistently asked to show this mysterious blade to them, because apparently, sinister rumors appeared precisely because of this weapon. The hero instantly and without hesitation unleashed this sword from his belt, holding it out for examination. Carefully looking at the formidable weapon, the old man of the black tramp anxiously understood that if it was really the same legendary bloody sword, then the behavior of Khan Inan literally did not give in to a reasonable explanation. After all, for this priceless blade, not only a huge reward was relied on, the sword itself was a real treasure of the world Murim. An experienced warrior did not understand at all how a young man could be so simple and trusting to give a precious sword to vast people. This is definitely not what a real master of martial arts, dear to his weapons, would do. However, having carefully checked this ominous weapon, the elder was horrified by horror. It really was a favorite weapon of an inhuman darer, a legendary bloody sword. The elders warmly wanted to know how exactly Kanan Enu managed to get this priceless blade in their own hands. Then the young hero honestly explained that when for many years he was sitting in a maximum security prison, one mysterious old man started a mortal fight with him and, after losing, he gave his sword. Nevertheless, obviously, these two influential elders were not going to blindly believe in such incredible inventions and fantastic stories. However, Kanan Yang told the pure truth, and this was not his problem at all that they could not believe his word. Obviously, the black tramp was insanely angry with such egregious, disrespectful behavior of the daring hero. Chanmuk showed them significantly more proper respect as venerable elders, and a similar impudent Salaga still could not calm down his cheeky tongue. Watching rapidly developing events, even the cautious Van Lim already seriously thought about resolutely intervened in the situation until it went too far and became irreversible. However, the wise Vat of the Sun understood that it was already too late to change anything. At this moment, an angry man wrapped a flexible sword around his belt because he believed that such behavior of the hero and a lack of elementary respect and good manners had already proved enough that he was indeed a student of a daredevil demon. Kan In Yen only laughed bitterly, because he clearly realized that apparently the greedy old man initially tried to dishonorously take this valuable blade to his hands, although the young hero would not mind giving him away if he was politely asked about it. Moreover, such frank neglect only more and more angry the proud old man. He menacingly explained that this sword was a legendary weapon. It is worth applying a little inner energy, and this blade will cut the strongest steel as soft oil. Only then, the young hero finally realized that this belt was really an ominous object, and sincerely invited the old man to pick it up. He absolutely did not want outsiders to be worried about him, accusing him of the fact that he was a student of some demon there, because of this damned belt. It seemed to the elder that such words were just a cunning plan of the hero in order to get away from fair responsibility, giving him a blade as a second. Therefore, an enraged man immediately menacingly ordered his faithful brother to take up arms, ruthlessly kill this dangerous student of the demon lower demon, and finally avenge the innocent students of the dragon school. Even the white tramp sincerely surprised how much a calm friend was usually furious, especially when the young man did not even have any weapons for self-defense. Nevertheless, Kan In Yen only politely asked the respected old man to choose a slightly different, more suitable place for the upcoming battle, so that innocent strangers would not suffer from their fight. The black tramp was only finally convinced that this daring guy really accepted his serious offer. The young man was really complete psycho and crazy if he was going to fight without weapons. However, this circumstance was only at hand for obvious reasons. Therefore, he generously agreed to fulfill the last desire of the doomed hero and imperiously ordered him to show the way to the place of future execution.